plain. Let's put a little broken line around the iris. Little dots and spots in there. Want to make something look like it's exposed skin. Let's go and take a little shape like that. Look. Let's put another little shape like that. Put some little lines through it. Maybe a little bit of an outline as well. How cool does that look? Let's flick some smaller V's all over the place. Quote marks, circles, hashtags, whatever you want to put. Just go and throw stuff in now. Don't think about it too much. Just throw stuff in. If you like how it's looking, carry on doing it. If you don't like how it's looking, just slow down on it and don't do it anymore. Somebody said about a cactus, so let's go and put in some little shapes at the top here. We are at the home straight. So anybody over in Discord who wants to show off their artwork, now's the time to go and think about putting that in. I'm just going to try and make these look a little bit more like cactuses. Cacti. Just putting in these little spiky bits. Look. But yeah, if anybody wants their artwork shown on stream, go and drop it into Discord now. If not, you guys can drop it into the Corp Academy community. Anybody that doesn't know about it, can you see that? You can't even see what I'm doing now, can you? If you don't know about the Corp Academy community, you can join for $7, $7 a month. But owning a Corp dog will get you access to it as well when we release the Corp dogs. There we go. I'm kind of liking that, how that's looking. Cheers, Crypto Stu. Glad you're still hanging around. We are just about finished on this, so I'd really insist on everyone just kind of adding their last finishing touches. Throw in, if you want your artwork shared, throw it into the chat. I will in a second reveal what the finished piece looks like. But that's the kind of thing we're after. Let's put a street art crown on it. As well, love a street art crown. So you guys, you saw RGN Chicks piece earlier. Let's see if we can just drop that into the chat again, into the stream again. Come up a lot smaller this time. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. There you go. Awesome stuff. Look at how cool that looks. Look at those wonky antlers. Gone really to town with them ones. They look like some real weird growths are happening there. Love the teeth. Love how happy this one is as well. Really happy piece. Nice work. Cheers. That was Colleen, member of the Corp Academy community. I taught her everything she knows. Right. I'm not sure if I think most people are watching in the Discord rather than taking part. There is a share your art channel as well in the Discord. So if you want to share your art, you can do. Just pop it in there so we can all have a little look at it. Let's zoom back out on mine so you can see the finished piece. There it is. I have no idea what it is, but it's something. And I quite like how it's looking. Some sort of weird, like, antler, deer, mouse, one-eyed thing. We've got another piece from Volts. Let's see how Volts is doing. There we go. Look at that. Awesome stuff. Yeah, you've nailed it. Look how smooth you've gone with the lines for your antlers in that one. You see the thickness of the lines around the antlers as well. Try and replicate that thickness around the rest of the character. The only thing that should be consistent about your line work should be how inconsistent it is. So having like fat bits and thin bits all over the place is going to really help. But especially around that top eyebrow, that bump across the eyebrow. Just go and throw that in a little bit thicker. Mate, Volts, and that's going to look amazing. Nice work. Silent Thax. Silent Thax had a go. Let's let me just bring Silent Thaxes in. Super quick, but made it work. Look at that. Awesome. Literally threw in a sausage shape. But they do not look like antlers. That looks like some sort of ghost hidden inside an egg, which is cool. I'd definitely go with that. Why not? Ghost inside an egg is a good idea. Cheers, Silent Thax. Well done, mate. Looks really good. Let's have a quick look at Mika's. Look at that. Let me just zoom in on that a little bit. Not maybe that much. Oh, I've just dropped it off the screen. Let's bring it in again. Let's try zooming in again. Look at that. That's awesome, Mika. Well done, mate. That's brilliant. Really nice work. The antlers look less like a cactus and more like they're just hairy antlers, which, again, is just astonishingly good. Love the extra little bits of fluff around the character's face, around the ears. Awesome stuff. Cheers, Mika. Right, well done. Have we got any others? I think we're done with people who are dropping their artwork into Discord. Thank you very much if you did share your artwork. I always appreciate that. Anybody else? Kirsty, 8 o'clock club. Kirsty, drop it into the community as well. So anybody who's a member of the Corp Academy community, you've got your own private space in there. There's only about 190 of us in there at the moment. So yeah, just drop it in there. Just guarantees that I'll see it. It's like a Facebook feed, but without all the stuff that you don't want. It's just full of art and creativity, which is exactly what Corp Dogs is all about. Now, one last announcement that I need to make before I leave you all for today, and that is that on the 2nd of April, that is that in April we've got a special guest coming on to Let's Draw with us, and we're going to do a bit of an artist interview. He'll be drawing some stuff. I'll be copying it. You guys can copy along as well. We'll understand a little bit more about that artist's process, how they draw, why they draw. So any questions that you've got, you can type into the chat and ask questions live while this artist is drawing. So it's a good opportunity to learn a bit about somebody else's style and process and where they're from as an artist. We'll also have a little look at all their artwork as well and just understand, get under the skin of their creativity, where it all comes from, where their ideas and inspiration comes from. The artist is Remouse. Remouse is one of the Corp Dogs artists, exceptional digital artist. Have a little look for Remouse on Instagram. If you can't find him, just message me and I'll send you some link details. But yeah, that's who we've got coming in on April. Right, take care, everybody. Thank you very much for joining. I'll see you all soon. We're going to see if we can knock this one out within about 20 minutes. So I'm going to go super fast. I reckon you'll be able to keep up with it. It's going to be nice and easy. 3 things you'll need. 1 pencil, 1 Sharpie, 1 piece of paper. That's all you're going to need for today's session. If you've got a fine liner just for some little details right at the end, then go and grab that fine liner. But we'll see if we can avoid any kind of intricate work today. We're just going to keep it bold and sharp. Right, so here we go. Let me take you into my overhead screen. Let's get rid of Joff because he's not there anymore. There is my materials. Now don't forget, if you can't see it properly, if you're in the Discord you can't see properly, just double tap me, double click me. It should make my screen a little bit bigger for you. So yeah, go and do that and then go and grab your pencil. We're going to chuck on three guidelines, 3 lines with our pencil. Then we're going to get rid of the pencil because pencils are for losers, and then we're going with a Sharpie and just knock out the rest of this picture. The lines that we're going to draw. 2 circles for the eyes. You don't want to have them too far apart. Think about a finger width apart for these 2 circles. Then what we're going to do is a happy sausage. Happy sausage has got to touch both eyeballs. So let me show you what I mean. So there is one eye over on the other side, about a finger width apart. There is the other eye, and then joining the middle is a happy sausage. This happy sausage is called a happy sausage because it's a sausage shape, but it's curled up either end. This is going to be the mouth, and we're going to have it so that it touches both eyeballs. So about there. something like that. So I've gone quite dark with my pencil lines so that you can see them. You want to go quite light with your pencil lines so that you can see them, but so they're easy to rub out, so nobody thinks you've needed a pencil to do your drawing today. Okay, we've got those in. Should we go and work on our actual drawing? Grab your Sharpie. I like keeping it nice and simple, so you only need a Sharpie to take part. What we're going to do is going to go and whack in this nose first. The first line we do for the nose is probably the trickiest line, but get that, nail that bit right, and everything else just flows out of it really, really nicely. You see this little space here? We're going to throw in the nose there. It's going to be like a bit of a loop one side, a dip in the middle, and a loop the other side. Okay, so that's the thing to remember. So a loop one side, dip in the middle, loop the other side. There's our first shape. See if you can whack that one in right in the center. If you can't see it, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more. Quite a lot more, in fact. There you go. So there's your first line. Now, one of my top techniques for drawing is to double line everything you do. Double lining isn't about making the line twice as thick. It's about making the line twice as wonky. So every single line that we do today, we're going to just go over it again and just make it a bit of a wonkier line. So rather than just one line, 2 lines in there gives it an extra line weight. Which will make it look a lot better. Colour in those nostrils. Let's get those blacked out. Then what we're going to do is we're going to add in the snout part, or this bit on the outside of your nostril. We're going to go and put that in. And it's really important that it's going to be like a C shape, a capital C. It's really important that the bottom of this C shape just sits underneath this nostril. Okay, so something like this. And then something similar over the other side. See how it's quite fat across the top? We've got a big bit across the top, and it's quite close down the bottom. That's a double-ended flick off as well. So try and have it so that line is tapered at the end, fat and wonky in the middle. And hopefully what you can see in here as well is that those lines are kind of overlapping the eyeballs. That's exactly what we want at this stage. I should also mention as well, anybody that wants to throw their artwork into the chat, go and do that as well. Always good to see the progress shots coming along. Lord Vendetta, welcome in, mate. Thank you very much for joining. You've not missed much. 2 circles, happy sausage. We're just working on the nose. Right, next line for the nose, we need to kind of build a little platform for the eye to pop out from. So what I mean by that is we're just going to take a little line there, and you see how it just goes just over the pencil line. Just there, okay, so that eyeball is going to come out from that part of the nose to that part of the nose. Same kind of thing over on the other side, just a little flick in like that. Mine is as wonky as hell. Look at the difference in both sides. Don't worry about that. If that kind of stuff happens, that actually makes zombies look better. So double line it, flicked off at the top, double wonky in the middle. We've got ourselves a nice fat nose. If you've got space, or if you've done a nose that's way too fat, just go and stick a plaster in the nose. A plaster is what do you call a long oval? Like a square oval, like a squircle shape. It's like a squircle shape, square, 4 dots, 4 dots. Okay, so watch this. Squircle shape, square, 4 dots, 4 dots. Just going to throw that in. You see how I've made it so that it's kind of shaped around the nose as well. Elastoplast, yeah. Do you not call it a plaster in other countries? Okay, I stand corrected. That's it for the nose. Let's go and put the mouth in. Before we put the mouth in, we're going to throw in a little bit of snot. So let's go and put in a little bit of snot. You don't want this snot dripping too far into the mouth because it's going to interfere with the teeth. Band-aid, that's the right word, isn't it? Yeah, so we've got a band-aid on the top there, yeah. But let's go and put some snot coming out the nose. Now this snot, again, just have it only just straddling the mouth pencil line. Maybe have a little dribble coming out there. I'm mainly doing this because I'm bunged up with cold at the moment. I can feel myself going downhill every single day. Let's go and put a bigger bit of snot. This is a bit more realistic. There we go. Over on that side. So we've got 2 bits of snot, yeah? Okay, once we've got the snot in, then what we can do is we can go around the happy sausage. So make sure you go behind the snot. That's the only important bit. Behind the nose, if your nostril is kind of overlapping into your mouth, make sure you go behind it. But we're just going to go round that happy sausage. The only reason we penciled that happy sausage in was so that we could put that bit of snot in just there. So around the happy sausage. Have we done that? Okay, let's go and put some teeth in. Now I'm going to suggest that we go for the 2 front teeth being massive teeth. Nice and big. Think of like a capital D shape falling on its back, 2 of those. You might have it overlap this bit of snot as well. So here's the first toothlет, capital D shape falling on its back. Let's go do the other side, capital D shape falling on its back. They don't line up perfectly in the middle because teeth don't do that. All the best teeth are wonky. We don't draw turkey teeth in here. We draw wonky teeth. So let's go and put in, double line it, go around it again. Whoa, look how wonky that is. Real fat bit in there. So we've got our 2 teeth in there. Then what we're going to do is just going to add maybe 2 or 3 teeth to the back of it. We're going to underlap these teeth. Okay, so imagine again another D shape, but we're just sitting them behind these D shapes. This is how it's going to look. So just there, look, and a D shape. That line comes out and then curves back over the top. Do it one more time up here. Look, curves out, comes back over the top. Do the same kind of thing or something very similar on the other side. And double line it. Hope you're all doing well. We've got 10 people in the audience. Just 10 people. It's a 1 in 10 chance of winning. That's a 1 in 5 chance of winning if you're in the Discord. So everybody who's watching on X, who's watching the broadcast, if you want to get a bit more involved, join us on the Corp Dogs Discord. Have a look in the bio of Corp Dogs, and you'll see a link to join us in the Discord. It might take you a little while to verify and all that kind of stuff, but get in there anyway, because we do this on a weekly basis. Right, what we're going to do now with these teeth, we're going to attach these teeth to a gum, and all we're going to do for that is we're just going to take a little line out the side of the tooth and just hook it around the top of the tooth there. So just there, like coming out, hook it around the top. Same on this side, like just coming out from there, hook it around the top. That's that little bit of gum, a little bit of swollen gum that makes it look like the teeth is rammed up in there. If you've got space, you might want to throw a few more of these bits in as well. Just across the top of all those teeth. Finish off those that top set of teeth with a little diagonal line coming from there up there. Little diagonal line. Just make it watertight. Okay, we've got our top set of teeth in. Let's go and put our bottom set of teeth in. We're going to start off with 2 big teeth. We're not going to draw any gums though in the bottom set of teeth, so it's going to be twice as quick. But here we go. Look, 1 big tooth down the bottom there. Another big tooth over on the other side. Squircle kind of shapes, so they're kind of like square, but they're kind of rounded off a little bit as well. A little bit more natural looking, maybe. And then what we'll do is we'll just add a few little triangles going up the side of each part of the mouth. So look, just in there, little triangle, in there, little triangle. That's all it needs. Back of the mouth, let's colour the back of the mouth in black. I like a bit of contrast in my artwork, so it's all good having all these white areas in there, but you do want some like dark areas in there as well. Just makes your picture look a lot better. Always a little bit tricky, a little bit time consuming if you're colouring stuff in. That's why I went for massive teeth. So here we go. All the way across. Just quickly colouring that in. Now the thing is with colouring in. The thing is with colouring in is that if it's something you want to do after the session, you can do it after the session. So don't panic if you're a little bit slow. Some people are a bit slow with colouring in. You're not slow. You just got your own pace, your own zone. That's fine. Dubs, this is like episode 17, and you've still not got a Sharpie. Joff, first thing we do when Corp Dogs mint, can we get some like Corp Dogs branded pens made to send out to people? Here we go. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Let's go and put in a little bit more in this mouth. 1, 2, 3 more lines for the mouth, and then we're going to move on. Then we're over halfway through our drawing. First little line, imagine like a little bucket shape, but just soften off the edges of the bucket, and we're going to throw that just under here. Hi, Silenthax. Thank you for joining. You need to get a Sharpie deal. Do you know, I only use Sharpies for this lesson. I'll get my people to speak to their people. But yeah, bucket shape down the bottom here. So kind of come from this side. There's the bucket up there, and a little flick that side as well. Again, it's as wonky as hell. Don't worry about that. Double line it, flick it off either end. Oh, mate, these look good. Okay, that's happening. First thing we do. Not on Monday, because I don't think we make any money on Monday, but on Tuesday, when we actually start selling Corp Dogs, we'll get some Sharpies and get some branded merch and pens out to a few people. Not that there's any excuse. Everyone's got a Sharpie or a pen. Surely. Right, that was line. We've got 3 lines coming up here. The next line is going to kind of come from the side of the nose. Just going to put a bit of a rim around the lips. It is actually going to, we'll call it the lips. So starting about there, it's going to go across the eyeball. That's fine. Starting across there, let's just go all the way around. And look at the way it tucks in underneath there. Yeah, it tucks in just underneath that bucket. Let's do something similar over on the other side. And let's double line it, make it wonky. You see how those wonky lines just make these zombies look a lot better? Yeah, okay. But it's a $69 JPEG for a $1 pen, but it's probably going to cost us about $80 to post it to Canada. Let's not worry about that. Butt chin, stick a butt chin in. Just a little curve that side, little curve that side, double-ended flick off, wonky in the middle, broken lines at the end there. So we've got ourselves a little butt chin. All right, what are we doing next? I'm laughing at the chat. So those of you that are watching on X, I'm laughing at the chat in Discord. The chat in Discord's going mental at the moment. There's not much chat going on in X. If you want to have a conversation on X, you can do that. I will see that, but the guys in Discord won't. Where are we next? We're halfway through. Let's go and put some eyes in. So I love this way of doing eyes. Once you've got an eyeball in, a pencil line like that, what we're going to do is we're going to do the angry eyebrows. So it's going to be like a curve, a swoosh across the top of the eyebrow, and then a drop down the side of the eyeball. So we start and finish outside the eyeball, but we're going to take a little slice out from the inside of the eyeball. It's easier if I draw it. Also, maybe try and get it so that it just touches up to the nose a little bit. That would look really cool. So here we go. Let's start outside the eyeball. Curve. Get into the eyeball. Up here. As soon as you get outside again, just a little flick down. So it's a curve to get into the eye. That angry eyebrow just leaning upwards and then dropping down there. Do something similar on the other side. Nice big swoosh, starting and finishing outside the eyeball. That's the main thing, taking a slice out of the top of the eye. Double line it. Wow, look how big that is. Where's Joff? There he is. So yeah, I should point out, if you comment on X, it does show up on the live feed, which also shows up in the Discord. So if you've got any messages for people in the Discord. Well, there you go, double line it, nice and wonky with your lines. What are we doing next? Then we're going to go around the rest of the eyeball. The bits of the eyeball that you can now see, those pencil bits just around the outside edge there, that's the only real bit we can see. You might have a little bit just there, depending on how big your nose is. But let's go and outline the rest of that. And again, double line it, nice and wonky. Strong intersections this time. So an intersection is where 2 lines kind of join each other like that, like in a T-junction, like that. That up there is an intersection, that down there is an intersection. Make those bits of the line a little bit fatter. Nox, yeah, it is recorded, mate. Have you updated your profile pic? It looks like you've updated your profile pic. That's really cool. Yeah, this will be recorded. A full replay will be available tomorrow with all the rubbish bits edited out. Not all the rubbish bits, just the bit where I had to restart Discord. Put some pupils in. I like to do pupils right at the end, so if I make a mistake somewhere, I can have my character looking at that mistake, and I can draw something over the top of that mistake, so it always looks like it was meant to be there. Pupils, we're going to do some different pupils today. Capital C with a capital C inside it. It's going to look like this, look. Capital C, like that. And then inside that, do another capital C, like that. And then colour that bit in, yeah. What we're doing there is we're getting a black pupil, and then this bit that's left out is the little reflection. Go and do the same kind of thing over the other side. Look, capital C, another capital C, colour it in. And there we've got a couple of pupils. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more lines left in the eyes, and then we're on to final stage, and we're wrapping up then. 6 lines left. So let's go and put the cheekbones in. Cheekbones are going to come from the side of the eye. They're not going to touch anything. You see this line that's coming down here? Maybe kind of bring that back again. Put a little lump out there. Same on this side. Like that line, it comes back again about there. Put a big lump out there. That's going to be like these little cheekbones. One way of really breaking up a character is by adding cheekbones in it. You can see where I did that with with Nox's piece. So just like these little bits going around the side of the eyes. That kind of stuff just breaks it up, so it's not just a plain old kind of sausage shape as a head. Not that I have a problem with sausage shapes as heads. Yeah, share your progress in the chat if you can. Always good to see. I do sometimes wonder, Joff, about these people who are watching the broadcast on X. We've got 30 people watching there at the moment. Nobody in the chat, though. It makes me wonder who they are. If you people are real, put something in the comments. Just let me know where you're watching from. That's all I want to know. Just something that doesn't make you sound like a bot would be great. Where are we next? 2 more lines. Okay, L shapes. L shapes around the top of the eyebrow. So you see this bit over here? We're going to make that line kind of, it disappears just there. It's going to come back about here. It's going to go across and then drop down. So just there, cross, drop down, just there, cross, drop down. Something like that. Wonky in the middle, fat in the middle. And, oof, gone out way too far there. Yeah, a wonky in the middle, flicked off at the ends. That's a double-ended flick off. Well, let me zoom out a little bit so we can get the rest of this character in. That's kind of what it should be looking like. Nice zombie ready for Friday 13th. Where are we next? Oh yeah, 2 more lines. Let's go and put some wrinkles in the head. We're going to go up, down with these wrinkles across the head. Okay, so like this, look, here. Up, down, down. Double-ended flick off, fat monkey in the middle, flicked off either end. It's also a floater, that line, so it doesn't touch anything else. Everything else we've drawn, it's like one line after a line after line after line. They're all connected. This one is a floater. Just kind of sits there on its own. Let me zoom out a little bit more. Let's do another one of those. So up, down, up, down. Maybe even a small one. Whatever you want to do in there is fine. Okay, let's bring it home with a wonky head. We're going to give it a wonky head, and we're going to give it a couple of really easy ears. The ears are 2 letters, a capital C and a capital F. Let's get the head out of the way with first. So I'm going to go a bit weird with my head. Essentially, what you want to do is you want to join this part of the cheekbone over there, and we're going to go all the way around the top and join it onto that part of the cheekbone, okay? Rather than just doing a plain old circle, make it a little bit wonky though, okay? So let's bring it up here. Let's do a weird shape like that. See, it's leaning over to one side. It's not a smooth curve. It's a bit of a wonky shape. Looks so much better than a regular head. Double line it, make it nice and wonky. Strong intersections where the lines join, just there and there. We go for strong intersections because that's where the shadows live. So that's why we've gone a little bit thicker there. Welcome in, Maximus. Thank you very much for joining. Yeah, we're wrapping up. We've got about 3 minutes left, mate. But you've come in at the right time for the little freebie that Joff's going to give away in a little while. If you fancy it, we're drawing zombies. See if you can knock out a zombie in the next 3 minutes. Good luck. Last thing we're going to do, the last part, the main thing we're going to do with this one is those 2 ears. Now remember, capital C, capital F. Nice and easy. Yuya is here on X. Thanks very much for joining on X and proving that at least one person out of the 30 watching on X are a not bots. I don't know what that means. Do an XGA. Oh, it's Vendetta. Okay, that makes sense. Actually, I can see from the profile pic now, yeah. Nice. You just wanted to get on the feed, yeah? Where are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, capital C. Here we go. Let's go round about here. Capital C, look. There's our first line. Nice and easy. Inside that, let's go and put a capital F. The F comes out here, look. So from there, drop down, drop down. That's it. That's all we need. Wonk it up. And we've got ourselves, that's a passable ear with just 2 letters. Go and do something similar on the other side. Capital C, obviously it's going the opposite way around. Capital F, pointing down. How easy was that? This got like a baby-like quality to it. I didn't really intend that, but I like how it's looking. Okay, let's finish this off. This is the fun bit about the artwork. All that before that we've just done, that's the hard work. That's the graft. That's what I keep telling my wife anyway. I work hard for a living. The fun bit, though, is just kind of adding those little extra decorations to your drawings. So these are the things that we're going to do. We're going to add loads of spots to our character. So some are going to be just circles. Some are going to be actually coloured in spots. Clump them together and randomise and put them all over the character. We're also going to add in some hair. So just flick off a few lines around the head, around the chin, around the ears, wherever you want. Just give it loads of hair. And then the other bit is like any other little bits of texture, like some little flicked off lines for some teeth graining, that kind of stuff. I'm going to work really fast on mine. Might even throw in a little bit of a neck. I've got a bit of space here. We've got a bit of time for throwing a neck, so let's do that. Look, spots in first though, look. Let's quickly go in with loads of spots, and you can see how I'm clumping these together, yeah? Big and small together. There's a big one with a small one and a tiny one. That kind of stuff, yeah? So clumping them together just makes them look a lot more natural. Then let's go and flick in some hairs. That's my kind of haircut, look. Just flick a few little hairs, some from the outside, go from the ears as well. You'll get to that age where that's a natural thing. Little bits around the chin, let's have a few little bits poking out there. Again, don't think about it too much, just go and flick in a couple of hairs. Have them all pointing in different directions. That looks okay to me. What next? Right, let's go and quickly put in this neck. I'm going to put a neck, a bone, and just make it look a little bit more like it's got a bit of depth. So here we go. 2 lines coming out. There's our neck. Little zigzag joining those together. Awesome. Right, 2 lines coming out of that zigzag down the bottom there. From those 2 lines, join them up with 2 circles like this. join them up with those 2 circles like that, and then we're going to do the back of the, where is it? We're going to do the back. Let's just put in a bit there and a bit there and colour those bits in. Colour those bits in, and then let's double line all of that. Double line it, make it all nice and wonky. Remember, the only consistent thing about your line work should be how inconsistent they are. Once you've double lined it, we're going to do a little bit of flicking off in the neck, and we're going to add a little shadow under the chin, and then we are done. Maybe put in a few little bits of decorations on the outside as well, throw in some flies, but we are wrapping up now. So Joff will be adding your names to the Wheel of Losers. So now's a good time. If you've got a finished photo, go and whack it in the chat. You get extra, I can't remember now what you do. You get extra chances to win, or you get to win different things. I can't quite remember, but either way, whacking your artwork into the chat is going to help you win more stuff. Right, let's go flick a few little lines in these bones, right? So you see this, start there, flick a little line every time you get to a bend. Round there, flick a little line next time you get to a bend. Keep on going round, flick a little line next time you get to a bend. Look at that, you see how we just added those 3 extra little flicks in there, and how that looks? Just makes it look like that bone is kind of twisted round a little bit. Last thing to do, little drop shadow across the chin there. So let's just colour that bit in. And that's it for your zombie character. Already I'm seeing things popping up in the chat. Whose is that? Silent Thax. So bad but was rushing. No, it looks good, mate. There's loads of promise in there. Just remember those eyebrows, those swooshes that we did across the top of the eye. Need to take a little bit out of the eye. That's going to make it look a lot better if you do that. The same with the nostrils. Take them so they're going over the eyes, just so that those eyes look like they're behind other bits of furniture in the face. That will improve it. I'm just going to go and whack in some flies, look. Some drips. Where else can I put drips? Put one in the ear. Always do a fly going upside down as well. Maybe even do a fly line so we know where these flies are coming from. This one's going crazy. What do we reckon? I think that's going to be a finish. A few little stitches in there. Just go and have a bit of fun with it. If you like what you're drawing, carry on drawing it that way. If you don't like it, stop drawing. Artwork, it really is as easy as that. I kind of like that. I'm going to put a few little shadows in there. How are we getting on with our Wheel of Losers, Joff? It's there, look. It's there. So if you tapped on me to make me big, then tap on me again to make me small. And you should see Joff's Wheel of Losers. The best part is you think I'm copying cut, but you're learning techniques. Every single thing I do, mate, is about technique. Every single thing we practice today is about technique. Nice and easy ones to remember, so that when you're drawing your own stuff, you just apply some of these techniques and it'll just make your artwork look so much better. Leo Trusted, so that's looking fantastic. Got 2 different pictures coming up there. Are they the same picture? 2 different pictures. I think they're the same, but we've got like a halfway and an almost finished one. I love what you've done there with the neck. Really flared out bits of skin. That's looking awesome. Well done. So one thing of yours, Leo, just try putting a power line on. Power line is where you just go around the outside edge of your artwork with a much thicker line. I'm going to do it on one side of my artwork so you can see what it looks like. But essentially what it does is it frames your artwork, makes it look, just holds it all together really. So look, just going really thick. Just with the outside border. Nothing. Don't go into the detail on the inside. Just go outside, look. There we go. So we've got a power line on one side. You can see how good it looks on one side and how the other side now just looks a little bit unfinished. That's a power line. So, you know when you get to the end of a picture and you're like, there's something about it I just don't quite like. Usually a power line will fix that. Knox going to give drawing a shot later when I'm home from work. Awesome, mate. I can't wait to see that. Make sure you share it with us. Maybe we could do a trade, when the Canadian mail service is back online. We could do a trade. You can send me something. And I'll send you your fucker. I'm going to finish off your fucker as well. There's other bits I want to do to it. Maybe put a little bit of background, that kind of stuff. I don't know. Just keep watching my live broadcast, so I'll do something with it. Artsy Natty, how are you getting on with yours? I love the shape of the head. Nice big fat round head. Got some flies going on there. Don't forget to colour the back of the mouth in black just to add that contrast, make it look like it's behind the teeth when it's black. But yeah, that looks awesome. Right, any more? Now's the time to really quickly go and post in your artwork in the chat because we are wrapping up. Yeah, Knox, it's all good, mate. And then when I come over to Canada, I'm going to come to your place for a bite to eat. Unless you're like running a soup kitchen. I don't know what you do for a living. I know you cook. I know you're a chef. But if you like running a soup kitchen for like rough sleepers, then it probably wouldn't be good for me to just turn up and start eating the food. I'll be a bit more delicate than that.
Have you seen pictures of Knox's kitchen?
I don't think I have.
Oh, you have to share that, Knox.
Okay, I'm going to look around. Oh, you got a diner. That sounds cool, mate. There you go, Joff. On Tuesday, that's what we're booking in. Flight to Canada. Any more people want to put their artwork into the chat? Now's the time to do it. I'm going to quickly do a power line around the rest of my drawing. I'm going to hand this over to Joff, who's going to... oh, there it is. Oh, mate, look at the artwork in the back. That's awesome. Like proper legit stuff. Cheers, Knox. Do appreciate everything you do. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to put in the power line on the rest of mine. Joff, it's over to you, mate, if you want to, anything you want to say to get the wheel running and on the go.
Oh, Wiggs with a late entry.
Wiggs is in? How you doing, Wiggs?
Yeah.
Oh, look at the cute little baby Wiggs. That looks really cool. I like what you've done with the eyes on there as well.
Yeah,
But
those eyes are cool.
butt chin actually looks like a butt chin. I could just imagine two little legs just popping out the bottom of that butt chin, and it would look like a proper butt. That's really nice.
Just checking we've got everyone in the audience. If you are in the audience and you can't see your name on the wheel, let me know straight away. I think everyone's in.
Yeah, I do like that as well, Dubs. The broken, the bitten off ear. Little
Cool.
details.
Should we spin this then?
Yeah, mate, let's go for it. Do you need some sound effects?
I might be okay. Actually, no, because I'm not streaming through your software, am I? So yeah. So can I get a drum roll?
Here we go. A
When
timpani
you're
roll.
ready. Are you ready? So we've got everyone in. There you go. Should we try it again?
Yeah, you ready, mate? Go for it. Go.
Right, go.
Slick. We are
Dubs,
professional.
congrats. You've won a beef.
Well done, Dubs.
If you can open a ticket and let me know your wallet address, we'll get that over to you.
Did you see somebody bought my beef for 200 say?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Do we know who it is?
They did. I can't remember who it was. It's on I'm on the corporate feed because I shared it.
Okay, lovely. Cool. And then Jobins.
Jobins.
Nice.
That's right. That's exactly who it was.
Oh, that's cool. So this one is for a Minty's Villager. Give us a go. Are you ready with the drum roll?
Oh yeah. Hang on.
Go on.
Okay, ready when you are.
Ready? Let's go.
Almost got it just right there.
Artsy Natty.
Artsy Natty, well done. There you go. So, yeah, just a reminder for everybody that Corp Dogs Project, we're minting on Monday. The whole point of the project is two things. One is to get you creative. So doing drawing lessons like this, we've got loads of plans for other sessions that we want to do to get people creative, not just you, but artists, amateurs, professionals, everybody kind of drawing together. The other thing we want to do is grow your art collection as well. So if you buy a Corp Dog, then you will also get access to all the art drops that join in with that as well, that follow on with that.
So we've got 13 pieces of art that are going to be landing in your wallets over the course of a year.
13 pieces of art, all from different artists. And the aim for us is we're going to try and launch these artists on Say as well. So they won't be just here dropping art and disappearing. The plan is to try and get some of those artists to be able to build careers here in Say as well. And yeah, for that, we need your support. So I think anything else, any other announcements, Geoff?
No, I think that's it. Just keep notifications on. Engage with our posts if you can. Share, retweet. Let everyone know about us. That'd be awesome.
There you go. Yeah, head over to the Corp Dogs NFT X feed. Share our latest tweet about the mint drop. That's all we need from you at the moment. Thanks very much for tuning in.
Mega thread.
Share the mega thread. Yeah, it sounds fantastic. Geoff put a lot of work into this mega thread as well, so don't tell him about the typos that are in there. But if anybody spots any typos, just let me know. There's no typos. Don't worry, Geoff. There we go. Right. Okay, we're done. Thank you very much for tuning in, everybody. This is our last doodle on Discord before we mint on Monday and Tuesday next week. So keep an eye out for that. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you all again next week for another doodle on Discord. Take care, everyone. See you all soon. Cheerio. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, we're in already. Hi, everybody. Just turn the music off. Welcome in. I missed the countdown a little bit there. Hi, Anastasia. Hope you're doing well, mate. Thank you for joining in. Are you watching on X? That's cool. Let me just... Sorry, things just kind of got ahead of me there. I thought we had like 2 minutes to go, and we didn't. And I was just saying, yeah, back to our usual kind of scrappy, winging it selves with a live stream. Is Logan watching? That's what I want to know. Probably shouldn't be watching right yet. Anastasia's in. Hi, Anastasia. Yeah, watching on X. Thank you very much for joining in. So we are broadcasting today's Doodle on Discord on X under corporate, which is me, and under Corp Dogs NFT as well. So yeah, we plan to longer term. We do plan to kind of broadcast it on all the other platforms as well, on YouTube and Facebook and other places, maybe Twitch as well. But we'll see how we get on. Yeah. You watch everything, mate. I probably, yeah, probably. This is why we need to get some more funding in, mate, so that we can improve our. You can sit there with 5 laptops, so we can broadcast one drawing. Right. So yeah, thank you very much for joining, everybody. It's Doodle on Discord. It's a Wednesday night doodle, something really, really simple, brought to you by Corp Dogs. Corp Dogs is the NFT project that myself and Joff's here, and so hi, Joff. he is here. He's already had a little bit of a chat, but yeah, me and Joff, we're co-founders of Corp Dogs, and the main thing we want to do is just get people creative and get people growing their art collection. That's what we're all about. So yeah, today's session is Doodle on Discord, where I'm just going to show you step by step how to draw something. We're going to draw like a zombie head with some like characters coming out the top of the zombie head. Nice and simple. You'll just need a Sharpie if you want to join in. So Sharpie and a piece of paper. Go and grab that now. No excuses if you haven't got a Sharpie and you haven't got, if you just need a felt tip pen. If you're using a pencil, you can leave straight away. We're not using pencils. We've got to go in with Sharpies, yeah, with a felt tip pen. It's going to make it a lot more fun that way. It'll only take us about 20 minutes to do the drawing. It's a nice, quick, simple drawing today. And then what we'll do after we've finished the drawing is we'll whip over to Joff, who is going to be organising and giving away a piece of artwork. Joff, can you tell us a little bit more about the artwork you're giving away? Awesome. Right. I'm not sure if anybody, I'm not sure if anybody on X could hear that for some reason. You're not coming through. It's saying you're in the green room still at the moment. So everybody on, yeah. Everybody on Discord, you would have heard the full lowdown on that one. So that's why it's better to get involved on Discord, because you can be a bit more interactive with us. But essentially, yeah, we're going to give away an NFT at the end of the session as well. We'll do a little wheel of losers. We'll spin the wheel, and somebody within the Discord will win the Moods NFT. But yeah, I can't figure out for the life of me why we're getting no audio from you. But yeah, we'll not worry about that too much. If you want to listen to Joff's dulcet tones, then make sure you join us on the Discord. Discord will come up down the bottom here. You see this little ticker that's going down the bottom? In there will be the Discord details. So if you want to join in and listen to Joff, you can join in just there, okay? Right, what we're going to do is we're going to get in with... we're going to get in with drawing, shall we? Let's change over then. Here we go. So like I say, all you need is an A4 sheet of paper and a Sharpie. That's all you need for today's session. We're going to keep it nice and easy. Really simple. Yeah, so just grab your Sharpie. Let's go and put some lines in. Ooh, connection's rugging a bit, is it? I'm sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. You know, me and Joff had a little catch up just before the live session started, and it all seemed like it was going really well. As long as you can see the video, that's the important bit. All right, let's get on with it, shall we? Thank you very much. If you go Sharpie, we're going to draw a zombie. Let's go draw a zombie first. So first thing we're going to do, about halfway down the page, we're going to draw 2 rectangles. These rectangles, they're going to have rounded edges. Love you too, Dania. We're going to have rounded edges and we're going to leave a little gap across the top as well. Okay, so let's go and draw these 2 rectangles. Don't go too wide, because these rectangles are like the eyebrows as well. So we need to have a little bit of space on the side for the ears. So let's go about halfway down. Let's go for something like that. 2, shocking. That'll do. You know, in the middle there, 2 rectangles, rounded edges, flicked off in the middle there towards the center. Don't forget double line them. Yeah, double lining is not about making the line twice as thick. It's making the line twice as wonky. So let's go and just double line that all. Wonky lines are a really nice way of kind of like hiding any mistakes that you might make in the future. So that's why I like a wonky line. Everyone got that in? That's stage 1. Well, that's not stage 1. Stage 1 is the eyes. Let's go and put the rest of the eyes in. So we're going to go for a half circle underneath. You kind of want this half circle in the center, closer to the center of the eyes in here. So let's go, and in fact I'll zoom in a little bit here as well. Woo. There we go. Half circles like that. Nice and wonky half circles. You see I've gone one a little bit bigger than the other. That's absolutely fine. Let's put a little reflection in just there. Little reflection in both sides. Colour the rest of the eye in black. Anybody that misses this session or wants to take part another time, or maybe has family members that you think will enjoy this, there will be a replay of this video, this tutorial, out tomorrow. It'll be on the Corp Dogs NFT X feed, so make sure you subscribe there. Okay, there's our eyes. We're just going to flick out a few little lines. So in the middle of the eyes, look, well, inside of the eye, just flick a little line down there, flick a little line down there. Little tiny lines. That's going to help us with like the bridge of the nose. On the outside of the eye, we're going to flick a little line. This time it's going to curve around the eyeball. So like that, little flick. Little flick. If you flick the pen, what's going to happen is when you flick the pen, you get a nice tapered thin edge. That's what we're going for today's session. Okay. There's our eyes. Let's go put some cheekbones in. So this time the cheekbones are going to come from the eyebrow again. And again, just curve underneath the eyeball. Again, another flick kind of line like this. Thick and wonky at the top there. A bit thin and tapered down the bottom. Do something similar on the other side. Doesn't have to be exactly the same. Just something similar is good enough. Awesome. Joff's just shared in the Discord what we're going to be giving away today. Let me just show you. That's our NFT giveaway. So anybody that's in the Discord and has well, anybody that's in Discord, I think gets their name in the draw. Anybody that's actually drawing with us, post their picture in the Discord, gets an extra entry. Okay, so you double your chances of winning. But yeah, that's what we're going to be giving away today. Quite a beautiful piece of artwork, actually. I wouldn't mind having a little go at drawing that myself. Nice. Right, let's get back on with this one. Let's go and whack in a nose. Nose is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. 5 lines. First line is going to be a big kind of U shape. Let's have it sitting about there. Double-ended flick off. Wonky in the middle. That's one line. Line number 2 and line number 3 are the nostrils. So let's go and put those nostrils in. So either side, look, just a little curve, a little flick. Anybody's struggling, if you struggle to flick off, what you need to do is just do some little dots and dashes. It's the next best thing. You can see I've done it across the top here. Look, my flicking off wasn't particularly effective just there, so just some little dots and dashes. Just get like that Morse code kind of noise in your head, and just do that with your pen. That's how I work it out. Okay, how are we doing here? That's 2 more lines for the nose. Next 2 lines, we're just going to take it from the nostrils, and we're just going to flick a couple of little lines out again. From there, flick one out that side, flick one out that side. So little kind of diagonal lines. Flick and flick. I think that looks okay. That's kind of looking what it's meant to look like. How many people have we got watching on X now? We've got 50 people watching on X. Thank you very much for joining in. If you're enjoying this and you want to take part, then the replay will be available tomorrow. I think actually X will probably put the replay available straight away. All you need is a Sharpie and a piece of paper, 20 minutes spare, and you can have a little go drawing this. We're drawing a zombie with a load of characters coming out of its head. Right, we are, let's get this mouth out of the way, and then we're halfway through our drawing. So with the mouth, same way as we did these eyebrows. You see these eyebrows where they kind of like had a break at the top? We're going to do the same kind of shape down here, a little bit skinnier, break at the bottom instead. So let's go for this, about there. Flick in. See how it goes, about the same width as the eyes. That's not too bad. Let's double line it, nice and wonky. Flicking off around the bottom, or at the very least, dots and dashes around the bottom. Okay, beautiful. That's the bottom lip that you've just drawn in there. So let's go and attach this bottom lip to the eyes. One line that side, one line this side, look. And we're all attached. We've got a lot of space though. Where this top lip lives, we've got a lot of space, so let's go and throw in some teeth in that point. I always think when it comes to teeth, just go wonky with it. You know, you don't have to put an even number of teeth in. You don't have to put like neat looking teeth in. Just go and find a gap and just go and whack in some teeth. Let's go for a pointy one. Don't think about it too much. You see how I started thinking about what tooth to put in there, and immediately I stopped drawing. That's why I say don't think about it too much when you're drawing. Just kind of throw the lines in, hope for the best. If it works out, carry on doing it. If it doesn't work out, don't do it anymore. That's as easy as drawing should be. And yeah, the other thing I was going to say, if anybody watching on X, do me a favour, just quickly see if you can find out how to share and retweet, repost, whatever you call it nowadays. The feed, that would be really helpful. Thank you very much. Right, where are we at next? Let's go and whack in the chin, head, ears, and we're nearly done. Yeah, the chin is going to be a little D shape coming off the bottom there, going over to the other side. Look, double line it, nice and wonky. For our chin, maybe we want to turn that into a bit of a butt chin. We can do that, look, just with a little curve there. Double-ended flick-offs, just touching each other, just a little tiny bit. Should we do? Let's do it. Let's just quickly whack in a neck, just because we've got time and we've got space. Let's just whack in a little zombie neck. So a little torn neck like that. Some little triangles down the bottom to make it look like the back of the neck. Also, what you'll notice I've just done there is I've just made a bit of a boo-boo. You see how this line, look, this line for the neck is just kind of coming up into the chin a little bit. That's what we call a mistake, because I went a bit too far with it. And that's exactly why I double line everything I do, because by double lining it, you're giving yourself loads of like free room to correct these little mistakes. So what we can do is just go across there, look, make that part of the line a little bit thicker, and because other parts of the line are nice and thick, it just looks like it's always meant to be that way. So it's just one of those ways that you'll really start enjoying how you draw if you know that future mistakes are easy to fix. I think one of the big fears when it comes to drawing is that you're going to balls it all up, you're going to make a bit of a mess, and you're not going to be able to fix it. This is a really nice way of being able to fix it. Oh, let's put a little shadow in. Just thicken that bit out down the bottom. Let's put a little shadow in just there. Just sends the neck sends the neck a little bit further back, yeah. Okay, let's do the ears. Each ear is 2 letters, capital C, capital F. So over on this side, let's do an ear. Let's whack it in just here. Let's make it go all the way to the edge of the page. There's our capital C. Wonky as you like. So go and throw that in first. Then we're going to throw in a capital F. The capital F will come from here, go across, flick down. Go into the middle, flick down again. There's a capital F. It's kind of pointing downwards, but that's all right. Ruggs is saying in the Discord about the loss of palette weighing heavy. I've only just found out. So palette has been one of the like marketplaces for say NFTs, and from what Joff was saying, it's closing down. It's either closed down or it's closing down very soon, which I don't know, just feels a little bit sad. It's going to do the same kind of ear over on the other side. Look, nice big C shape. You see what I've done there? I've gone loads bigger with this ear, and the reason I've done that is because over on this side, look, the ear goes like to within a finger width of the edge of the page. So I wanted to do the same over here, go within a finger width of the edge of the page. It just kind of balances your artwork a little bit better. It does mean you've got one big ear, but the way it kind of sits on the paper will look a lot better. So there's our capital C. Obviously, we've done it the other way around, and there's our capital F. Like that. Just go in there, nice and wonky, dots and dashes, that kind of thing. How are we doing? We're 16 minutes in. 16 minutes in and nearly finished. Last thing we're going to do is we're going to put on an open head. We're going to open up the top of the head with a little zigzag. So you see where these lines around the edge of the eyes, these lines around the edge of the eyes, they're going to come up. They're going to grow up from here. Colleen, that's looking amazing. Sorry, Colleen's posting her artwork in the Discord, and it just distracted me. Right, so those lines, they're going to come up from the top of the eyebrows and then a little zigzag all the way across. Okay, so look from there, make it look like it's coming out of the top. From there, it's going to come out of the top there, and then just a wonky old zigzag going all the way across. Something like that will do nicely. I should point out as well that in the I run the Corp Academy. Corp Academy is a community of artists where we get in there and I produce loads of I produce loads of drawing tutorials, drawing challenges, stuff like that. Tash helps me as well. I don't know if Tash is in the Discord or watching on X, but yeah. Tash helps loads with like coming up with challenge ideas, and one of the challenge ideas that she came up with was about drawing what's inside you. And we don't mean like from a well-being, what's inside you, draw your feelings kind of nonsense. What we're talking about is like physically what is inside. And so one of the drawings we've done is like what was inside. See if I can just dig it out for you and show you. One of the drawings we've just done is what is inside your head. Oh, no, it's what's inside a monster's mouth. That's right. So it's that kind of thing, yeah. We can just draw something really weird. I've got another. I'm going to show people how to draw intestines spilling out of a little cartoon character's body for Posca Club at some stage. So that's the kind of weird stuff that we draw, and that's where this prompt has come from. It's all about drawing something, drawing what's inside of something. So the stuff that's inside is we're going to just draw a load of worms coming out of the top of this character's head now. So, yeah, if you've got your own ideas of what you want to have coming out the top of the head, who's just shared that? Is that you, Colleen, again? Colleen's just shared their artwork as well in the Discord, so have a little look at the little monsters they're putting. But yeah, we're going to just draw loads of stuff coming out the top of the head. It can be anything you want, from like worms, intestines, brains, you know, thin air, whatever you want to put in there. Let's go and I'm going to put in some worm shapes there, like little Gurkasaur shapes. I call these Gurkasaurs because they're halfway between a gherkin and a dinosaur. So watch this. Look. We've got a little sausage shape in there first. Little bouncy line going across the back. This is what makes it look like a dinosaur, like a bit of a Stegosaurus kind of vibe going on. But then what makes it look like a gherkin is these little dashes that we put on this character as well. Just to give it like a bit of a dimpled effect. That's what we're going for. Joff, thank you for replying to Bloom Therapies on X. I think Bloom Therapies might be linked to me. That might be my missus. So you don't need to talk to her. You don't want to. Just be wary. She might be. She'll be hassling us about why we didn't get it working. She'll be hassling me anyway. I'm only joking. She wouldn't do such a thing. Right, let's move on. We've got a character in. Let's go put some eyes on there. So for the eyes, just two little black circles. For the mouth, a little W. keep it nice and simple, yeah? Let's flick off in each spine. Trying to quickly move the conversation on now. How many people we've got watching now on X? We've got 60 odd people in on X. Thank you very much for joining in. Hope you're enjoying this little tutorial. We're now just putting some little characters popping out the head. So there's our first character. Let's go and put another one in. Look, just coming out like that. Again, double line it like that. This time maybe put a slightly different shape in for the back. Going a bit spikier this time. There's no rules. There's no right or wrong thing to do. Just go and throw something in, see what happens. Remember those dashes to make it look like it is Gherkinasaur, like a bit gherkin. Keep with a simple face. So just 2 little black circles. And maybe, what about a U shape this time? A little U shape for the mouth. Let's go and do one on the other side. This time I'm going to do another bouncy line coming out the back. Double lining everything we do. Now, double lining everything you do is going to make your drawing take twice as long, but it gives you this really interesting line work that you don't get if you single line it. Single line it, you know, you're going to get some nice smooth drawings, but I think smooth drawings are a little bit overrated, so I prefer wonky doodle. Wonky doodles are easier to draw and I think look better as well. So there's my third character. Let's go and put a little face on that one as well. What we're going to do for this one's mouth, let's just do a little grumpy mouth, a little downwards curve like that. Right, last few seconds then, we're just going to feel free to go and put extra little characters coming out the head. Maybe put one in just there, look. Yeah, one in. Let's finish off one just there. Nice little one because it won't take too long to draw. And a little face like that. Nice and simple, yeah? Okay, what we're going to do now, we're just going to start from the top. We're going to go down the bottom of our face, and we're just going to see if there's any like extra little details that we want to throw into this piece. So I will zoom in a little bit. Those top characters, they look busy enough. They're okay. So let's just work our way down. Let's go and put some little spots in this, on this zombie head. Maybe put in a few little, like, look at that, little kind of U shape, little C shapes for some extra little boils and things like that. Flick off a few lines. Put some little hairs coming out of it. Throw some hairs on the ears. That kind of stuff, yeah? Don't think about it too much. Just throw them in. Whenever you're doing spots and things like that, always do them, clump them together. Do them in 2s or 3s. Clump them together like that. They always look a lot better when they're clumped together. If you try to spread them out, they're going to end up looking like a pattern. That doesn't look quite as good. Let's flick off a few little lines in the teeth for a little bit of teeth graining. Some going up, some going down. That kind of thing. Down the bottom, let's get some little spots in there as well. What else can we do? Let's put some little boils. Maybe a little boil on the back. Little spots and things. This is looking alright. Let's go and put some stitches in. Maybe a few little drips. Like I say, don't think about it too much. Just go and throw it in, see what happens. If it looks good, keep on doing it. If it doesn't look good, stop doing it. It's as easy as that. Okay, last thing I'm going to do now with this piece is I'm just going to put some little ink splats around the outside edge and some flies and things like that, just to finish it all off, and then we're done. Okay, so it's totally over to you now to like add those little finishing touches to your doodle. Once you've done that, if you're in the Discord and you're taking part in the, you want a double entry in the giveaway, then please go and post your name in, or post your artwork in the Discord. Take a quick photo, snap a quick photo. It doesn't matter if it's not finished, as long as it started and it looks reasonably similar. As long as it looks like you made an effort, then I'm sure Joff will put you into the draw. Joff, whilst we're at it there, like I say, you're in the green room for some reason in on Ecamm. I don't know why that is. That might be because you're muted. But we are going to switch over to Joff in a sec. We're going to have a little look at the Wheel of Losers. And it's only the Wheel of Losers because most of the people on there are going to lose. There's only probably going to be... It's only usually like 1 or 2 people that win. So we will head over to that in a little bit. Silenthax has just put their drawing on. Look at those little tentacles coming out the top. That looks amazing. Hang on, Silenthax. I'm going to just quickly share what that one looks like. Look at that. That's awesome, mate. Brilliant stuff. I love it. Yeah, one of the things we've been drawing this week in the Corp Academy, and again, one of Tash's prompts was to draw tentacles. Just add tentacles. Adding tentacles into places where you wouldn't normally expect to see a tentacle. I don't know if I did it in this book. Oh no, I did splats in that book. Don't know where my other book is. I've got too many sketchbooks going on. But yeah, I did a tentacle coming out of a takeaway box, like a little noodle box, which looked pretty cool.
Can you hear me now, Corp?
I can hear you, but I don't think... yeah, guests, I think. Yeah, go on then.
No, I'm just trying to work out some mic issues.
I think you are coming through, mate, on the X feed as well now. So thank you very much for that. I don't know how you did that, but awesome. It doesn't matter how it worked out. Yeah, so we're just throwing in some like last little bits. Maybe put some little drips in on yours. Throw in a photo on the Discord, and we will get around to sharing it. There we go. Extra little drips. Oh, I should probably put something coming out the bottom here, shouldn't I? What's everybody else done? African Giza fucker. Is that how I don't know if I've pronounced that right, but yeah, awesome little drawing. The only thing is you're drawing really small there, mate. You know, go and draw bigger. Well, the bigger you draw, the easier it is to get all those little tiny details in. So yeah, just go a little bit bigger. Get a fat pen, go bigger. My top tip for anybody that wants to just kind of start drawing with marker pens is to go with a Sharpie and a fine liner. So look, I've got a 0.5 fine liner and a Sharpie. That's all you need, because what you can do with this little fine liner is you can go and add in all these extra little details and bits of shading. And this thin pen and fat pen combo just works out really nicely. See what I mean by just adding? So I'm only going to just spend a few seconds. I'm not going to put too much into this because we are out of time. But yeah, just if you want to start drawing, just use this fat pen, thin pen combo, and you can get loads of good stuff done. See, look at that. It looks nice. And yeah, you'd also go in with these eyes as well. You'd put in little tiny details in the face with a thinner pen. Right, we are done. There you go. Last thing to do. If you like what you've done, sign it. If you don't like it, put somebody else's name on it. Yeah, no worries, Silenthax. Oh, look at that. I've just seen Greets. Oh, I didn't see that one. I'm just going to quickly share that one as well. So we've got this one from Greets. Look at that. And again, look, you can see the thin pen, fat pen combo really coming out strong in that. So that really fat pen, giving those real big, bold lines in the actual zombie face. And then we've got those hairs. Look at the hairs coming out of that. We've got hairs coming out the pimple on the bottom lip. That kind of stuff. And the little tiny details up in the characters on the top. That's why I love that fat pen, thin pen combo. Looks like you're using Sakura Pigma pens as well. I think I'm going to move over to those soon as well. They're looking really good. Callao. Let's have a little look at Callahow's. There's Callahow's piece. That's looking really nice. Awesome stuff, mate. Loving the texture in your line work. That's looking really cool. Beautiful. Right, who else have we got? Callao. Did I share Colleen's? Let me share Colleen's. Look at that. Loads of little characters coming out the top. Beautiful bit of shading under the neck. That kind of stuff. That looks awesome. And who else have we got? Jotaro. Did you just change your name? I don't know. But look at that. Tiny one. So this is the one where I was just saying, just draw a little bit bigger. Bigger is easier to draw, and I know it's probably more difficult because it looks like you've only got a biro or a pencil to kind of do your drawing with. But yeah, try drawing a little bit bigger. It's going to really enhance your artwork loads. But that's a really solid start. I love that. Nice work. Right, is everybody in who's in? Anybody else want to add their name? Name change makes sense. Artsy Natty is in as well. Let's have a little look at Artsy Natty. Look at that one. Awesome. So it doesn't matter that it's not finished. We've still got some characters that are going to go on the back there. That's absolutely fine. I'd go a little bit fatter with some. So some of your lines look like they've been double lined really, really nicely. Some don't look like. Some look like they've just had single lines. Make sure you go over every single line, double line it, make it really fat, especially lines on the outside of the character. But yeah, looking really cool. Well done, Artsy. Anybody else throw in their artwork in on the Discord? Now's the time to do it. Oh yeah, I was going to sign mine, wasn't I? Even your signature, needs to be part of your artwork, nice and big on the front so everybody can see it. Double line your signature as well. Make it wonky, fat and wonky. Artsy, no problem. That is exactly what I'm here for. Jotaro, have you put some updates on yours? Looks like you've got some hairy bits coming out. Look at these little hairy bits. Awesome stuff. That's it. I mean, that actually looks like my hair when I take my cap off. Brilliant stuff. Okay. What do you reckon then, Joff? Is everybody in that needs to be in? Should we go over to the wheel?
Yes, looking good. I think everyone's in now. I've got all the doubles.
Here is the wheel, and I'm going to hand it over to Joff, who is now the king of the Wheel of Losers. Off you go.
You can hear me still, can't you?
I can hear you, and little green lights are flashing when you talk, which is always a good sign. Okay. So I think we're good.
It's always yeah, absolutely. Right, let's give it a go. Trying to remember how I did it. Oh yeah, click the middle. Let's go. Good luck, everyone. Oh, actually, let's shuffle it first.
Yeah, shuffle that.
All right, let's give it a go.
Worst sound effect timing ever. Is that it? Nice one, Greets. Well done.
Congrats, Greets.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm thinking Greets is a member of my community as well. I'm assuming either that or you got the same name. It could be somebody else, but yeah, congratulations. What's Greets one?
It's a one sec. It's the cow in the middle. It's the moose.
It's in the middle. There you go. So have a little look in the middle of that wheel. That's the cow you've won, the NFT that you've just won. Congratulations, Grace. Well done. Raise a ticket in the Discord. You looks like you are. Yeah, obviously you're in the Discord because that's how you've won. Only winners live in the Discord. So yeah, raise a ticket in the Discord and or reach out to Joff or myself, and we'll help you along with getting hold of your NFT.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Greet says they can't see it. One sec.
They can't see it. It is in the chat, mate. If you scroll a little bit further back in the chat, as soon as you find a cow with a robot arm on its shoulder, that's what you've just won. So yeah, we'll get that out to you. Like I say, just raise a ticket in the Discord. One thing then, so anybody else who's watching, thank you very much, Joff, for doing that. Anybody else who's watching today's session on X, on Twitter, down the bottom here, you'll see the Discord. There it is, discord.gg/ChordBlogs. Go and join that Discord if you can. If you want to be in with a chance of winning. So over in the Discord, there's a better opportunity to kind of interact and chat with us, but also you stand that's the only way you can actually win one of the NFTs at the end of the session as well that we're giving away. We're only giving away one today. It's a quiet week, so usually we give away quite a few different bits. So please make sure you join the community, or at the very least share it around for us. Any other announcements that we need to make, Joff?
I think that's it for now. Keep an eye on the Discord. We will have more to say in the next day or so. We've got some kind of updates on Corp Dogs and what we're up to. But yeah, that's it for tonight, I think.
Awesome stuff. Right, thank you very much for taking part, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that lesson. We're not going to be back next week. We'll be back in a few weeks' time, so we are going to take a little bit of a break for a few weeks. So keep your eyes peeled on the Corp Dogs X feed, and we'll let you know when the next doodle on Discord will be. Okay, take care, everybody. See you all soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for joining, wherever you're joining from. We're broadcasting all over the place today. So wherever you're joining from, whether that's on X, YouTube, Facebook, Discord, because we always did on Discord. We used to be exclusive on Discord. Nowadays, we're also broadcasting everywhere else. But new for today is we're broadcasting on Abstract as well. So, loads of options, loads of different places that you can join us. Just a couple of little things to remember is that if you want to be in with a chance of winning an NFT in the draw, you'll normally want to join through the Discord because that's where we'll be giving away NFTs. Not doing that today, though. We're just doing a quick old drawing session today. So, if you hopefully you're not too bothered about winning an NFT today, we'll get back on with that next week. But for today, it's just a quick old nice easy drawing session to get us back into the swing of things. If you want to earn XP, I think you can earn XP by joining us on Abstract and watching through Abstract as well. I don't know what XP is, what you get for it, or how you earn it, but you can do it that way. Let's quickly say hello to my comrade Joff. Hi, Joff. Are you there? And can you hear me?
Good evening. I can hear you, although I do have headphone issues right now. So I'm currently, broadcasting to the house.
I'll run the show for a little while. One of the things we did look at, actually, one of the things I looked at today was should we rename Doodle on Discord? Because we're not doing exclusively on Discord anymore, should we change the name of the show? And ChatGPT suggested we call it the Joff and Corp Show, which I'm not absolutely against. I kind of like the Joff and Corp Show. I think it gives you no idea of what to expect in the show, which is probably the kind of bar we want to set for anything that we do together. So, but yeah, if you are new, if you're this first time in, essentially what we're going to be doing here is a weekly drawing session on Wednesdays about this time. We might mix it up a little bit to get for our global audience, but about this time on a Wednesday, we'll do a little bit of drawing together. All you'll need is a Sharpie, which I've just realised I haven't got any Sharpies. All you need is a Sharpie, a fine liner, a pencil, a bit of paper. We'll do that. Then normally what we'd do at the end of that is we'd all go and we'll do Joff will whip out his wheel of losers. We'll spin the wheel. Everyone in the Discord gets an entry, and we'd give away whitelist. We'd give away NFTs. We'd do some sort of crypto giveaway. But yeah, thank you very much for joining. Just one thing before we actually start. So first of all, hi Mika. Thanks for joining. Mika's on YouTube. Appreciate you joining. If you are wherever you're from, just let me know what your name is, where you're from, where you're watching from, because it always blows my mind to find that we've got people from different parts of the world joining in. Hi Adrian. Adrian's joining on Facebook. Thanks for joining in, mate. Volts is already tipped on Abstract. That's the other thing you can do as well. And me and Joff had a proper discussion about how we're going to share our tips on Abstract, but we'll figure
50-50,
something.
isn't it?
Yeah, I think 50-50. I think everything just goes back into Dog's kitty, and then we'll have a little fight about it afterwards. But yeah, 50-50. That sounds fair to me because I don't fancy my chances in a fist fight with you. Yuri, thank you very much. Yuri's just tipped 10 Pingu as well, and Volts has tipped Pingu. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys doing that. That's very kind of you. Should we get started? Oh, yeah, before we do get started, can you do me a favour and just wherever you're watching from, no kind of advertising spend that we have will work as well as you recommending us to your friends. So tell your friends to tell their friends about what we're doing here. So you can do that just by sharing, by liking, by commenting, all the usual things that work on social media. But even if you've only got a small following, it really doesn't matter. It means a lot to us that you'll take our content and share it out with everybody you know. So please go and do that. I'd really appreciate it. Adrian's from NC. Anybody know what NC means? I'm going to guess that's some sort of state in America.
North Carolina?
North Carolina, that could be it. Yeah, let's go with that one.
We've also got Knox in Canada, Nova Scotia.
Knox is joining us on Discord. Hey, Knox. I've just seen Volts in Discord. Volts on Discord and on Abstract. Good for you,
That's just
mate.
greedy, isn't it?
That's the kind of commitment we need. Earning XP and potentially with winning an NFT if we were doing a giveaway today, which we're not. Who else is in? Let me just quickly say hello to a few others. Adrian says, yeah, it is North Carolina. Thanks for joining from North Carolina. Appreciate that, mate. Natalie Beavers. Hi, Natalie. How are you? Corporate Academy. Oh, it's Natalie. Okay, I know that is now. Hi, Natalie. Thanks for joining me. Hopefully I've made it nice and easy by broadcasting to Facebook as well, for you to be able to share and get a few more friends in. That'd be awesome. Colleen's in on Discord. Colleen, C-Stitch, Crypto Girl. Hey, Crypto Girl, part of the Corporate Dogs team. Tracy, Tash P, and Callus. I don't get to see who's watching on Abstract. I don't even know how you share and let people know about what's going on Abstract. But yeah, do what you can here. Volts, I didn't know you was in Brazil. Man, that's just really surprised me, that has. What a beautiful country. My wife went there a few years back and went to the big old Jesus thing. Jesus on a mountain. I'm sure it's got a proper name. But yeah, she went there. Had a really nice time. Apart from a couple of little ghettos that she was told to avoid, it was a beautiful country. But thank you for joining from Brazil. Really appreciate them. Christ the Redeemer, that's the one. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm so ignorant in your culture, but I shall remember that now. Okay, let's get on with it. Let's do some drawing. Like I said, we're just going to do a quick drawing session today, just for a bit of fun, just for a bit of a chill out time. If it is in the morning, wherever you're watching from, if it's morning for you, I was told the other day that the first 10 minutes of your morning set the tone for the rest of the day. So rather than watching, someone having a fight on Twitter, why not join in with us, do a little bit of drawing, listen to some nice music, do some like feel good stuff for that first 10 minutes of your day, because it sets the tone for the rest of the day. And I genuinely believe that. Not generally, I genuinely believe that, because when you're listening to a bit of music first thing in the morning, it kind of sticks with you all day. I think that's the thing. So yeah, join with us if it's first thing in the morning for you, and just grab a pen. If you're sitting in bed, grab a pen and let's do it, shall we? These are the materials you're going to need today. Let's switch over. These are the materials. So yeah, Sharpie. A piece of paper first, A4 piece of paper, stolen paper from work out the photocopier, always works a lot better. So try and get that if you can. There's a whole thing about, for street artists, if they steal the spray cans, the artwork's a lot better, a lot more legit. So let's do the same kind of thing with our paper and our stationery. If you can steal it from work, you're winning. One piece of paper. Thanks again, Volts. Appreciate that, mate. Breezy's in, stopping to show some love. Thank you, Breezy. Appreciate that. Go and grab yourself a Sharpie. Let's go and do this. It's going to be nice and easy. You're going to need a Sharpie as your main pen for today's session. I don't know why I'm showing you on that camera. Let me show you on that camera. We're going to need a Sharpie as our main pen for today's session. You may also need a fine liner. I'm using like a 0.1 Unipin fine liner, so just some sort of thin pen. Anytime I do some drawings on Doodle on Discord, a fat pen and a thin pen combo is really what you need, okay? 9 times out of 10 we don't need a pencil, but today we are going to use a pencil. Pencils are generally for losers. They're not. Pencils hold us back with the way we use them in the Corp Dogs creative community. So we don't use pencils too much, just for a few little guidelines. But on saying that, grab yourself a pencil and let's put in some guidelines, okay? Thanks, Cats Fanatic. I appreciate that, mate. Another bunch of Pengu dropped in. Are we ready to draw? Everybody ready to draw? Are we all in? All good, all set. Grab your pencil. It's the month of love, isn't it? So we're going to draw a heart, and we're going to draw a Hattie Stewart style heart. So we've got some really, she's one of my favourite artists. It's got some really interesting ways of drawing, like pupils and things like that. It's a nice, easy drawing to do, but it seems relevant. So whatever drawing you're doing, and of course we'll muck it up at the end. We'll give it that Corp Academy twist. We'll make it look a little bit more gruesome because, cute is boring. Right, let's go and draw in. First thing you're going to do, draw in a nice big heart shape. Now, I'm going in quite heavy-handed with my pencil so that you can see it. I will zoom in a little bit more. I can't zoom in too much. Sorry, that's as close as I can get. But I'm going heavy-handed with my pencil just so that you can see it. But when you're drawing your pencil lines, just go nice and light so that you can see it. Have we done that? Let's go and throw in a sausage shape. We're going to stick in a happy sausage, okay? So for today's session, not touching the edge, just kind of nestled down in the bottom part of the heart. Nice big happy sausage. A happy sausage is a sausage shape, but it's curled up on both ends as if it was a smile, a nice happy smile. Yeah, that's what you're going for. So go and throw in that happy sausage shape. And yet, at some stage, let me know, what is your preferred platform for watching on? Do you prefer watching on X? Is it better on Abstract? You enjoying being in the Discord? I think in the Discord there's a bit more of a chat going on. Tasha's had to drop because the kids are awake. Kids,
Of course, if you're in Discord, you can also share your progress.
In Discord, you can share your progress. On all the other platforms, even on Abstract, you can't share your progress. You're just going to have to tell me it's going well. But yeah, we want to see your photos at the end of the session anyway. Right, has everybody got that heart in? You got the heart in, you got the happy sausage in, yeah? Okay, let's go and that's all you're going to need your pencil for. Just those few little guidelines. Where we're going to start off next. So here's what we're going to do. Here's the order. 6 steps. I don't know why I held up 4 fingers. 6 steps for today's session. Eyes, mouth, boils, veins, head, drip. Okay? Nice and easy. So let's go and do those eyes first. Grab your Sharpie and we're going to do a little double-ended flick off. It's a little floater. It's going to sit just above. You see this curve for the mouth? It's going to sit just above there. That's a shocker of a pen. We'll use that. It's a bit of a fat end, but just above there. Look. Now, it's called a double-ended flick off because you want to try and get a thin tapered end on either end of the pen. If you can't get that thin tapered end, just kind of do dots and dashes like mine. It looks like somebody's been playing darts with my Sharpie. It's that round at the end, so it's going to be difficult for me to flick off. So I'll do the best I can. That's your starting line. It's called a floater as well. Knox, welcome to Abstract. Knox has dropped Discord and he's in Abstract. Got his own name on there as well. First live stream. Appreciate me being your first live stream watching on Abstract. I think Abstract is going to be a real nice platform because they're going to update it and they're going to tweak it to make it even better for us as we give them feedback. Right, everybody got that cheekbone in? This is a little cheekbone. Let's go and put in a great big eye now. Nice and big. Keep it inside. Keep it inside that pencil line. Obviously, that's what you want. But nice and big like that. Let's double line it. One of my main strategies for enjoying your drawing is to double line everything you do. So go and double line it as well. Making the lines twice as wonky, not twice as fat. And remember how we're doing this side because we're going to do exactly the same on the other side. Okay, so you need to commit it to memory. Shall we do? Let's do the typical Hattie Stewart style eyes because they've got like an interesting little reflection in them. So what we'll do is right in the middle of there, we're going to do a V shape on its side. Now you might want me to draw this next 2 lines before you figure out where this V shape's going to go. So don't panic if you haven't done that V shape yet. Next 2 lines is we're going to start at the bottom. We're going to go from there to the bottom. Go to the other side of the V shape all the way around and back to the bottom again. So you see how we've got that nice big kind of like that reflection out of that pupil. That's a pupil. We're going to colour that in black in a minute. And let's go, and at the top of that, we're going to do like an F shape, like a capital F. It's going to be facing the wrong way, but it's still a capital F. Just here, look. It's a capital F shape, but essentially it's just going to give you 2 little boxes. across the top there. Once you've got that in, we can colour the rest of the pupil in black. I should point out as well that, the whole point of Doodle on Discord is that I don't want to take up 2 hours of your time. I'm not into artwork. Well, I am into artwork that takes, 6 hours to draw. But when it comes to broadcasting and streaming, I like artwork that is kind of started and finished really, really quickly. Doodle on Discord is always designed to have artwork that you can start and finish within about half an hour, 20 minutes, half an hour. But we usually chill out a little bit. So, we'll normally be on here for about 40 minutes in total. There you go. We've got our first eye in. We like that, yeah. Let's go and put in some eyelashes. Now, these eyelashes, you want to have these straddling, coming out of the eye here and going over the pencil line. So straddling this pencil line like this. It's like a little teardrop kind of shape. Do a couple of those. Colour them in. Let's do another one. My pen is getting so worn out. I don't think it's going to last a session. There you go. So you remember, that's how you do one eye. Nice and easy. Let's go and do the same on the other side. Just mirror it. Copy and paste the pupil. Everything else is going to be mirrored, so kind of flipped over, okay? So remember where we started with that little floater of a line, that double-ended flick off, just going across the top of the mouth. Then we go for that great big sausage shape sticking out, and we double line that great big sausage shape to make it twice as wonky. Inside that, we go for that V shape. Remember, we're copying and pasting the pupil, so the V shape's going to be on the same side, so just there. Once you've got that V shape in, then finish off the rest of that pupil. So one line coming down to the cheekbone, the other line jumping up top, going all the way around, yeah? Easy. Up the top of that V shape, just above that V shape, that's where we're going to do that capital F to put those two little boxes in, those extra reflections that you get in the pupil. Then we're going to colour that pupil in black. If you're falling behind, the colouring sections are the sections where you want to start trying to catch up. Because this pupil, you can colour it in any time. Doesn't matter if it's not coloured in now, you can colour it in any time. So now use this opportunity as a chance to catch up. One of the things we didn't really think about with Doodle on Discord is that if you're taking part, it's always quite difficult for you to share, for you to like, all that kind of stuff. So I appreciate that every now and then we just need to take a little break, hit the heart button, hit the thumbs up, whatever you're doing, share our stuff around. Mika says YouTube is easy on Windows. Yeah, I imagine it is. I mean, that's your go-to for like streaming and broadcasting videos, isn't it? Christopher Danger Tucker, awesome name. Love it. Thank you very much. Glad you like that. Where it's going so far, we're kind of getting there. Let's go and put some eyelashes in on the other side. Are you joining in, Christopher? Let me know if you're joining in. I always like it when people get involved. My favourite thing, and I didn't realise how much I love this until I started doing it, but my favourite thing is taking people that say, oh no, I can't draw. Taking people that say they can't draw and showing them actually it's dead easy to draw. Hitting the like button in abstract as well. That's going to help us quite a lot to kind of go a little bit further up the recommended list. Same with commenting. Commenting, little micro, micro donations, micro tips. I think they help as well. So try those out. But yeah, definitely like, because that's costing nobody anything. But yeah, I love showing people how to draw. Also, I love showing people that, the kind of drawing I'm doing isn't really for kids. I had somebody the other day. What they said to me was, and they said it on, they posted one of my pictures, a version they'd done of my drawing on Threads, and then I responded to it saying, well done, really nice drawing. It's quite a standard kind of response, just me being polite and pleasant. But then she said she put up another post out the following day saying that it made her day that this young artist from had taken the time to respond to them whilst doing children's workshops, even though she's just an old lady that likes drawing. And I'm like, well, okay, there's two things there. One is I'm not a young artist. I'm definitely not a young artist. The other is, most of my students, and I'm guessing most of the people watching here are actually adults. I'm going to say like 80, 90% of my students are adults. People in the Corp Academy are adults. So, yeah, this kind of stuff, it's cartoony, it's easy, but that doesn't mean it's for kids. It's for everybody. So, yeah, thank you, OXEE105FC6. Get into your profile, change your name if you can, because you've just tipped me 10 Pingu, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. But yeah, give yourself a real name so I don't have to read out your wallet address every time you tip. Where are we now? So we've done the eyes. Let's get onto the mouth. Okay, let me think. 1, 2, 3 lines for the mouth, and then just throw in as many teeth as you want. This is what I love, showing you how easy it is. Just with 3 lines, we're going to have the whole mouth and a great big tongue lolloping out, all sorted. Okay. Mika says yes you are, but I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean yes I am young? If that's what you mean, that's awesome. Thank you very much. The lady said I had young hands. I don't know if I've got young hands. They've just never really worked hard in my life, so maybe that's what it is. I send them out one by one. A few years, I'll be a millionaire. Yeah, that's the plan, Volts. Yeah, we're in it for the long haul. But yeah, if I promise you, if me and Joff make it as millionaires, everybody's going to make it. There's going to be so much money around. We're going to pay loads of artists and do loads of good stuff with that money. I don't think we will though. Thanks, Mika. Appreciate that, mate. But I'm pushing 50. That is the reality of it. I am pushing 50. That's as close as you're getting. Right, 3 lines. Let's get back onto the drawing. 3 lines to draw this mouth, because I can tell people are getting bored. What we're going to do is come from the back of the mouth here. 1 line is just going to flick off down the bottom there. Then we're going to go back on that line. We're going to do the same line again, but this time we're going to go all the way around, and we're going to come back into the happy sausage with a little flick to the right. Okay, so starting there, look. All the way around, back into the happy sausage, little flick to the right. Just on the inside of the pencil line is what you want. Let's double line all of that. Flick it off. If you can't flick off, dot and dash it. Double line it all. We can put some little drips on the bottom of that tongue later if we want. So there's 1. That's 2 lines, yeah. 3rd line is finish off the rest of the happy sausage. Don't go through the tongue. Start here, go all the way around, and stop when you get to there. I tell you, the one thing we will do when we get our Corp Dogs listed and we make a bit of money from it, the one thing I will do, I promise you, I'll buy myself some new Sharpies, so that I haven't got to go desperate with this Sharpie that's running out. Now let's get into the mouth. So you remember I said 3 lines for the mouth. We've done the whole mouth. We've done a big old tongue and the whole mouth just using 3 lines. The bit that now is over to you is how you make the teeth look. You can go do whatever you want to do with the teeth. My suggestion is, the bigger that you draw the teeth, the less colouring in you'll have to do. So if you don't dig colouring in, do some nice big massive teeth. Yeah. If you enjoy colouring in, yeah, do some smaller teeth. It's absolutely fine. Maybe just do 2 teeth. 1 tooth over that side, 1 tooth over that side. It's totally up to you. But we're only going to do the top set of teeth, and I'm going to start in the middle to make them symmetrical. Start in the middle, work your way out. Don't start on the side and go all the way through, because it's more difficult to make them symmetrical. Start in the middle there. I'm going to go for some massive teeth. Got 3 over that side. 1, 2, 3 over that side. You don't have to worry about double lining those teeth, because we're just going to colour all of this bit in. That's if my Sharpie lasts that long. Whilst we're doing this, if anybody's got any questions about Corp Dogs, you've got any questions about drawing, then let me know. Don't forget, if you're a Corp Dogs holder, just jump into the Discord. If there's a special place in the Discord, if you invested in us, where you can join the Corp Academy for free. I think there's a free entry. There's a free bit in the Corp Academy. Get the essential membership for free. There we go. So how are we doing? What we're doing here is we're just putting in our primary lines, just the important lines. So it's not meant to look very good yet. It's just meant to look okay. for the time being. When we get on with our secondary lines, the thinner pen, adding all the extra little details, then it's going to really start to come alive. But for the time being, that's good. Right, that's stage 1 and 2 done. The next stage is going to be nice and easy because we're going to add in some boils, and then the stage after that is some veins. So watch this. Really like the way this next bit looks. Okay, let's go and put in some veins first. Over on the side here, okay, parallel to the pencil line, we're going to put in a squashed capital C. Like that, a squashed capital C. There's your first line, okay? At the top and at the bottom, we're just going to bring that line into the pencil line. Just bring it into the pencil line. So just top of there, look, bring it into the pencil line. Bottom there, bring it into the pencil line. Maybe a little flick over. But that's all it needs, lads. Just a capital C. And bring it in. Let's go and do another one over on the other side. So just remember you want the gap on the inside. Something like that. And we're just doing like bog standard, really basic ways of putting on little veins. I'm going to put one at the top as well. Remember, gap for the capital C on the inside. Double line it all, flick it off where you need to. Bring those lines into the pencil line like that. That's nice. Then let's chuck in a couple of boils. Now, boils are now more rounder capital C's, but this time they're going to straddle the pencil line. So over here, let's put in one there. Just a nice round capital C, double-ended flick off. Let's put a big one in there and a small one in there. I don't want to make this character too cute, so this is why we're adding on all these boils. Those of you that like a cute character, don't bother doing this bit. Yeah, there we go. What about, let's put one up here as well. See how that looks. Flick off where you can. If you're struggling to flick off, just dot and dash it. Okay. Boils and veins done. We're now on to the last bit, section 5, which is head and then drips. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to go round that pencil line now. Round that pencil line, but you're going to go behind all the stuff that you've just drawn. Okay. So starting up here, get to that boil. Behind the boil, go through to the next one. The eyebrows, you can go straight through them because we coloured those in black. Get to that next boil. Stop, go past the boil into the vein. Stop, go past the vein, down into the tongue, yeah? That's the only reason we draw that pencil line, that heart-shaped pencil line in there, so that we can add all those other little features in. Let's double line that. Make it nice and wonky. We will throw a power line on it in a second, but for the time being, let's just double line it and then go around the other side. Double lining as you go along. Whoa, that's a fat line there. Double lining as you go along, or you know, whatever you prefer, or just, you know, do it afterwards. There you go. There's a good example of why I double line. I just went a little bit too far over on that line, so I can just now double line that, make that a little bit thicker, and it kind of makes that disappear. Any kind of little mistakes. Thick wonky lines will help to hide any mistakes you make in the future, and if your brain knows that you're able to hide future mistakes, then you're going to be less stressed about drawing. You're going to enjoy the process of drawing. What do we say, Joff? We're going to call it the joy of doodling. We are considering that as one of the names. If anybody does have any other names for Doodle on Discord, because we're not exclusively on Discord anymore, we need a name for this show. It's a live drawing session. Lesson, not session, a live drawing lesson and an NFT giveaway or crypto giveaway. So if anybody comes up with any names, let us know. I'm sure
that's not a live drawing lesson, is it?
We can do live. Any volunteers for a live drawing lesson? Joff, put your hand down. We can't be doing that. Hey Zoe, Zoe's watching in from Facebook. How you doing, mate? Yeah, of course it's going to be cute. We're doing a heart with a few anatomically correct elements to the heart. But yeah, thank you for joining in. don't forget, if you are joining in, wherever you're joining in from, our preferred platform is Abstract. So head over to Abstract, abs.xyz. You can sign up there. It's nice. It's dead easy to sign up, and you can watch us through there. It means you can get involved in the chat a lot easier. But yeah, that is our preferred platform. So right, where are we going? Let's get back on with this then. I'm going to move the camera down a little bit because there we go. We can see everything that we're doing. So right, we've got all our primary lines in. Go and grab your thin pen. We're going to go now and put some little details in. If you haven't got a thin pen, then just try and use a light touch with your fat pen. You might get away with it. But yeah, we're just going to go and put in some little tiny details in there. Volts, that's looking great, mate. Really love that. Joff, that's looking good as well. They are sharing their artwork in the Discord. Always nice to see what's going on in the Discord. Whoops. I've just managed to come out of the stage. Hopefully I'm still broadcasting there. Yeah. Anybody in the Discord, if the screen's not big enough, just double tap the screen. Or double click if you're using a mouse. Don't double tap your monitor. Right, let's go and thin pen. This is where we're going to add a few little details. So let's start with the eyes. We'll go through the whole process again. The same way as we did with the fat lines, just with some much thinner lines, just to add some extra little details. So I'm going to work through them really, really fast. Okay. First thing we're going to do around the eyes, let's add some extra little wrinkles. Maybe just there. Let's just flick a few little lines around. Maybe over here. Look. Just little tiny flicks coming out there. Tiny, tiny lines. I always like putting a little line going in that way as well. Look, just a little curve going off that way. Just makes our character look a little bit sad. Maybe in the eye we can just put in some little circles. If you're using your thin pen, that's what you want to do. Just gives it a little bit more texture in there. That's good. Let's go and do the same for the other eye. So we're going to put in these little wrinkles coming from the bottom here that end up in flicked off lines. That little line that points towards the center there. Look at the emotion. Look at the emotion that we're getting from the character just by putting those two little lines flicking in towards the center. A couple of little circles in the eye. My suggestion, whenever you're doing things like that, is to bunch them together. So, do 1, 2, 3. All in the same kind of area. If you go for all the gaps, you're going to end up making it look like a pattern, like a polka dot pattern, and it kind of loses all its kind of realism. I'm aware that I said it's losing its realism when I'm drawing a heart with veins and a big tongue and teeth, and this is nothing like a realistic heart. I'm very aware of that, but you know what I mean. Okay, so we did the eyes. Let's go into the mouth now. So the first thing we'll do in the mouth, let's go and put in loads and loads of upside down U shapes for little taste buds. So just go like that. Loads of big and small shapes. Try and have it so that the taste buds, you see the angle of the taste buds just kind of moves round with the angle of the tongue as well. Put some down here, look. And again with the small, big, some right on the edge there. Just go and throw in a load of little taste buds in there. You could probably even throw in a little line, little shadow line, look. Not even sure if you can see that. Never mind. But throw in that shadow line. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do just go crazy. Loads and loads of lines, all really close together, all the way through the teeth. What we're going to do is shade out those teeth, make them look a little bit darker, a little bit more yellowy, even though we're only using grayscale. But just little lines next to each other. Just work your way across. One of the things I love is being able to draw without having many materials. So all you need is a couple of pens, a couple of black pens, and get all these different shades just from a couple of black pens. And one of those tricks is how to shade things in, how to get grayscale with pens. So you can see that's just a little bit darker now, those teeth. They're just sent back a little bit further. In fact, we can send it back even further just by thickening off that line across the top. Look, you thicken off that line, make it a bit fatter across there. See how it just makes it look like those teeth are even further back inside the mouth. That doesn't belong there. One last little thing that we're going to do in the mouth, just a little flick off around the corners of the mouth here. So look, just there. Down the bottom, just there. Little tiny triangles, just kind of flicking out there. Let's do the same kind of thing on the other side. Just there, down there as well. Just try and keep them in line with your cheekbones as much as possible. How's that looking? That's looking all right. Awesome. What about a little bit of dribble? Let's go and put a little bit of dribble on the tongue as well. So you had some like taste buds. Let's go and put some little bits of dribble in there. Where do we go next? Let's go into the veins and things like that. Boobs. Thanks, boobs. I love the fact that this is the mentality of the Corp Academy and Corp Dogs. Because that's perfect. Boobs has donated 69 Pengu. Thanks, Boobs. Appreciate that. I've now said boobs like 5 times on a live stream. Awesome. Thank you very much. Well, let's get into those veins. What we're going to do with those veins is we're going to put in, with our thin pen, we're going to put in another capital C shape. You remember we started with that capital C. We're going to do the same capital C. Just flip it over and go inside. So like this. Flip it over and go inside. And it just, hopefully what it looks like is then we're just kind of creating a little bit of a hole in that vein. So try it out on the other sides if you've got space. Remember, you want to put the gap. We've got a capital C, so it's got a hole. It's a shape like that. It's got a hole that you can get into. The capital C, the hole is the opposite way around. So try that on those. Awesome stuff. Then let's get into, we're going to put in some reflections, big reflections in our heart. Now, the way I like to do reflections is using a bubble writing exclamation mark. So let's try that, a bubble writing exclamation mark, okay? Now, just figure out where it's going to go on both sides. So I'm going to put one there and one just there. And here we go, look. Bubble writing exclamation mark. Let's do another one just there. And what that does is it just creates the effect of a reflection, like the light source is coming from this angle, hitting the character and coming off. Because we're not using like lighter coloured pens, that's how you create a reflection or make something look lighter and darker. Like on the even on these little boils, like just get into these boils, put a little bubble writing exclamation marks. Always on the same side, always on the left-hand side. Down on the right-hand side, you can put in just little lines that look like shadow lines. Look, just little lines like that. Beautiful. Right, let's finish off this character. One last thing to finish off is a power line. I really love a power line. If ever you get into the end of your artwork and you're thinking it just doesn't look right, throw on a power line. Power line normally just kind of finishes it all off. For me, what it does is it frames the drawing and says, this is the artwork, and then everything outside of this power line is background. So what we're going to do, and I'll just do half a power line so you can see what I mean. I'm going to go pretty big. And the power line is just on the outside only. Just the outside only. So you're just going to thicken out this outside bit. This bit around where the eyelashes are, I'm not going to bother thickening out those eyelashes. I'm just going to go around the outside here. And you see like I'm going almost 3 pen widths. Just slowly going around, thickening out that outside line. Let's get down the bottom. It's going really thick there. Went a bit thicker than I wanted to, but that's not an issue. You can afford to have thicker lines down the bottom. Underneath characters, you can afford to have thicker lines because essentially when you're drawing a thicker line, what you're doing is you're adding in a shadow in that area. So anytime you put a thick line underneath the character, it's just going to look like you're making a big, strong shadow in there. But there you go. Look, you can kind of see from there. Look at that. Look at that one side. That side, for me, looks a lot more finished with that power line on than that side, which just looks a little bit weak. So let's go and put in, and obviously a power line is totally like a personal taste thing. Not everybody loves a power line. I do. And I'm all about kind of finding those little simple techniques that make your artwork just look a little bit better. So yeah, throwing a power line around our whole character, and then we're about 2 or 3 minutes away from finishing off. So yeah, as a reminder, we're not giving away any NFTs today. We will be back on form tomorrow. Not tomorrow. We'll be back on form next week with an NFT giveaway. We're not doing any giveaways today, but still, share your artwork. Do it for the love of it. That's one thing I was always told. You got to do things because you love doing it, not because of what you expect from it. Do it because you love drawing and you love the process of drawing. And definitely learn to love the process of drawing rather than the actual finished piece of artwork, because that is the important part. That half an hour or so that we've actually spent drawing, because I rabbited on for like 10 minutes to start off with, that half an hour or so of drawing, that's the bit you want to enjoy, not the finished result, just the process. Here we go. Right, let's finish this off then. I like to put in a few little bits around the outside, maybe put some spots on the inside. I'm going to stick my black pen. Ink splats are always a no-brainer for me. If I want to just fill the outside with something, I can't think what to fill it with, I'll just put on some ink splats. So little things like that. We've got some veins coming out here, so let's go and put in some drips coming out the veins. Those of you that wanted to be like really clever could probably put in little reflections in the drips like that. So you're not actually drawing the reflection in, you're just leaving a bit of the paper blank to give you that drip. Hey Henry, thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying it. We've got a clapping pengu. For those of you that don't know, moderation policies don't let me say my own name in the chat. No way. But you can come up as, you can be your username, but you can't say your new username. Oh, there you go. Of course you can. I was going to say, I don't think we've got any moderation. I think they launched moderation on Abstract recently. Whether you want to test that out or not, I don't know. That could be risky. Maybe it moderated the fact that you asked me to draw some boobs on the character. That's for the 8 o'clock club. There's another session within the Corp Academy, the secret part of the Corp Academy that nobody knows about. It's called the 8 o'clock club. And in there, we draw all kinds of weird stuff. So yeah, 8 o'clock club on the Corp Academy. You'll have to probably message me if you want to get access to that. There's an Instagram for it. Search on Instagram for the 8 o'clock club, and you'll see what we draw. You'll love it. It's all bum tit willy kind of stuff. It's all horror, nudity, drugs, alcohol, all that kind of stuff. All this, none of this cute stuff that we're drawing today. Right, did we get this? We put the blood drips in. Let's put some smaller drips in. Let's just quickly finish off now, because I know everybody needs to get on with their day. So look, some smaller drips. I also like putting in some little flies. Let's put one on the tongue. Always put a fly in upside down as well. Makes it look a bit more realistic. Drips. Let's whack in some drips and we're finished. So here we go. Look, just big old drips coming off the bottom with those big fat black lines. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see that fat drip down the bottom. Look, one big, one small. Small one's got an extra drip coming off there. Let's put another little tiny bit there. That's a dodgy drip. There we go. Little bit drip coming off the side, look, like that. Maybe a drip coming off the side there as well. How's it looking? Let's stick in some little hairs. Little spots in the character. I always like putting little spots around the eyes, just as little freckles, look. Last few seconds, just start having a little bit of fun with your character, and then we'll have a look. See if anybody's sharing their artwork. And there you go. I think that looks all right. That's not too bad for a quick half an hour doodle. Just looking in the Discord. So those plastic kites. Thank you, Plastikites, for the for tipping. Really appreciate that. Yeah, Joff, classic BTW. I should have probably called it BTW Club because 8 O'Clock Club does not travel around the globe, if you know what I mean. It's like for some of the people, for everyone in the UK, it is the 8 O'Clock Club. For other people, it's like first thing in the morning or last thing at night or during the middle of the day. So, yeah, a bit short-sighted of me to call it the 8 O'Clock Club. Are we finished with this drawing? I think this drawing's finished. I kind of like how that's ended up. There it is. One little Hattie Stewart heart. You got a big old gap at the top there. Let's go and put a big old crown in. Sometimes, people ask me what filler to use. So, like, we have that massive gap at the top. Go and put that crown in. What are we going to put down the bottom? Let's put a big old signature. DMK is my signature. Nice and big where everybody can see it. Throw your photos in the Discord if you're partaking. Anybody that's not on Discord and can't put their photos anywhere, then just stick them online somewhere. Tag me at corporate. Whether you're on Instagram, Facebook, X, you should be able to tag at corporate or Doodle with Corp and find me that way. But yeah, tag me because I always love seeing what people have drawn. But I don't think I've got Discord set up on the stream today, so I can't show you what people have been doing. I can talk to the people in Discord though because they're doing an amazing job. Tracy, I'm loving the way the eyelashes just curl around the back of the head. Massive eyes, big old reflections. That character, when Puss in Boots is kind of looking with the big eyes, Tracy, that's what that character looks like in Discord. Nice work there, mate. Volts is, I love the fact that Volts is like in the abstract chat, but just throwing their artwork in the Discord, and that's looking really good as well. Love the shape of the tongue. Looks really skinny one side and fat the other side. Nice. Colleen, that's looking good. Colleen's gone in with like a jadey kind of green power line around their heart, and that looks amazing. And also it looks like the way you've done the tongue's kind of flopping out forward and then curling back a bit. That's a tricky little thing to do. Nice work. And Colleen's also put like little, you see these little reflections? Colleen put little heart reflections in there. Way too cute. Cheers, Knox. Is this recorded? Yes, we are recording it. It will be made as a reel and a replay. At some stage. We'll stick it on the YouTube for the replay though, okay, mate? And probably share it on X as well. But it'll be easier to find on the YouTube. Let's have a so. Well done, Colleen. That's looking good. Tracy, we've got Tracy's up again. Yeah, that's awesome. C-Stitch, while you're working, there's nothing I love more than a work doodle. It's the original kind of like getting paid to be an artist. A little sneaky work doodle is perfect. And that's looking really good. And is that digital as well? Awesome stuff. I hope it is digital. It looks like you're on a tablet. Nice. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's awesome. And we will do some digital drawing lessons as well at some stage. Nice one. Right. I think we're going to wrap up. Joff, anything else you want to mention about what's happening in the next coming weeks with Doodle on Discord?
Yeah, well, we've got a few guest drawing sessions. So we've got one. Is it Monday, the first one?
Is it?
I think so. I think
excellent. So. Awesome. Yeah. So guess
it might be Monday anyway.
Is this the Ira?
Yeah.
One. Yeah. I weren't sure whether you wanted me to say Ira or not. Yeah, it was meant to be tomorrow, but
too late.
Stuff is it's out of the bag now. But yeah, we're going to have guest drawing sessions. The plan is just if anybody else out there is an artist that wants to get involved and maybe do a dual broadcast with us and be invited in the same way as Joff is down here as a dog, we can actually bring that in as a feed as well. So if anybody else is interested in joining us for some drawing lessons, then just message me or message Joff. Joff's like the tech guy. He does all the organisation. I'm just the drawing. I just do the colouring in, and that's it. But yeah, we have got all of that coming up. Mika, I will make it available. I've got a big long list of streams that I've done that I'll make available in the community as well. Anybody that wants to learn to draw a little bit more, go to corpacademy.com. That's Corp with a K, as it says up there. Corpacademy.com, and you can find out how to join my community there and get loads and loads of drawing tutorials. Cheers, Adrian. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was always meant to be a quick lesson. We have kind of dragged it out a little bit longer than usual. We're just getting back into the groove of things. But yeah, thank you very much for everybody that's joined. Thank you for everybody that's shared. Thank you especially to everybody on Abstract who's donated as well. Really appreciate your support from that angle. Nice work, everybody. Back again next week. Same time next week, yeah? Sharpie, fine liner, pencil, and wallet. And that's not so we can take your money, so we can give you stuff, yeah? So, Boobs, yeah, I'll if I can throw reruns on Abstract, I'll do that as well. I just need to figure stuff out, yeah? Thanks for joining in, everybody. From Joff and I, we're off and we'll see you all next week. Take care.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers, guys. Bye-bye. Hi, welcome in. We're just going to get kicked off, get started on Discord, and then we're ready. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for joining. If you're early in, we've only just gone live, so you've not missed anything. Where's the Corp Dog Discord? Stage. Okay.
GM, how's it going?
Thank you, Joff. Yeah. So welcome in, everybody. Joff's here as well. Welcome in, Joff. Hope you're doing well, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I've just realised I'm getting an echo, but it's at this end, so let me fix it up.
Yeah, you fix it your end, mate, because I don't know where that's coming from. I think we should be working everywhere, though.
That's all done.
Let's just change that.
Is Abstract live? I'm not seeing that yet. Oh, yes, we are live.
Yeah, mate, we're live everywhere. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, hope you're doing well. We're going to do a little bit of drawing today. It's me and Joff. Joff is rocking his new PFP, which, of course, I'm not at all disappointed by. That he's ditched his Corp Dog.
Sold out.
Sold out, completely sold out. But yeah, I know you'll be back soon enough. I might have to change my own PFP just for a little while. We'll see what goes, what happens. We're getting a few people dropping in now, so thank you to everybody who's joining in. Yeah, do me a favor, just put something in the chat. Let me know who you are, where you're from. I can only really see who's watching if you put something in the chat. So whether you're on YouTube, X, Abstract, Facebook, wherever you're watching from, put something in the chat. Say hello. Tell me where you're coming from. Tap the like buttons, things like that. It just makes it a lot easier for me to see who's there and who's watching. And share it as well. If you know anybody else who you think might enjoy just a really quick and easy, simple doodling session, then go and share it with them. Who have we got? We've got Tash in. Hi, Tash, watching on YouTube. I'm assuming that's Tash. I know that doesn't make sense, but you know what I mean. Hi, Tash. Hope you're doing well. Clive, can't stay long. No worries, mate. We'll be 20 minutes. It's going to be a nice, quick, easy drawing today. So you'll have drawn this today already, to be honest, Clive. So thank you for tuning in, even if you're not going to stay. Appreciate it, mate. Tracy's Doodles. Hi, Tracy. YouTube is good to go. Excellent stuff. Always nice to know that the social channels are working. Who else have we got? Yeah, Tash not staying too long. Kids will be awake soon. Tash is in Australia, by the way, so it's like a ridiculous o'clock in the morning. Only joining in just so that you can get a bit of time to yourself before the kids wake up. That's nice. Dualish, hand pink, waving. Always says that. That's always a bit weird, isn't it? I wonder if I can just drop that in. Yeah, you go. Like, Dualish, hand pink, waving. I don't know what that means. That's the beautiful way that it kind of brings in people's comments to me. But yeah, hand pink waving back. Thanks, Julish. I think Julish, that's Wendy, isn't it? Let me know if that's right. Mika's in as well. Hi, Mika. And Corey Rickard Sims. Hello, mate. Good morning from New Zealand. Always amazing to have people from the other side of the world. It must be really early for you there as well. The dedication involved in getting up early to attend this session is really appreciated. Natasha's watching on Abstract as well. So yeah, watch wherever you're most comfortable watching from. Watch from there. So we're broadcasting on X under the Corp Dogs NFT profile, but also under my personal corporate profile as well. We're also on Facebook. Facebook's generally a little bit glitchy. So we lost everybody last week on Facebook after about 5 minutes. YouTube is a good place to come and watch us. So we're on YouTube as well, and also on Abstract recently. I should probably point out we are in our Discord as well. So it's pretty quiet in the Discord, but the Discord is the place to go if you want to win an NFT. We're not giving away any NFTs in today's session, but next week, fingers crossed, we'll be back on the NFT giveaway. So if you're into digital art, if you're into NFTs, if you're into crypto, stuff like that, then join the Corp Dogs Discord as well. If you don't know where it is, put a message somewhere and Joff will get back to you. Joff knows how to find absolutely everybody in this space. So I just sit here doing the drawing. Joff maintains every single social channel that we've got going on and watches all of those. Is that right, Joff? You do that?
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
I'll take that.
Yeah, all those social channels that I just mentioned, Joff is in the chat and every single one. So, yeah. Who else is in? Just after 9 a.m. in New Zealand. That's not too bad, is it? That's pretty decent time. Julish, pretty new on here, having fun. Could not get on via Discord. Yeah, Discord's a little bit tricky when you first try and get onto, because you've got to register, you've got to confirm yourself, you've got to do all sorts of things. You've got a few hoops to jump through. But once you get to that point, and Joff's always there to help, once you get to that point, it gets you involved in like the crypto side of it and like any of the NFT giveaways. Joff, do we want to kind of hint towards who we're potentially going to give away next week, or is that still like top secret?
Yeah, still top secret. Just working on a few things, making sure that we can do some good promo, and then see how it goes.
Yeah. So there you go. Keep an eye out, is what Joff's saying there. Keep an eye on our socials, and we'll let you know which NFT we'll be giving away next week. But the plan is that we will start giving away NFTs every week in this session as well. So quick bit of drawing, and then and then a giveaway. But today, just a quick bit of drawing. Who else is in? Mika says hi, Joff. You're gonna have to be on YouTube to respond to that one, Joff. Right, should we get drawing? Is everybody ready? Should we do it? We've got a few people in. Share it around. We do this every Wednesday as well. So if you're interested in drawing, but keeping it nice and simple, then join us every Wednesday on every single social channel we can find. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. These are the materials you're going to need for today. So scrap sheet of paper. If you've stolen it from the office, it always works a lot better. Your drawing will feel a lot nicer if you've stolen the paper from the office. Likewise for the stationery as well. Steal the stationery from the office, the workplace, then it's almost like getting paid to be an artist. So today you're going to need the very complicated set of materials, which is a pencil and a Sharpie. And today is definitely going to be a nice quick one. I know I've been talking for 10 minutes before we've even started, but today is going to be a nice quick one, hopefully very effective. It's going to be based on a piece of artwork by an artist called John Kelly Green, but we're going to add our own little kind of twist to it, just like mess it up a little bit, make it a little bit more Corp Academy, a little bit more Corp Dogs kind of stuff. Who else have we got in? Everybody's in. Whoa. What happened there? Let me just fix that. We've gone really small. There we go. How did that happen? There you go. Beautiful light. This is why the person doing the drawing shouldn't be in charge of like the cameras and stuff like that. But yeah, until we get a professional studio, this is the way it's going to have to go. Right, are you ready? Go and grab your pencil. We're going to go and put on the most complicated guidelines ever. So really concentrate on this bit, okay? Here we go. What we're going to do is go and put in like a potato shape. Start off with a potato shape like that. This is going to be the entirety of the head. Maybe don't go too close to the edge, either side and at the top, so you can have little bits sticking out. But with your pencil, put in a potato shape. That's it. Get rid of the pencil. Pencils are for losers. So we don't want to use pencils too much. Pencils aren't for losers. I just say that just because it's just to rile people up. If you want, I guess I'm saying with that is, if you do use a pencil, don't overuse it. Don't use it when you could actually just use a pen. And that's what we're going to do now. So go and grab your Sharpie. Let's go and put in some ink on our drawing. If anybody's struggling, by the way, just put something in the chat. If you're new in, if you're just joining in, let us know in the chats where you're from, what your name is, where you're from, usual stuff. Just so that we know that everybody's there. Right, go and grab your Sharpie. Let's go and put this. Let's go and start this character, shall we? Right at the top, we're going to put in a V shape, a wide V shape, quite flat. It's going to be bigger on one side than it is on the other. So starting outside there, going in and back outside on that part as well. So you can see how it's long on this side, a bit shorter on that side. Okay. Now, one of the things about John Kelly Green's artwork is he always does really thick lines. So we're going to make this really thick as well. So let's just thicken that out like that. Now you see this bit over on this side is just a consistent kind of thickness all the way along. Whereas on the right hand side, that thickness tapers out. Tapers out? Yeah, I think that's the right word. That thickness gets fatter over there. So just make that a little bit fatter. Did you want to know what we're drawing in that bit? Actually, that's the top of the glasses. Okay. So go and throw those glasses in, because underneath what we're going to do is we're going to do the lenses of the glasses. Now, ideally, you want the lens kind of just straddling this pencil line here, and then another one in the middle there. Also, do it in like a U shape, but do it in a U shape that's done in 3 straight lines. So still curved a little bit, but like 3 straight lines, down, across, up, that kind of thing. So something like this. It'll be down, across, up, move across, down, across, up. And there we go. We've got some sort of lenses in there. Again, nice and thick. You see the thickness we've got across the top? Let's mimic that thickness all the way around there. Like I say, this is the feature of this particular drawing is how fat all the lines are. And it's a really good idea to kind of just see how fat you can go. How fat can you get away with before it looks a bit weird? It's always good to test the boundaries like that. Never feel like, worried that you've gone too far. Sometimes you just got to, on purpose, you just got to go a little bit too far and see how it looks. Okay, that's nice. Let's go and put the eyes in. Eyes nice and simple, upside down U shapes. Like that, big upside down U. Then join those 2 bits up together again. Like that, colour it in. The other good thing about joining on Discord, if you want to join in there, is it gives you the opportunity, a better opportunity to be able to share your artwork as well. Because we can't really post any photos or see any photos that come through on any other channel. So if you join the Corp Dogs Discord, you'll be able to take a photo of your picture, upload it into the chat, nice and easy. Because that's what we do at the end of the session. And usually it's those that have uploaded a picture that get double entry into the NFT giveaway. Hi Andrew, thank you very much for joining. Farts, what are you saying? Posca pens? Corp loves Posca. Molotovs are better. Yeah, Molotovs are good. They're just thin barrels. That's why I don't like them. But I do like them. That's why I prefer Posca. Right, another eye in on this side. Same kind of thing again. Just big old U. Join it together like a big old moon shape. Nice and easy for the eyes, yeah. Okay. That's it. We're a third of the way into this drawing already. How quick was that? I always like to keep it nice and quick. Write your own jokes. Let's go and put the mouth in next. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in let's put in just under this eye here, around this kind of area. Let's put in a little curve. It's going to be like it's going to be the stretched part of the mouth. So like this kind of a shape. Like that. Join them together again. Make it a bit fatter in the middle. So you see it's kind of like an upside down L shape. That's kind of what you want. If you're struggling to get thin lines with fat pens like I've got just there, if you're struggling with that, just dot and dash it. That'll be fine. It's getting a little bit closer there. That's better, isn't it? Okay, that's the first part of the mouth. Second part of the mouth, we're going to take 2 lines coming out of there. They're not going to touch. So one's going to come out the top and go across. One's going to come out the bottom, go down and across. So the top one, let's go across there like that. The bottom one's going to come from about there, look, and go across like that. Stop when you hit the pencil line. That's the important bit. Stop when you hit the pencil line. We're going to thicken off those lines though. Same with every single line we do. Is going to be triple fat today. Do that bottom lip as well. This is the mouth, so do that bottom lip. Fat line, colour it in. You could go twice as fat as what I'm doing here, and it will still look pretty cool. So don't feel pressured to just do like little thin, dainty lines. Go fat, chunky, fat and wonky, and it'll be fine. Okay, now we've got the mouth in there. We're going to go and jump on the inside of the mouth. My suggestion is let's throw in a tongue first, because then we can put the teeth in so that they don't kind of interfere with the tongue too much. So the tongue, 2 lines for the tongue. The tongues I've been doing for this character this week have just been 1 line. So we're gonna make it twice as complicated. 2 lines for the tongue. 1 line from here just jumps down to about there. Then come back on yourself and do that line again to about there. There is our fat tongue. Make it fat. Bring that line back. Make it nice and fat. This line that tapers out into the middle of the tongue, keep that bit thin. But by the time it gets to the back of the throat, it wants to be fat again. There we go for a nice fat tongue. Then we can go and throw in some teeth. Again with the teeth nice and fat. This is where you actually get to put in a little bit of your own flavour, your own style on the drawing. So do you want to put round teeth in, square teeth, triangular teeth, skinny teeth, fat teeth, whatever you want to do. Let's go and put some teeth in. I'm going to put in square teeth. Double line it, triple line it, make it nice and fat. Let's put in a bigger one just there. Try not to think about it too much. Thinking is overrated when it comes to drawing. So rather than thinking about what kind of a tooth to put in, just go and whack a tooth in. If it doesn't work out, don't do it anymore. Drawing is as easy as that. If it does work out, carry on doing it. Dead easy. Do you want to put some teeth in the bottom as well? Maybe let's just put a tooth there. Look, got a bit of space in on the tongue. This is why I wanted to put the tongue in first, because then it will help us position everything else. Okay, Joff's pen's running out of ink already. Now, if we can't even get the team getting their pens ready, what hope have we got? My top tip for you, join us every Wednesday at this time with a Sharpie, with a pencil. That's all you're going to need. If you want to take it next level, bring a fine liner as well. If you want to get that like extra level of finesse that we sometimes use at the end of a session. But Sharpie and a pencil, and you're good to go. What you're doing here is you're making your own colouring in sheets as well. So if you've got kids, you can give this to one of your kids and get them to colour it in. Let's go and put in some more teeth. So yeah, if you need to justify the cost of a new Sharpie, just make out it's like for the kids. I've just seen, I don't know, can I bring this in? Let me see if I can bring this in. Just seen, it won't let me, that's a shame. Yeah, Wendy's just dropped her photo in on the Discord, and it looks amazing. Oh, there it is, you can see it. It has dropped in, look. Look at that. Look at the tongue on that. How fantastic is that? Nice work, mate. Cheers, Wendy. Yeah, keep on dropping your artwork in. Wendy's also put the other end of the glasses in just there. That's something that John Kelly Green didn't do on his, so I'm going to leave mine blank. It's also a nod to my wife, who's got a broken pair of glasses at the moment. So she's just got one arm and just balances them on her nose. So yeah, why not? Let's leave it like that. But nice work on the teeth as well, Wendy. Yeah, feel free to drop any more artwork that you're doing. If you're doing it on the fly, take a little photo, drop it into the chat. Where are we at next? So that's the mouth done. We're halfway through. Let's go and throw in an ear. 2 letters for the ear, a capital C and a lowercase h. Okay, there's your pencil line. It's going to straddle that pencil line. Capital C first. There's a big old capital C straddling that pencil line. Let's make it fat and wonky. Joff can't afford to colour in. Can somebody please send Joff a care package of paper, Sharpies, a pencil, and some tissues to wipe away his tears as well at not being able to join in fully. There you go. There's our ear. So capital C. I know it's the wrong way around, but you know what I mean. It's a dead easy shape to draw. Then what we'll do is we're going to get inside that capital C with a lowercase h. Now the kind of like, I don't know, what do you call the back of a H? You know, like the line. You got the hoopy bit. That makes sense. But the line of the H. The only thing is with the line of the H, you want to kind of have it following the curve of the ear. So here we go. Look, line of the H, and then the hoopy bit of the H. So it's on its side. That's okay. Fatten it out. Again, just keep that tapered ends, thin ends, fat lines, fat and wonky everywhere. Look. See that? Just 2 letters, and we've drawn an ear. I'm all about keeping it easy, accessible, where anybody can draw. As long as you've got a way of gripping a pen, you should be good. All right, ear done. Let's go and do the neck. The neck next. I'm going to zoom out a little bit on this bit because what I want to do is I just want to put in a little bit of a kind of like what do you call it? The bit around your neck that is your clothing, like a polo neck kind of thing. Is that the right word? I don't know, but like this kind of shape. Look, just do something like that. It's going off the page, yeah. That's going to be the top of the jumper. Thicken it out again. Keep that consistency of fatness all over your artwork. One of the main things with drawing is consistency, repetition. If you want to make your artwork look better, you've got to repeat certain things, and sometimes the thickness of the lines is the thing that you're repeating. The reason for that is, look at that. Clive's got to go, but he's dropped his artwork that he did this morning of this character in one of my face-to-face sessions in there. I did it on a dairy milk box. Let me see if I can drag that in. It worked last time. Let's see if it works again. There it is. There's Clive's piece from earlier. You can see how we just messed around with the tongue, make it kind of stick out, added those extra drips, which you can do in Posca. We're not doing extra drips today. Cheers, Clive. Thank you very much for joining, mate. I'll see you next time. Greets' artwork. I'll check this out. Let's just quickly drop Greets' artwork in as well. Look at that. Look at the shape of that ear. It looks amazing. Awesome stuff, mate. And just top work on the line work as well. Really super slick with that line work. Perfect. Let me know who your art teacher is. Where are we now? What was we doing? Oh yeah, we're doing the neck, aren't we? So with that neck, what we're going to do is we've kind of got the jumper bit in there, but what we're going to do is we're going to bring a line from here. It's going to join onto the front there and then hook around. Okay, so nice and easy. Look, from there, join onto the front, hook around till you get to that chin. Let's bring it back. Make that line nice and thick. There we go, all the way across. This is where if you had like a fat PC7M Posca pen, you'd get these lines done in one foul swoop. Or not a foul swoop, an amazingly efficient swoop. Greets has just advised me that their art teacher is some weirdo. Do I know him? Never heard of him. Greets comes to my Corp Academy where I teach people to draw. I mean, I don't teach people to draw. I draw weird stuff. People draw weird stuff with me. So it's that kind of thing. Right, let's go again. What we're doing now, we're going to carry on with the neck. So let's do the back part of the neck. So up here, look, just bring that in. Again with the fatness. Thank you, Wendy. I like to think Corp Academy is weird drawing for weird people. Let's finish this character off then. Just a few more little lines, and then we can start having some fun, adding our own little flavour to it. Last few little lines. We're going to go around the rest of the head now. Okay, so have a little think before we do any more. Do you want to put on any like little lumps and bumps, any extra features on this? I'm not going to put a nose poking out here, but do you want to put a nose poking out there? That kind of stuff. You could do little boils like this. Let's do them now before we put the outline on. But little boils like that, just kind of straddling the pencil line. The reason we straddle that pencil line is because then when we bring it up, look, it just sits behind, looking super neat, like that. See how that little boil just kind of pokes out really nicely. Farts, that's looking amazing. I like the fact that we've gone for a different angle on the bottom of the mouth there. Absolutely spot on, mate. Let's bring this line all the way round. Stop when you get to the glasses. We don't want to go through the glasses. Bring it. I mean, the back bit, we can go through the back bit because it's all just black, isn't it? But when you get over here, stop. Farts, I'm not sharing your artwork on the main feed because you're in the photo. But so I just want to, obviously, what happens in Discord stays in Discord. If you're happy for me to share that, let me know, and then I'll just drag it into the main feed. There we go. Head done. Let's come through behind the glasses and into this top lip. Fast says, I can show their ugly mug. So here we go. Brace yourself, everybody. It's Farts. There we go. Look at that. You see what I mean by that bottom lip? That just changing the angle. Just changing certain lines in a certain way can just make a big difference to the artwork. Look how we have to squeeze that mouth in a little bit more, but still looks really cool. It's going to give you loads of space in around the jowl to add extra features in there. But yeah, nice work, mate. Awesome stuff. Right, let's... where were we? Let's finish off this bit. Again, with the fatness. See how it's just the same fatness all the way through. Really stands out, really bold. Just a couple more lines, and then we're going to wrap up today's session. And this is definitely where you should be kind of adding your own flavour to this as well. So, you know, at this stage, stop listening to me. Start doing what you want to do, what's going to work well on your piece. If you've got certain gaps, maybe you want to put some hair in, maybe some extra wrinkles, some spots, maybe a different sort of nose. I don't know. Just go with it. Put something in that's going to make yours stand out and be different to everybody else's. I'm definitely going to go and put it in the nose. Just there. And again, nice and easy, nice and fat. Just a shape like that in between the glasses for the nose. And then a little line around the back of the mouth just there. Little double-ended flick off. Fat in the middle. Flicked off either end. Anybody struggling to flick off, just dot and dash those little lines to help you get that in. Okay, I'm liking this. Last thing I'm going to do that we should all do together really is let's put some eyebrows in. Let's make this character a happy character. Let's put in one eyebrow there. Eyebrows have got such a lot of control over emotion in a drawing, so just always be really mindful about how you use eyebrows to control the emotion in a character. So because we've got these ones pointing up in the middle, it's going to make it look a lot happier, almost like the character is crying. If you've got one high, one low, if you've got two pointing in that kind of direction, it looks like different. If you've got two pointing in that direction, you're going to get a much angrier looking character. But there you go. I kind of like that. So I'm going to finish off this with some tears, I think, because I just mentioned that it looks like it's crying. Let's put in some tears. I put in some over this side as well. Little tiny one there. And in a minute we will have a little look at people's finished pieces in Discord as well. So just start wrapping up, and we'll have a little look at your artwork in Discord. I always like to put little ink spots around the outside of my piece. If I can't think of what else to put in, then my go-to is just these little ink splats. Let's give this one a crown. But again, with the same thickness. And again, that's another thing. If I can't think of what to put in, just stick in a little crown. Little Basquiat, little nod to Basquiat. What else do we want to add in? Let's give our character some hair. Not too much, because hair is overrated. There you go. A little bit down the back here as well. Let's maybe make our character spit. Like I say, you don't have to be copying what I'm doing at this stage. Just go and add your own style to it. Last 30 seconds. You with me, Joff? How are you getting on with yours, mate? Is it coming on all right?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Not too bad. Excellent. Yeah. That's what I always reckon. You should never get to the end of your artwork and be like totally enthused with it. Just be happy with not too bad. Also, one of my top tips for anybody out there who's drawing is learn to enjoy the process of drawing rather than the finished piece. Don't chase after like that finished perfect piece of artwork. Just enjoy this, like going on an adventure and doing a little bit of a drawing and then figuring out, right, what am I going to put on it? Just enjoy that kind of stuff. There we go. Look, let's put a little mustache on as well. It doesn't really matter what you're doing. Just go and put something on, a bit of paper, see what happens. I'm going to finish this off with a few little drips because I like a drip. You guys in the Discord, start sharing your artwork. What should we do with that?
Check out Tracy's in Discord.
Oh, that's... Let me share. Okay, let me have a little look at... Thank you, Joff, for bringing my attention to that. Let's bring Tracy's in because Tracy's just done an amazing piece there. Look at that. Looks amazing, just kind of inverted. I assume that's a white Posca on paper. Hopefully that paper's not pilling too much. But that looks awesome. Nice work, Tracy. Look at those little twirls. Little twirls that Tracy's put on there. Gone with the fat lines and the thin lines. Let's steal some of those little twirls. I definitely believe that art is a team sport. You can learn a lot by drawing with other people. It's not stealing, it's being inspired by other people. So here we go. Tracy's twirls made it onto my piece. Nice work, Tracy. Who else we got? Wendy's just shared theirs as well. Let's bring Wendy's in. Awesome. Look at that. Remember Wendy's from that tongue? From earlier on, because of that tongue. We've got the extra drips on there. I'm loving this little patchy bit around the cheek as well. And look at all the extra like sweat coming off the top of the head. Loving that. And look at that little bit of hair. Little bit of hair just behind the ear. That's looking really cool, mate. So what did we do? Just about there, wasn't it? Little bit of hair just behind the ear. That's nice. Let's bring that forward a little bit more. Yeah, I like that. Nice work. Who was that? That was Tracy. That was Wendy. Sorry. Let's bring Farts in again. Farts finished off. What a strong finish. That looks awesome, mate. I'd probably go a little bit thick around the rim of your glasses. So keep on going there. So, you know, like the thickness of the lines you got around the top of the character, just bring that all the way around. I'm sure you're kind of still doing it, so but I'll let you carry on. But it's looking good. I also like the little tiny fluffy hairs that you've got going on across the bottom. Here's Joff. Joff is running out of ink, so that's why his glasses are not coloured in. But actually, it looks like an artistic choice. If anybody asks, that's exactly what it is. It's an artistic choice. It looks like reflections coming off those glasses. Nice work, Joff.
Yeah, you said to be consistent, so I thought I'll lean on that.
If the only consistent thing you've done is be inconsistent, then that's exactly what I mean by it. So yeah, nice work. I'd probably go a little bit thicker around your teeth though, Joff. Yeah, bring those fat lines in. Oh, look at Joe's. Let's bring Joe's in. How cool is that one? Look at the extra drips down the bottom. Teardrops look great. Drips coming out the ears. Oh, taste buds as well. Awesome work on the taste buds. Let's go and put some little taste buds in. There we go. Thank you, Joe. Great idea to put some little taste buds on there. Who else have we got? Let's have a look at little Greets' one. Check out the hairs on this one. Look at the hairs. Much thinner pen, flicking off all over the place. Hairy ear. Yeah, we understand that. You'll get to an age where a hairy ear is like a pretty normal occurrence. That's nice. Look at those angry eyebrows, but because the character's kind of smiling quite a lot, it's still got a bit of a happiness to it. Maybe a bit of an evil laugh. That looks great, mate. I'm loving the little hairs coming out from the neck of the jumper as well. Let's go and do some of those. Yeah, look at that. Looks like we've got a fluffy jumper going on. I'm going to put fluff all the way around on mine now. Okay, stop. Fluffy jumper. Thank you, Greets, for the fluffy jumper idea. Right, anybody else? We've got Yana. Yana, that looks pretty cool, mate. I'd be happy with that. Let's bring Yana's in. I thought I brought it in, but it was actually my picture that just dropped on there. That's how good it is. I couldn't tell the difference between mine and yours, Yana. There we go. Look at that. That's pretty awesome. Nice work. Yeah, maybe, I mean, the tooth and the tongue kind of like getting a bit messed up there. They're kind of overlapping in a bit of a weird way. I think that's where you try to squeeze a tooth right on the end. You don't always have to copy exactly what I do. If you've not got space, don't do it. But the thickness of the lines looks great. Maybe with the crown, make the crown the same kind of thickness as the rest of the lines, or even colour it in black. That would look really cool as well. But yeah, it looks really nice. You're going to put a nose on it. Hairy wart. I've just noticed the hairy wart. That's a great touch. But yeah, maybe just stick a nose on, and then you're good to go with that one, mate. Nice one, Yana. Thank you very much. Right. We're going to wrap up now, so it has been a little bit longer than I expected it would be. So thank you very much for joining in, everybody. Don't forget we do this every Wednesday. Just bring a Sharpie, bring a pencil, bring a piece of paper, and yeah, just hang around, do some drawing with us. Jump in the Discord if you want to share your artwork. Sorry, Yana's like rest in peace with their pen. Unlucky, mate. But yeah, jump in the Discord if you want to share your artwork. But if not, you know, watch us on all the social channels. But yeah, do me just one more favor. One more favor before we go is to tell your friends to tell their friends about this session so they know it's happening. It's a free drawing session that we do every week. Really accessible. Anybody can take part. And yeah, it's all about just having a bit of fun. So thank you very much for joining in, everybody. From Joff and I, take care, and we'll see you all next week.
Take care all. Bye-bye.
Hi, welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for joining. Welcome to Doodle on Discord. My name is Corp, if you haven't been already. And today what we're going to do is two things. One is we're going to do a little drawing together. I'll explain a little bit more about that in a minute. And then at the end of that, we'll do a little bit of an NFT giveaway as well. So yeah, welcome in. I should probably just introduce my comrade as well, who you can see just there. I think he's still got that PFP over in X, which I'm bitterly disappointed about. But yeah, Joff is in as well. So welcome in, Joff. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thanks, GM everyone.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Joff. So anybody's got any questions, just go and throw them in the chat. It doesn't really matter where you're watching from, whether that's YouTube, X, Facebook. What's the others? I always forget this. YouTube, X, Facebook, Discord, Abstract as well. I didn't forget Abstract, I promise. Yeah, wherever you're watching from, just go and throw any questions you've got or any issues you've got or anything you want to know in the chats there, and Joff's around to kind of pick them up and bring those questions to the table. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for joining. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to do some drawing, and the drawing is going to be dead simple, very quick, step-by-step drawing lesson. I'll show you step-by-step how to draw something. We're going to draw a corp dog today, amazingly. I'll show you how to draw that, and then just copy what I'm doing. Okay, for the first like 20 minutes, just copy what I'm doing line for line. It'll be really dead easy. By the end of it, you'll get bored with listening to me. You'll kind of just want to go and do your own thing. So by all means, go and do your own thing. Add your own little flavour to it. And yeah, that's what we're going to do with the drawing. Okay, so nice and easy. Let's say hello to a few people. So wherever you're watching from, we've got how many people have we got watching now? We've got 27 odd people. It's gone down. It was 30 people watching the opening screen. It's gone down to 27 since since I've come on screen, which is never a good sign. But yeah, do me a favour. If you're in, wherever you're watching from, if you're in the chat, just at the very least, say hi. Let me know what your real name is or what you want to be called, and where you're watching from. I always love to see where people are watching from, because we genuinely have got quite a global audience here. Right, let me just open up the chat in Discord as well so I can see that. Oops. There it is. Yeah, who's in? So obviously Joff's in the chat everywhere. Tash is in. Hi Tash, thank you very much for joining. Tash is Australia. So what is this? Pretty early in the morning for you. Not as early as usual though. Tracy's in. Hi Tracy. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day, Tracy. Rebecca is on YouTube. Everyone's on YouTube today by the looks of it. Hi Rebecca, thanks for joining. Mika's in as well. Hi Mika, and Wendy, I believe that is. Julish. Thank you very much for joining, everybody. Let's get straight into our drawing session, shall we? I'll show you what we're going to need for today's session. So there you go. Let me squeeze that in a little bit better. These are your materials. I love keeping this dead simple. Really, really accessible. And what I mean by that is I want anybody to be able to take part. So all you've got to do, go raid a drawer for some spare pens, and go and raid the business photocopier for some paper. Stealing paper from work, your drawing's always going to be better if you steal the paper from work. So go and do that. Unless you're self-employed, that'd be different. Who else in? Kitty's just dropped in as well. Hi Kitty, hope you're doing well, mate. Good afternoon. These are the materials that you're going to use. We will need a pencil today. I know normally pencils are for losers, but we are going to use a pencil today for a little bit of just a couple of little guidelines to help us along the way. So have a pencil handy, then you'll want a fat pen and a thin pen. That's my usual combo. The fat pen being like a Sharpie, thin pen being like a fine liner. I've gone for a 0.5, but any kind of thinner pen, just in case we want to throw in a few little details afterwards. Okay, there's your sheet of paper. Let's go and do it. I should probably explain as well. One of the things you're going to learn today are one is very much about kind of learning to enjoy the process of drawing, not the finished result. So nobody knows at this stage what we're going to draw. If I'm honest with you, if I'm perfectly honest with you, I'm not entirely sure what it's going to look like either. So it's a bit of a leap of faith. It's always better to have to whatever ideas you've got of drawing in your head, not to be too tied to those ideas, because getting it out of your system and onto a bit of paper is always quite challenging. So don't get tied to what's in your head. Just go on a journey and enjoy whatever comes out on your piece of paper. Okay, so who else is in? Aid's just dropped in. Hi Aid. I've spent an hour and a half, maybe nearly 2 hours, probably 4 hours over the last 2 days on age training. Yeah, I'm ready to doodle, so it's going to be good. With the other way around now, it's me showing you how to do something. So I'm glad you've joined in, mate, from Peterborough in the UK, the centre of the world. Who else in? Stephen, from Denmark. Nice one. Thanks, Stephen. Always good to see new names jumping in as well. Yeah, do me a favour. If you're, as well as just coming in and telling us where you're from, can you also just do, the usual kind of social media stuff? If you see a like button or a heart, just get and tap on it a few times. If you see a tip button, send a tip. That's always handy for us to keep on running. If you see a share button or like a little paper airplane or something like that, go and share it around. We do this every single week, this time every week. And the only way of spreading the news is by you guys spreading the news for us. So please go and do that as much as possible. Okay, let's start drawing. I've been rabbiting on too much for this. Let's go and make some marks on this piece of paper, shall we? What we're going to draw. Sorry, what we're going to draw and what you're going to learn. What you're going to draw is we're going to draw a dog coming out of a hole with a worm in a hole coming out of its head. I think that's what we're going to try and draw today. So yeah, we're going to draw a corp dog. You're going to learn loads about like wonky lines, flicking off, that kind of stuff, basic shapes to help you with your drawing. Okay, so grab your pencil first. Okay, pencil first. Let's go and put in our guidelines. So for our dog, what we're going to do is we're going to put in like an M shape, a big, massive capital M, but have like a little bit, in the middle, if you know what I mean. So down here, let's go up, down, bit in the middle, up, down. Can you see that? I'm going to go a little bit darker so that you can see that properly. But obviously when you're doing this with your pencil, you don't want to go quite as dark. You want to go just dark enough so that you can see roughly where you're going. I'm going dark enough so that you can see it all on camera. If anybody can't see this properly on camera, just blame Adrian Salisbury in the chat. It's these are the cameras that he suggested to me. I've probably not got it to the right settings, but you should be. You can see that, can't you? Right, what we're going to do next? Right, let's work our way down this head. First thing we're going to do a little kind of circle but flat. Let's call it a sphere, oval. I don't know. What's the difference between an oval and a sphere? Bonus points if anybody can tell us that. Up here, look. Let's put in with our pencil a little kind of sphere shape. Just roughly throw something in. That's the hole that the worm in the head is going to be coming out from. Volts, thanks for dropping in and saying hi, even if you can't draw. That's no biggie. Appreciate you doing that, mate. Silent Thax, I can see Silent Thax knocking around as well. Hi, Silent Thax. Artsy Natty's in as well. What else we got to put in here? We don't need to do anything else, I don't think. Should we put a happy sausage in? Let's go and stick a happy sausage in, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay, so leave a little bit of space between this hole that you've just put at the top. Leave a bit of space because we're going to put some facial furniture in. So yeah, leave a space and then put in a happy sausage. I call it a happy sausage because it looks like this. It's going to go like that all the way around, and then like that all the way around. It's a sausage shape, but it's curling up either end for a happy sausage. I love the fact that chat is kind of taking off a little bit, discussing what an oval is. It's the kind of important stuff that we do here. A sphere is 3D. Okay, so it's not a sphere then. A flat oval. Yeah, let's go for a flat oval. It's kind of like a flat circle, isn't it? Whatever. Just put that kind of a shape in there. That's all you're going to need your pencil for. Get rid of your pencil. Pencils, as we all know, are for losers, so get rid of your pencil. We don't need a pencil. Let's go and get in our Sharpie next. So what we're going to do, so I should probably point out, when I say pencils are for losers, what I mean by that is don't overuse your pencil. Don't use it when you don't really need to use it. See so many people kind of doing loads and loads of little details with the pencil, just shifting it over and backwards, like little millimeters, and taking hours to do it, and then they go with that black line and just go over the top of it anyway. And I'm like, just practice getting it right first time with your black pen. You might make a few more mistakes along the way, but you'll definitely get better quicker. So definitely worth doing that. Okay, are we ready for this then? Let's go and put in, what are we putting in first? Let's go and put in the worm. So I will zoom in a little bit. This is as far as I can zoom in today. Aid, you don't need to tell me about this. I know what I'm doing. I'm just not set up. That's as much as we can zoom in. Let's go in here. We're going to start off. You see that flat circle, I think we decided to call it. We're going to start on the bottom of that flat circle, all the way out here, and then back down again. Make it like a snooker ball in a sock. So from up there, fat, and then a bit thinner. See, mine's kind of leaning just over to the side a little bit. There's our first line, flurkle. A flat circle, a flurkle. Brilliant. So good, I'm going to write it down. Flurkle. I did once have a dictionary of words that we'd made up in the Corp Academy. Dewlaps was one of my favourites, and Flurkle was definitely going in that dictionary. Okay, now when it comes to drawing with Sharpie pens, my top technique is double lining everything you do. Those of you that have been in the sessions lots will know that we double line every single thing we do. And double lining doesn't mean making it twice as thick, it means making it twice as wonky, because wonky lines are, number one, easier to draw, and number two, they just look better anyway. So let's go over that line again, but remember we're making it wonky, okay? We're not making it fat, we're just making it a bit wonky. So you're going to have some fat bits, some thin bits in those lines. See how I've gone a bit fat over there, a little bit thin around the side. That's exactly what we need, okay? Now what we can do is get down the bottom again. Let's go and put in the rest of that Flurkle. So the only bit of the Flurkle we're not going to draw is the little bit that goes behind the worm. So like this, it's like a capital C falling on its back. Starting from there, just ticking off those two bits around the front and all the way around the back right there. Don't forget to double line it. Nice and wonky with your double lining there. It is not Batman. How are you seeing Batman? Oh, okay, because of the ears. Yeah, okay. I get you. If anybody's got any recommendations or any suggestions on what they want to draw next week, just find us on X. Go to Corp Dogs NFT on X and suggest me some things that you want to draw next week. Nothing too complicated. Because it's taken us 15 minutes to draw a worm coming out of a hole. So, yeah, nothing too complicated. Otherwise, we'll be here forever. Right, next thing we're going to do, you see that top curve? That top curve just there. We're just going to bring that top curve down a little bit and colour in what's underneath. So just bringing it down a little bit, colouring it in just there. Like that. You're just seeing a little bit of the rim. That's like that white bit there is just showing you how thick the dog's skull is. Okay? Tracy Doodle said it's Bat Dog. I'd love it if somebody could turn it into Bat Dog. Like I was saying earlier on, you know, when don't have your idea in your head of what you want to draw, just start drawing and then see what happens. So if your drawing is starting to look more like a Bat Dog, then just go down that route of Bat Dog. You won't be disappointed that way. Let's go and put in some curves on this worm. We're going to make this worm look a bit fatter, a bit rounder, and so we're going to put in some like little curves. Go in there, look. Let's put in one just there. Move down a little bit. Let's put two together. Don't forget double lining every single time as you go around that. We'll come back to that with some thinner lines a little bit later, okay? Okay, step one done. Let's quickly move on to step two. We're going to go and do the inner ears now. So just think of like an L shape. An L shape, but in the corner, we're going to do a little double bounce in the corner. Okay, so here is our L shape. We're going to use this inner ears as well, remember. So just come down from there to about that point. So you're inside that pencil line. Then you're going to do your double bounce. 1, 2, and then a little flick off to the side. That technique, that bit across the top, that bit down there, flicking off, what that does is it gives you a nice tapered end to your line. It's going to look a lot more professional. If you're struggling to flick off, though, and getting that thin, sharp end to your line, just dot and dash it. That will give you the same kind of effect. But just try and flick off. If not, little dots and dashes like that will work a treat. Let's double line that. So you're flicking off. You don't want to double line your flicking off. You just want to double line the fat, wonky bits of your line, the middle part of your line. Okay, inner ear, that was nice and easy. Yeah, let's go and do something similar over on the other side. So you remember we came down here, we did a double bounce, and then we flicked off to the side. Easy as that. It doesn't matter that they're not exactly the same on both sides. Not to me anyway. There we go, double bounce, flick off. Oh, sorry, Tash. Somebody woke up Tash's kids. She's off. Funny's over. Time to start parenting. Yeah, Tracy, that's right. Get them to join in. It's a nice, easy, innocent one today. Nothing weird, nothing scary. So, yeah, they could join in today. Okay, that's all we're going to do on the ears, I think. Yeah, I think that's all we're going to do on the ears. Let's go and work on the eyes next. So, eyes. What we're going to do is we're going to do for each eye is going to be a capital L, a big D, and then a couple of flick offs. Okay, so just 3 stages to each eye. Capital L, let's go and do that first. Now, when we do this capital L, we're going to flick off on both ends. So we've got one over here, look. Flick, up there, flick. Same kind of thing over on the other side, look. Little flick up, little flick across. Don't forget, if you can't flick, you dot and dash. Dot and dashes are just a nice little way of putting in like a little crease, but without having to do the finesse of a flick off line. Don't forget to double wonk this up. Nice and wonky. Sometimes it's worth just seeing how fat you can get away with, or how wonky you can get away with. Joff is telling Tash that this is school. You know, send your kids to school. This is school. This is an education. This is not your typical like art anatomy class. I'm not going to teach you anything that a school will teach you. These are all my own tactics for drawing. Everyone got that in. We got our L's in. Now we're going to go stick. Everybody's going to stick a big D in. So let's go and put some big D's in. What you don't want to do, you don't want to go right to the edge of these L lines. You just want to bring it in a little bit. So just here, look. There's a big D. Big D kind of falling on its front. You know what I mean? So go and put that in. Don't forget double line. Now also, when you're double lining, there's a little bit of strategy involved. So most of your double lining is going to be random. Most of your double lining is going to be random. However, some of your double lining is going to be strategic, and the strategic double lining is like with the intersection. So where these D's kind of join into that L shape, in like a junction, a T junction like that, that's an intersection. Those bits, that's where the shadows live. So we make the line a little bit thicker in there. It's probably only like 1/4 millimeter, 1/2 millimeter thicker, but just try and make those bits just a little bit thicker. It will hold your artwork together. It's where the shadows live. So it always looks better if you make those bits a little bit thicker. Now, I appreciate that everybody's drawing, or hopefully everybody's drawing, but yeah, just go and tap those like buttons. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the notifications bell so that you get notified for next week's lesson as well. If you're watching on X, on mobile, you can tap the notifications bell for our live feeds. So yeah, go and do that as well. That'd be awesome. Right, last stage on the eyes. Let's flick off a few times. We're going to do some big flick offs from the middle and some little flick offs from the sides. So big flick offs from the middle. Just follow the eye round, flick it off. Follow the eye round, flick it off. Again, can't flick off. Dot and dash. Look, just put some little dots on the end of that line. Just curve it around. It's following the eye. On the outside there, maybe just some little flicks. Little tiny flicks. Nice work, Joff. Joff's already dropping his artwork. So I should probably point out, if you're watching in Discord, you can drop your artwork into the Discord server. Joff, we also need to consider with the giveaway how we're doing that today. Is it just going to be people in the Discord that we're going to do the giveaway for? Or do we need to yeah, go on.
Yeah, I thought about it. I think I'm scanning all of the chats. So I've got, other than Facebook, yeah, we don't like Mark Zuckerberg. So.
There you go.
Everyone else, although Elon, yeah, let's not get into this anyway. Go in the chat.
Beautiful. Nice segue into politics there, Joff. Thanks.
Yeah.
If anybody's got any views on politics, on Elon,
this is why I keep myself muted.
Zuckerberg, yeah. That's why Joff's in the background, where he belongs. But yeah, so my top tip there, if you're watching on Facebook, quickly whip yourself over to Abstract. Whip yourself over to Facebook, not Facebook. If you're watching on Facebook, go to Abstract or YouTube, or even better still, jump in the Discord. If you don't know how to get there, just type a message in the chat. Joff will be with you with a link. Nice work, Tracy. That's looking good. Let me just quickly just bring in what Tracy's just done. There we go. There's Tracy's. Nice strong start. Absolutely perfect. Nice wonky lines. Do you want to see Joff's as well? Let's just drop in Joff's. And there's Joff's. Absolutely perfect, mate. Probably could have done a little bit better with your flicking off going up. but that's okay. It's pretty good. And a fat worm. There you go. So Joff's got a fat worm on his doodle. Let's get back into it then, shall we? And finish off. What are we on to next? We're halfway through. Let's go and quickly put a nose in. The nose is going to be 1 circle, 2 flick offs. Okay. We're going to put the nose right in here, controversially. Go and put in a circle. Flatten the circle a little bit. Let's call it an oval again. Go and put in that circle. I'm going to double line it, even though I'm going to colour it in a little while. Then we're going to flick off from the top. Flick off either side and just kind of curve it down just a little tiny bit. So flick off either side. Just curve it down a little tiny bit. And there we go, a nice little looking nose. A little bit below that. Oh, no, let's stick with the nose. Let's go and put a reflection in it. So you're going to, over here, look, just go and put a circle in there, colour the rest in black. How easy was that? We've just drawn a very realistic dog nose. And we've made it look healthy and wet with that great big reflection. Thanks for all the tips on abstracts. I should probably point out as well, if you're watching on abstract, you can support us. You can support us by throwing in tips. And I think as well at some stage we will kind of look at other platforms for throwing in tips. So if you're enjoying the doodle sessions, you want to see them continue, then you can just throw some tips our way. But yeah, thank you very much. We're pushing 50 people. We're pushing 50 people watching on the socials. So let's keep it going. Share it around as much as you can, please, everybody. Steve Weiss, thank you very much for joining in. I wonder if the Pigmographic 2 is pretty much the size of your Sharpie. Pigmographic 2. Is that a chisel tip? That's a chisel tip, isn't it? I don't know, mate. I use a Pigmographic 1. Okay. Sorry, guys. We've got a nerd question coming out. Pen nerd question. I got Pigmographic 1, and it's about that thick. So it's a little bit thinner. So Pigmographic 2, if that is a normal pen, yeah, I think you're good with a Sharpie. It's comparable. The only problem is a Pigmographic 2 is a little bit more expensive. Hey, Zoe's in as well. Hi, Zoe. How you doing, mate? Sharpie paint pens. No, I'm kind of tied to Posca for a little while. I'm waiting on Posca to tell me whether they're going to send me any new pens for free. And if they don't, then I'll be trying the Sharpie paint pens. Are they any good, mate? Is probably what I should have asked. Let me know. And Zoe's watching on Facebook, mate, get on YouTube. If you want to win an NFT, if NFT is your thing, you want to win an NFT, get on YouTube or get on the Discord and your name will be in the draw. Let's carry on with this, shall we? Let's go and put in our dog mouth. Dog mouth. We've got that happy sausage. We're just going to outline that happy sausage. Whoa. So I was outlining my happy sausage until I got to this bit and I just missed the pencil line completely. I probably would suggest, when stuff happens like that, don't get disheartened and think, right, that's it, screw it up, put it in the bin. Actually, I think we can get away with that. We'll make it a little feature. So let's go around it again because we like those double wonky lines. Look at that, nice and wonky all over the place, fat bits, thin bits. The other good thing about wonky lines is you can hide mistakes behind them later just by making a line a little bit fatter. So if you make little tiny mistakes, they can be hidden behind these wonky lines. Your Sharpie says fine point. Is that good? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, they all say fine point. The fat ones. Fat Sharpie. Unless you've got twin tip Sharpie. I'm looking at you, Aid. Aid's got a twin tip Sharpie because he's doing all right. He can afford 2 pens in one. The rest of us, just grab whatever pens you've got. Right, before we get inside this mouth, let's just do a little bit of stuff on the outside of this mouth. First of all, we're going to put 2 little curves on the outside because his mouth is really stretched open wide. So we're just going to flick a little line there. Double-ended flick off, also known as a floater. Let's do that. Try and keep it inside the pencil line if you can. If it doesn't stay inside the pencil line, just make sure where you start and where you finish, it's definitely inside the pencil line. Okay, we're going to join this, make it look a lot more like a dog's mouth, because obviously it looks like a dog's mouth. But we're going to make it look more like a dog's mouth by joining it up. Little line there, look. Instantly, that looks so much more dog-like. It's little things like that that are going to make all the difference. then what we'll do is we're going to just smooth off those lines a little bit. So you see this line that we've got coming up here? It's got quite a sharp angle going into the nose, going into the mouth. So let's just smooth that. Only gently. Not too much. But just gently. Have it looking a little bit more organic the way it joins in there. Do you want to throw in some whiskers? I tend to throw in whiskers just using 3 dots. So let's go and do that whilst we're in that area and we're concentrating on stuff that's on the outside of the mouth. Throw in those little whiskers. Zoe says the paint markers are really good. Sharpie paint pens are really good. It's a thing. My problem is, so I run a session in the Corp Academy. So those of you that don't know, I run the Corp Academy. I teach people to draw with marker pens. Inside the Corp Academy, we've got 3 lessons. We've got Colour Club, which is alcohol markers. We've got Doodle Club, which is black pens, Sharpies. And we've got Posca Club, which is obviously Posca pens. If I go away from Poscas, I'm going to have to call it something else. Has anybody got any ideas on what it could be called? That's not, Paint Marker Club? Yeah, it could work. I'm not sure. But if you've got any ideas, also, whilst I'm scouting for ideas, this session is called Doodle on Discord. And it's been called Doodle on Discord since we started it about 6 months ago. We've done about 20-25 sessions of this now. And I'm not entirely sure Doodle on Discord is the right name for it. So let me know if you can think of any other names that would better suit an event that is, number one, a live, step-by-step, easy-to-follow drawing lesson. And number 2 is an NFT giveaway for whoever's been drawing with us. Then, again, throw it in the chat. Let us know on Corp Dogs NFT what you think it should be called. Okay, let's stop talking about that. Where we're getting in, we're half an hour in. Let's go and put some teeth in. So we're going to try and make the teeth symmetrical. So we're going to start in the middle and work our way out. Okay, same at the bottom as well. Start in the middle, work your way out. I'm just going to do a bouncy line, keep it nice and simple. If you want to do something that you can see, that you can, add your own flavour, your own style to the drawings, to the teeth, then go and do that. It's really, this is an opportunity for you to kind of just do your own thing with it. I'm just going to do this bouncy line. They just started in the middle. It's a bit of a wonky bouncy line, but that's okay. Let's do the same on the other side, or not the same. Don't pressure yourself with doing the same on the other side. Just pressure yourself with doing something similar. That is good. Silent thanks. Thank you for the tip, mate. Really appreciate that. 20 Pengu. Tip from Silent thanks, who's been a long-term supporter. What did you say? I think you were in the Discord and you said you can't. You've got to go. I didn't realise you were going from the Discord into Abstract. Either way, it doesn't get. I don't care where you're watching from. The fact that you're there. And,
no, that was Volts. That was Volts that can't make it.
Oh, it was Volts that said he couldn't. I thought Silent Thax was in the. Yeah. Silent Thax was in the Discord as well. Said hello and then be right back.
Oh, okay.
Which is cool. I mean, Joff, have we got a preference where people watch?
Not really. Whatever's easiest for everyone. I mean, Abstract's good for us because it helps with our engagement. Discord's great because, it's all inside the community. But whatever works for everyone else, really.
There you go. I should probably point out at this stage, Doodle on Discord is a product of the Corp Dogs NFT project that Joff and I are co-founders of. And we're going to release loads of Corp Dogs. There are going to be loads of PFPs. We're going to release them as NFTs at some stage. We're going to be doing that on Abstract. So, and this session is to support that project. So, it does help us if you get over onto Abstract. Yes, Adrian, I can see you. I've got a camera going straight into what you're doing. I imagine Adrian's now kind of furiously putting his lens caps on every single camera. Discorp, how are you? Welcome to Discorp. Zoe says we should call it Discorp. That could work. You know me, mate. I like to use a bit of branding. Let's go and do the bottom teeth. Start at the middle. Work your way out again. Bouncy line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over that side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over that side. So you know what I was saying about getting it symmetrical by starting in the middle? Doesn't always work. But I don't care. either. Little mistakes like that. Some people are going to kind of think, oh, okay, I've done the wrong amount of teeth in there. I'm going to have to start again. Nah, sod that. Do the wrong amount of teeth on purpose. In fact, knock a tooth out every now and then. And we're going to do that in a second. Let's go and throw a tongue in. We're going to go for level 1 tongue is just a curve all the way across. Level 2, let's upgrade it a little bit. Let's go and do this. There's 2 lines. Start on this tooth. Little flick down there. Start on the other tooth. Little flick across there. Look. There's our tongue. Colour the back of the mouth in black. This is that moment where I should probably say that we are doing an NFT giveaway at the end of this session. We haven't done it for a few weeks, but we are definitely doing it today. So, thank you everybody who's joined in, everybody who's watching. You will be in with a chance of winning. Well, just about everybody. If you're watching on the right channels, you'll be in with a chance of winning. We're trying it out today where any channel except Facebook. And that's not a strategic reason. That's just an inconvenience of being able to see who you are reason. But yeah, anybody who's watching, we're going to do an NFT giveaway. You could be in with a chance of winning an NFT. If you don't know what an NFT is, and I'm quite aware that some of you might not, don't worry, Joff's on hand. He will be able to help you get set up with a wallet and get set with collecting your own artwork on crypto. It's dead easy and it's not going to cost you hardly anything. Right, there we go. So yeah, the NFT we're giving away today is we're going to give you one of these. This is a Hooded Phantom from the Hooded Phantoms team. So specifically Sydney and Hero Bitbob. When I first started broadcasting on Abstract, Hero Bitbob is as you can see from the NFT there, he is a fantastic pixel artist, and it was just fascinating watching him kind of working on a live stream on how he animates pixel art. I thought it was just create a drawing, put it through a filter that makes it into pixels. It's not like that at all. So I'd say a lot more complicated, but it's not complicated. It's a lot sexier than that. So that's what we're going to be giving away. If you want to know more about his project, that's a huge assumption that it's a fella. If you want to know more about their project, Sydney and Hero Bitbob's Hooded Phantoms, then can you see that little let me just move that out of the way. Look, there's the URL. It's 0x Hooded Phantom, 0x Hooded Phantom. Go and follow them on X, formerly known as Twitter. And that's what we're going to be giving away today. I should probably I didn't get a chance to bring this in, Joff, earlier, but I'm going to bring in our next giveaway as well. And I can't remember whether we're giving this away today or whether we're giving it away on next week. But we've also got some Trash Pandas. We've got some Trash Pandas that we're going to look at giving away
this week. Yeah, they'll be this week as well.
There you go. They're this week. So yeah, if there's loads to win today, so if you're interested in winning one of those NFTs, then just hang around. At the end of the session, we'll be giving those away, and we try and do that every single week. Right, let's get back on with our drawing, shall we? With what we've done so far, we've got everything in. We've got the mouth. Let's go put the hair in next. So we're going to start at the top. We're going to work our way down with this. Start with the worm. Let's go across, and now when you get to the ear, just the tiniest of flicks past the pencil line. So from there, tiniest of flicks past the pencil line, okay? Double line it, get it wonky, get that strong intersection coming up there as well. Tracy says pandas are fun. I agree. Aid's got a lot of teeth in his dog. Good stuff. It's always lovely to see at that stage when you're kind of comparing other people's artwork. Some people throw loads of teeth in. Any kids that are joining in always put like the really sharp teeth with like bits of blood coming off the end. All the adults that are a little bit more secure, they kind of put these nice round teeth in. Some people put just like one tooth at the top, like a snaggle tooth is that what it's called. One tooth at the bottom keeps it nice and easy. Half-caked Doodle Diaries. Ooh, that's an interesting idea instead of Doodle on Discord. Thank you, mate. That's not a bad idea at all. Doodle Diaries. That feels like a daily kind of thing as well, that we can do a regular thing. Rebecca says, sorry if I sound silly, but what does NFT mean? First of all, you don't sound silly. And secondly, Joff can explain exactly what NFT means.
This is me, is it? Okay, so the boring answer is non-fungible token. The slightly more interesting, sexier answer is it's digital art on the blockchain.
So, yeah. You had to finish it off with on the blockchain, didn't you?
Yeah, I ruined it, didn't I? It was
going so well. It was going so well. As soon as you left it as digital art, that was nice.
Yeah.
Imagine you own a painting or a picture by a famous artist. You own the original. Yeah, anybody can take photos, anybody can copy it, but you own the original, and nobody can take that away from you. That's what NFTs do. They it's like a certificate of authenticity that's attached to a digital piece of artwork. So yeah, you own it in a digital way. I don't know if that's made any sense, but hopefully it has. We can try and answer more questions if you've got any more questions on that. Marty, cool. Thanks, mate, for joining in. Lexu Plexu, that's a great name. Is Alex from Romania? Any help with the Discord link, please? Thanks. There you go, Joff. If that's cool with you, mate, on YouTube. Alex needs a little bit of help with the Discord link. It's if anybody wants to know, it's discord.gg/corkdogs. But Joff will drop it in a few places as well. Where was we now? Yeah, let's kind of get back on with this, shall we? So what we're going to do is we're going to come up the ear now. So up the ear, go wonky, maybe a little flick off. Let's flick it off up the top there. Double line it, strong intersection down the bottom. You can be doing the same on the other side if you want. In fact, let's go and do that. Just a little flick in there. Go up top, little flick off. Look at it, wonky all over the place. Then we're going to bring that line back down the side here till we get to about this point at the bottom. Let me just zoom out just a little tiny bit so you can see the whole page. There we go. So we're going to bring that line down. But as we bring down that line, we're going to do what I call a lazy zigzag. It's just going to come out and go back in. Come out and go back in. That kind of thing, okay? So just come down that line. Just come out, go back in. Come down that line, come out, go back in. And do that randomly. Okay, so we've got two fairly close together. So what I'll do is I'll just then leave it a bit of a gap and then do another one just there. Finish off. Try and do the same kind of thing on the other side, but without it being a mirrored copy. So maybe come down a little bit further. Do two really close together and a bigger one there. I don't know. How does that look? Double line all of that. Maybe even flick in, look. For these bits of fur, just flick in just a little tiny bit. How does that look? Try it out. My main teaching technique is to try things out. If it works, carry on doing it. If it doesn't work, don't do it anymore. Drawing really is as simple as that. Or getting better at drawing is as simple as that. There we go. So we've made them double wonky. Last thing we're going to do before we just have a little bit of fun with a thinner pen. And yeah, we do need to wrap on. Oh, Jessica's just dropped in on the Discord. Hi, Jessica. Hope you're doing well, mate. Thank you for joining in. Last thing we're going to do, let's try and put this dog in a hole. So I'm just going to bring this line down a little bit further that side, a little bit further that side. So I've got some shape to work with. Now, you remember how we did the hole up here where the worm came out the head? We're going to do the same kind of thing. Essentially, it's a capital C. The back of the capital C is fallen on its back. Back of the capital C needs to touch these two lines, okay? It is as easy as that. So let's go from there, look. Back of the capital C. Touching those two lines and just flick it in there. Okay? Easy as that, yeah? Let's double line that. So what you can see just down there, look, that line of the dog coming down has just gone on the wrong side of that pencil line. So this is where double lining really helps you out, because then we can just grab that little mistake and we hide it. Rebecca, I'm glad that made a bit more sense to you. If there's one thing that I think most crypto people are scared of, is explaining to somebody that doesn't know much about crypto what an NFT is. And I think that's just literally because they struggle to explain it. But yeah, I hope we've explained it well to you, Rebecca. Right, last little bit then, let's put with our fat pen. Maybe a little chin as well. Last little bit of that fat pen though, that line going across there, that curve that we've got going across there, let's just bring that down. Just there. Remember how we did it around the worm hole? Let's do it around the dog hole as well. I don't know why we've got a dog coming out of a hole and a worm coming out of its head. It doesn't really matter too much. Silent Axe makes a very good point that abstract helps with the XP, so awards us points. So even if you don't tip or anything like that, if the fact that you're a new user going and watching us on abstract, that will help a lot. Right, let's go and put in, let's just put in a chin. Double-ended flick off. Put in a chin, and then maybe flick a few V's. Just flick a few little V's around. Flicking the V's, just a nice little way of creating some fur. Like that. Do you want to make that fur stick out a little bit? Let me show you a little way of making that fur stick out. So I will zoom in. And we are just about to wrap up. We're like 30 seconds away from wrapping up. Most of you will know that 30 seconds usually means about another 5 minutes for me. But let's make this bit of fur over here stick out. What we can do, let's just put a shadow in there. See how it makes that fur stick out? Let's do one there as well. Just neat little tricks of how to make things, how to give it a little bit of depth with a few little bits of line work. I've not put any pupils in. Do you want to put pupils in? Put some pupils in, have them hanging off that top eyelid, leave some little reflections in. 9 times out of 10, if you get to the end of your artwork and you're thinking it doesn't look quite right, it's usually because you've not got any reflections in your pupils. Your character is going to look dead without those reflections. Don't get me wrong, if you're drawing a zombie, that's exactly what you want to do, but we're not drawing a zombie today, we're drawing a dog. Okay, I'm going to go in with my thin pen now. This is a time where we just have a little bit of fun, so it's generally over to you on how you want to put in the rest of your details. In the meantime, Joff and I are going to just quickly figure out how we're going to do the draw. Have you got the Wheel of Losers, Joff? Any chance of joining with the Wheel of Losers as a second feed?
Let me just get that.
And the Wheel of Losers. So for those of you, I'll carry on drawing, and I'll talk to you about the Wheel of Losers. Let's get back on with up here. Look. Thank you, Joff. I'll drop you into the feed in a second. Right, we're back on with the drawing. Thin pen. What we're going to do? So other end of the pen aid. All we're going to do is just go and put some more little details in. So you can just flick a few little lines. Look, let's reinforce that this is a worm. Just flick a few little curves. Maybe in this bit, look, just put some little lines going top to bottom just to shade that out. Okay, did you see that? Was that too far out? Just little lines like that, just to shade things out. Maybe we can make this worm wet by putting in a bubble writing exclamation mark up there, a bubble writing exclamation mark down there. Just makes that worm look a little bit more wet. Do you want to put a face on that worm? Why not? I've just done what I've told everybody not to do, which is not put reflections in eyes, but there we go. Little W for a mouth, 2 little circles, little W for the mouth. We've got a little face in there. Strand Crab from Thailand. Thanks, mate. Appreciate you joining in. I can't get people to tune in from Stamford. I live in Stamford in the UK. I can't get people to tune in from Stamford, but I can get people tuning in from Thailand. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Well, let's go and put some more little details in. So the reason I like this thin pen, fat pen combo is because your thin pen lines aren't going to interfere with your fat pen lines. So what I mean by that is these eyes look like they're just standing out a little bit too much for me. What I'm going to do is just put some lines top to bottom all the way across these eyes with this thin pen. And you see what it does? It just takes it down a tone. So instead of being bright white, we've now got this like mid-tone, this like grayscale kind of effect coming out. But all these extra lines that we're putting in there don't really interfere with the primary line. So it still looks like a set of eyes. If you did that with a fat pen, it would look terrible. Do it with a thin pen, it's going to look great. Let's go down and do the same on the tongue. Just loads of little lines, top to bottom, all the way across. If anybody wants to share their artwork, now's the time to share your artwork. Go and jump in the Discord, share it in there. If you do that, I will drop it into the stream as well. So Jessica, I've just seen your post on the Discord. Thank you for that. What else are we going to do? Let's just go and put some little spots and things in our character. So with our thin pen, maybe a few little spots and things, maybe some little lines coming down on these holes. We're definitely 30 seconds away, so we are going to do our NFT giveaway in a moment. I'm going to go back to my fat pen. If you're thinking about things you want to put on the outsides, just go and put some ink splat. So I did that little test there. Don't like that little test. I'm going to get rid of it. It was just a pen test to see how thick the pen was. Let's do some ink splats. Look. Don't think about it too much. Just throw them all over the place. Tracy, that looks amazing. Silenthax, you've got to do some drawing as well. So let's just bring Silenthax's drawing in. In fact, no, Silenthax, I'm going to save you and Tracy until we're finished here. Tracy, that looks great with the bone on the top. I always like to put a few little flies in as well on mine. So I'm going to put a fly in. And a little dotted line to show it's coming out of the ear. Let's do a little dotted line to put another fly in that side. If you're doing flies, always put one upside down as well. Makes it look more realistic. Makes your scene look more realistic. Okay, how are we doing? We are finished with our drawing tutorial there. Last thing I will say to you is if you like what you've done, put your name on it. If you don't like it, put somebody else's name on it. I'm going to go nice and big. What is that? Yeah, I'm going to go nice and big with my name. Up the top there, where everybody can see it. And the middle bit looks a little bit like a crown. Is kind of where I was going with it. There we go. I don't like that. Let's colour that bit in. You see what I mean? If you don't like it, just go over it. Just make it disappear. Yeah, that's worse. Right, stop. Stop there. Make sure you sign your artwork so we can see what you've done. That'll be awesome. Okay, right, we've got our last few seconds, so what's going to happen now is just finish off your artwork, drop it into the Discord, do whatever you need to do. We're just going to take a few seconds. I'm going to bring in some of the artists that have been drawing in the Discord, bring their artwork in so we can see how they've been getting on as well. So, yeah, let's just wait on that. How are we doing there then? So, drop it in. Let's go and see Silenthax first. Ooh, no, I don't want to do that. Age, you'll be so proud of me, mate. I'm creating scenes. I'm editing scenes on the fly. I did that. Let's bring in. Here we go. That's from Silenthax. Look at that. So it doesn't have to be the same as mine. It doesn't have to be a worm coming out of the head. Silenthax has done a tentacle coming out of the head. And look at those big black eyes as well. It looks a lot more, almost human-like with those eyes. And nice work with stacking up the teeth. Awesome. Cheers, Silenthax. That's looking great. Let's have a quick look at Tracy's as well. Not many people in the Discord today. Discord is the only real way we've got of you being able to share your artwork with us. So going forward, if you want to join us every Wednesday, watch wherever you want. If you want to watch on YouTube and then just drop your artwork into Discord, you can do that. But it's always a nice way of being able to get your artwork shown on the live stream as well. So there's Tracy's. Check out that. Looks amazing. Look at that bone that Tracy's done at the top. Look at those little tiny lines that Tracy's done for the shadow around the bottom of the bone. Just gives it that little bit more shape, that little bit more depth. And top work on your worm there. You know me, mate. I do love a worm. Awesome stuff. Thank you guys for sharing. Let me just see if there's any. That's all we've got so far. Right. Well done, everybody. Thank you very much for taking part. We're now up to 60 viewers across all platforms. So I appreciate you guys who have been sharing as well. Jessica, oh my God, no, stupid YouTube didn't give me a notification. Every Wednesday, mate. This time, every Wednesday. If you don't get any notifications, sign up to my newsletter. I send out a newsletter. I usually just reminding people when the session's about to go live. So I sent one out a couple of hours ago. So you could do that. A smaller pen, your thinner pen is heavier. Yeah, it might be, but hopefully it shouldn't be too bad. I think as well, your brand new Sharpies that you've got are going to be thinner than they normally are, so there might be a little bit of that in it. But yeah, let me know how you get on. You aid you in the community. Post it in the community as your first piece of artwork. I always love to see people's first pieces. Strange Crab, I'd like to know where you got your drawing ideas from. I really don't know, Strange Crab. In the Corp Academy, I have a theme every week for something that I'm going to draw, and then I just kind of draw stuff. So one of the themes would be drips. The theme for the week would be drips. So I'll draw snot, I'll draw pizzas, I'll draw, something wet. And so that's where I kind of get my ideas from. Corp Dogs is my IP. It's something I've drawn for a long time now. And there's loads and loads of different variations because they come from an NFT collection, a generative NFT collection. These Corp Dogs come with loads of ears, loads of eyes, loads of noses, loads of mouths, loads of body shapes. And so therefore, there's loads of different things we can draw, which is why I like drawing them. Right, so I hope that answers your question. Who's this? This is Artsy Natty. Artsy Natty's done a drawing as well. But yeah, it's... why is it on his side? There we go. I got to say, I didn't bring it in on its side. Artsy Natty posted it on its side. Artsy Natty, what was you up to? Nicely signed. Look at the little face on the worm. Artsy Natty's a lot wider as well, and a little bit wider on one side than the other side. Makes it look like your character's kind of looking over, not that way, looking over that way a little bit more. That looks really cool, mate. Little shadows around those bits of fur down the bottom is really nice as well. Excellent stuff, Artsy Natty. Thank you very much for sharing yours. Okay. Let's Joff, are you ready for us to do the Wheel of Losers? Should we move over?
I say lose, of course, to everyone. Anyone not on this segment.
Wow. What was that? Joff, that was you're coming through like you've been taken over by something out of Doctor Who. Yeah, mate. Do you want to drop out and come back in again, mate? The audio was terrible. Anybody else hearing that audio, or was it just me? Just me hearing that. He'll be back in a second, don't worry. Hey, John.
How's that now?
Yeah, that's better. Look at this aid. Doing it all on the fly. Making it up as we're going along. Nice work, Joff. You okay to bring in as he's really done it. He's good. What is Stephen? Yeah, you can post on X. Jessica, subscribe to Corp Academy, and I don't know how to post my drawing. Are you in the Corp Academy community? I mean, just go to corpacademy.com. Make sure you log in. Go to your library. Go to and get into the community that way. And yeah, just you should be able to post it when you get into your library and go into the community. It's very much like a mini kind of Facebook. So it's just a wall of everybody's artwork, just with no adverts, no trash. It's just our trash, our artistic trash that's in there. But yeah, if you're struggling, email me, send me a message, get in touch somehow, and I can walk you through it, mate. Thank you, Jessica. Mika, the Cyclones. Yeah, he did sound a little bit weird, didn't he? Cheers, AIDS. All right, let's get into it. So, yeah, the Wheel of Losers. It was originally called the Wheel of Winners, but we decided that most people on there are actually going to lose rather than win. So there it is. We've got a Wheel of Losers. Go, do me a favour, just check your name is in there. Go and check your name is definitely in there somewhere. Some people are in there twice. Can't remember why that. Oh man, audio's dropped out as well. You're gone again, mate. You're gone again. Maybe it's joining in with as a second feed that's caused it. I don't know. Could be that. Either way, should we? So we're gonna spin this. We're going to spin this wheel, and what will happen is it will land on one person. That one person will be winning a... Jessica says she likes Robot Joff. I think everybody likes Robot Joff. Excellent. I like the upgrade, mate. Nice one. I think I know what we're doing from here, though, so I'm more than happy to take the lead if you can press the button for spinning the wheel. So first one we're going to do is we're going to spin this wheel, and this is going to be... Should we do it for the Hooded Phantom first? So we'll do it for the Hooded Phantom and see who's going to win our Hooded Phantom. Where's Joff? First winner gets Hooded Phantom. Yeah, here we go. We're spinning. Just dropped my HD card. It's going to be Tracy. Is it going to be Tracy? It's going to go Steve. It's gone to Steve. Well done, Steve. Steve, where were you watching from? And Steve, are you still there? Do us a favour, Steve. Just get in touch somehow with us. Whatever platform you're watching on, send us a message and let us know, and we'll hook you up with your Hooded Phantom. I'm dead jealous of the Hooded Phantom. I'm a real fan of pixel art. I don't actually own much in the way of pixel art on crypto. But yeah, you've just won yourself your first piece. Majo, thank you. I'm glad you're loving it. Steve, if you're there, let us know you're there. Hope you like it. And yeah, if you're new to crypto, we can sort you out with a wallet and stuff like that. So we'll help you along the way. But yeah, well done, Steve, and cheers, Joff, for doing that. We're going to reset now. Joff, how many Trash Pandas? We're running for a Trash Panda. First Trash Panda is. Oh, it was nearly Rebecca, but it's Mika. Mika, congratulations. Mika, I know, is one of my community members. So I'm really pleased that it's staying within the community. Well done, Mika. Joff, let me know in the chat. Is it 4? Is it 4 Trash Pandas we're giving away? Because we've got another 3 runs to do. Or is it just 1? 4 in total. We've got 4 Trash Pandas. So well done. Who was it? Rebecca. Well done, Rebecca. Let's go and see who's winning our second Trash Panda. We love the Trash Pandas. It's going to be Tash. It's going to be Tash who vacated us based on having to parent. Which is very dull. Mika says it's their first NFT. Excellent. Joff, we're doing things here. We're bringing people in. We're starting your collection. And it's not costing you hardly a thing. I don't think it'll cost you anything. I think we'll be able to set you up with a wallet, transfer it over to you. You're the owner of Digital Arts. Third Trash Panda. Let's go for it. Trash Panda number 3 is going to... Is it going to Adrian? Oh, it's just missed out. It's Mardy. Mardy, I think you were on YouTube as well, weren't you? Spin the wheel, spin the wheel. Sorry, Adi, you were so close, mate. So close. Zoe, you just have to be here to be in with the chance of winning. Best is to get into the Discord. How many have we done there, Joff? Was that 4? Are we spinning again? I think we've got one more spin, haven't we? Last one. Good luck, everybody. Last spin. Who's going to win it? You can win twice, I think. Yeah, well done, everybody who's won so far. Okay, what? Alec Savici. Congratulations, Alec Savici. You're a winner as well. So you guys that have won, yeah, we've given away 5 NFTs today. That's what we do. That's what Corp Dogs do. Corp Dogs is the creative community. We're all about kind of getting you creative, getting you drawing, but also growing your art collection as well. So yeah, that's all we're trying to do. And we do that in 2 ways. One is through these drawing lessons and through access to my Corp Academy where I can teach you to draw. And the second is through these art giveaways. We just want to give away as much art as possible to people that really that love it and want to collect it. Right, nice one. Thank you. Yeah, Zoe, please make sure you and the boys join next week. Yeah, we're here every week, same time every week. I would say 8 o'clock, but 8 o'clock is for you, Zoe. Yeah, everybody else who's all over the rest of the world. Just imagine an hour ago, this time next week. That's where you need to be. Okay. So yeah, just make sure you join in. I think we are done now. So yeah, I just want to thank you all again for tuning in for today's Doodle on Discord. Well done, everybody that's won an NFT. Well done, everybody that's taken the time to join in with the Corp Dogs drawing as well. So yeah, do me a favour, post your Corp Dogs drawing, tag me. I love to see what you've all been doing. And yeah, Joff and I.
Before you go, Corp.
Oh, Joff's in. Yes, Joff.
Yeah. How's the mic now? Is it robot Joff or regular?
I think you're good. No, it's sexy,
Okay,
Joff.
cool. Excellent. What robot? Joff wasn't sexy? Anyway. Yeah, I'm just making sure I've got people's contact details before the chat disappears. So, Steve Weiss. Do we know Steve Weiss?
Steve, are you still there? Get back to us. Where was Steve?
Oh, Steve was asking about the Pigmographic 2. So clearly someone that's art.
Somebody that
adjacent.
knows a little bit about drawing, yeah.
Yeah. Just drop. Mika and Tash, I think you've got details for.
Yeah, I know them too.
Cool. Mardi. I've just pinged.
Don't know Mardi. So yeah, if you did win, just get in touch with us if we can't get in touch with you.
And then Alex Savici as well, please.
Alex, get in touch. Send us a message. We will scour the chat and get in touch with you. If let's give everyone 24 hours, Joff. Let's give those people that we haven't been able to get in touch with. You got 24 hours to message us, myself or Joff, and we can help you get your NFT. Okay, so don't waste. Any other announcements from you, Joff?
I think that's it for this week. I think just keep a lookout on Abstract and on X. See when we're going live again. I think we're going to try and do some more live streams throughout the week. But otherwise, see you next week. Same time, same back channel.
Thank you for tuning in, everybody, and we'll see you all next week. Take care. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, welcome into Let's Draw. We used to call this Doodle on Discord, mainly because we started out on Discord. But nowadays we call this, from today onwards we're going to call this Let's Draw. It's a little bit more relevant to what we're doing, which is drawing. And we don't just stay on Discord nowadays, we kind of broadcast everywhere, so we're on YouTube, Facebook. Facebook for this week, probably not going to do Facebook next week, but YouTube, Facebook, X on the Corp Dogs NFT account. We're also still in the Discord, and what's the other one on? Abstract, of course, as well. So, welcome in everybody. I think I've got co-founder of Corp Dogs with me. Joff is in the room. Hi, Joff. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, GM, everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and as Joff points out, wherever you are, do me a favour, go and put your name in the chat, wherever you're watching from. Stick your name in the chat, let us know where you're watching from, what your real name is, that kind of stuff. It's always cool to know where everybody is joining in from. Just to recap then, just in case you've never been here before, and what we're going to do two things. We are the Corp Dogs creative community, so we're going to do two things, and those two things we like to do is we like to get you creative, and we like to help your art collection grow as well. So we're going to do a drawing lesson first, where you'll just need a Sharpie. We'll come to that in a little while, and then Joff is going to do a prize draw for an NFT or two, but Joff will give us some details about that. Joff, what are we first of all, are we giving anything away, and if we are, what is it?
Yeah, so we are. We've got a couple of trash pandas again. And so, like last week, it's quite a funky little collection from Abstract. Just some cool art, no kind of roadmap or anything for it. Just enjoy it.
I love that kind of stuff. So it's just about the art, nothing else.
Exactly.
Just for the sake of the art. That's very close to my heart. So make sure you're in at the end of the session. I think, Joff, should we just do it so that it's only people on Discord and Abstract that are in with a chance of winning a Trash Panda?
We can do. Let's just see what the chat's like on YouTube first. They might need to be given a bit of heads up.
Yeah,
let's go with it. Let's do Discord and Abstract.
I think we should. I think so. Just for everybody else out there, the main reason we're doing that is because if you're on Discord, the chances are you've got a crypto wallet. If you're on Abstract, the chances are you've got a crypto wallet. It just makes it a lot easier for us to transfer some over to you. So That's not to say that if you're watching on YouTube that you can't take part. All you got to do is just go onto the abstract link. If anybody needs it, just give Joff a shout, and he'll drop the abstract link or the Discord link, or just help you get a wallet, something like that. It's probably easier just to go the abstract route. So yeah, if you are still interested and you do want to be in with a chance of winning an NFT, then please make sure you get over to abstract as well. Let me just do a few hellos then. So over in the Discord. Farts is back. Farts, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well, mate. Farts has got a little kind of goodie bag from me. So Farts won an art competition in my community. What was it? November time, mate. It was a while ago, and this art package got lost in international post for a little while, but has finally made its way to Farts. So hopefully you've got your artwork, T-shirt, colouring books, stuff like that. Loads of little goodies. Wearing the T-shirt today. That's awesome, mate. Nice. Love that. And yeah, anybody who's interested, you join the Corp Academy community, you're in with chances of winning prizes all the time. You're probably not in with a chance of getting the prize sent to you very quickly, as Tracy will know. Is Tracy in today? Tracy's another winner who's still waiting for her art package. But yeah, we will get it to you. I will get it to you at some stage. I probably should point out at this point that owning a Corp dog will get you access to the Corp Academy community as well. But that's not until we launch, and we're still waiting on a date for that. Right, what are we doing? I was just saying hello to a few people. Jessica's in the Discord as well. Hi, Jessica. Hope you're doing well, mate. Thank you very much for joining. I can't see, for some reason, I can't see. Oh, here we go. And we've got a few other people in the Discord as well. I can't see everybody in the Discord, so sorry about that. You're all kind of covered over with the chat because I'm on a small screen. But yeah, thank you very much for joining. Who else is in? Let's have a look. We've got loads of people on YouTube and stuff like that. Tash is in. Tracy is in. Rebecca, thank you for joining. Daniel, hi Daniel from France. Susan from Chicago. Julius is in. Rebecca watching from Northern Ireland. Excellent. Closest to us, that is so far. Excellent stuff. Steve's in as well. Hi Steve. Farts has just dropped in a photo wearing some Corp merch. Love that, mate. Farts, let me know if I'm okay to share that in the stream. I'd love to show everybody what the merch looks like on you.
So cool. Jess has just asked on Discord if she can get merch. So are your Corp T-shirts available at the moment?
They certainly are available. For collaborators like Jess, we can sort something out. Where's Jess? Let me know where you're based, Jess.
She's in the US.
That's going to be the main issue, mate. You know, sending stuff from the UK to the US now is like about 30
tariffs.
Yeah. I mean, you voted for him. Yeah, you got to live by it. So
that's suggested.
I mean, it was pretty expensive to post stuff over before the tariffs went up. So I'll tell you what I'll do, Jess. Is let me see if I can get a quote for how much it's going to cost to post it, and I'll just put it down as a gift or something like that. So we can sort something out anyway. But yeah, I'd love that. Well, I mean, and you've seen the merch as well. So Farts is wearing the merch, so you know exactly what you're getting. Awesome. Hi, James. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Steve, Tracy, and Marty's back in on YouTube as well. So appreciate you all joining in. We're going to get started in a couple of minutes. We're going to do a little drawing first. I'm going to show you how to draw a reoccurring character that I draw in the Corp Academy called Stumpy. We're just going to do a black and white version. But what we're going to do today, Stumpy's normally a really cute character. Let me show you what we did. I did this yesterday in the community lab. Stumpy's usually quite a cute character. Today we're going to make him a little bit angry. Maybe a little bit high. I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. But that's the plan today. Fart says it's okay for me to share the photo. Check out the merch here. Look, that is Corp merch right there. Sent over to Farts and got it about 3 months after I posted it. Nice one. Cheers, mate. Should we get on with some drawing? Let me see. We're gonna. Stumpy's a great character to draw. Nice and easy. You're not going to need too many materials for this one. But yeah, let's get into the overhead camera. Here we go. This is what you're going to need. First off, pencils are for losers, but you will need a pencil. We're all losers here. I don't care. Grab yourself a pencil. We've got a Sharpie as well. Let's use a Sharpie for most of our outlining, and then maybe just whip out a little fine liner. I'm going to go for. Should I go for a 0.5? That's a bit fat, but I'm going to go for a 0.5. That'll do. Anybody in the UK wants to, well, to be fair, if anybody wants to buy a Corp t-shirt, you can go to corporate.co.uk. They are for sale there. I think if you use, there's a discount code. What's the discount code? I can't remember what the discount code is, but it's a funny one. So yeah, there is a discount code, but that's essentially buy one get one free at bog off kind of deal. So yeah, head over to corporate.co.uk, and if the discount code isn't on the front page, just let me know. It's not on the front page. Yeah, message me if you need a discount code, and we'll get you some money off on the t-shirts. Let's get back to the drawing though. Let's not get distracted selling stuff, because I don't really want this stream to be about me selling stuff. There's your materials, yeah. Pencil, Sharpie, fine liner, piece of paper, preferably stolen from the photocopier at work. Your artwork is always yes. Sorry, Jessica. Yeah, your artwork is always going to look better on a stolen piece of paper. So go and nick some paper from work, and there's the materials. Should we get on with it? Let's do it. Start off with the pencil. We're going to chuck in a couple of little guidelines with the pencil first. So anybody who's working on an iPad, this is layer 1. We're going to essentially this shape that we do is going to be the head, the body, everything of Stumpy, the main kind of bulk of Stumpy. And but don't go too close to the edges of the paper, because we're going to have some ears coming out the top, like gremlin ears coming out the top. We're going to have some sausage arms coming out the side, and we're going to have some Stumpy legs coming out the bottom. So just leave yourself a little bit of space, but go quite experimental with this shape. If you're drawing twice, maybe do one that's round, one that's like sausage shape. You can follow the same process with different shapes and come up with a completely different character. Okay, so yeah, some sort of weird potato shape in the middle of your page to start you off with. That's what you need. Okay, I'll give you all 10 minutes to copy that perfect circle, and then we'll go and put the next basic shapes in. We're going to go for something weirder for the next basic shape. We're going to go and put the eyes in. Let's just put 2 circles. So somewhere across the top, let's go and put one about there. Let's go and put one about there. One's a little bit bigger than the other. That was kind of like semi-intentional. That's it for pencils. Lose the pencils. You're not going to need that anymore. Hi, Louise. Birmingham, UK. Found you today. Loving the content. Thank you, mate. How did you find me? I never know how people find me. You know, I pay for advertising here and there. I do content all over the place, but I never really know how people are discovering what we're all doing. So yeah, let me know, Louise, how you found out about what we're doing here. Everybody got those pencil lines in? Let's just have a quick look on Abstract. Just want to say hello to everybody on Abstract as well. Whoa, it's amazingly busy. So yesterday, #1 streamer on Abstract, the Corp Dogs were. So we're very happy with that. Not quite #1 today, but there you go. I think you have to stream for about 20 hours non-stop to be up on that list. Silent Thanks for watching on Abstract. Hi, Silent Thanks. Hope you're doing well, mate. Thank you for joining. Long-time supporter. So Rebecca found me through TikTok, Tracy Instagram, and that's it. Okay, that's not helping me at all. Silent Thanks has got a copy of Stumpy already. That's a pretty cool copy of Stumpy. We're going to go for that. Let me show you the official way of drawing Stumpy. Okay, go and grab your Sharpie, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit, get a little bit closer in. Let's turn a different camera on. A little bit closer in, and we'll start up here on the head. Okay, are you ready for this then? First thing we're going to do is a little line across the head. This is a double-ended flick off. So we're going to start at the top, we're going to work our way across, then just give it a little flick. Same way as on the other side, just give it a little flick. The reason for that flick is to try and get a thin tapered line. So you want it fat and wonky in the middle, thin and tapered either end. Don't go too wide with that. That's my first point. Don't go too wide with that, because we're just going to draw some other lines coming out from the top of this. Yeah, Silent Thanks. I love Stumpy as well, mate. It's a great character. Did I see somebody was going to join the academy? Louise joined the academy. So premium's open this week only. So premium's like, if you want everything, you can join this week only and get premium, which is everything in the academy. If not, just join at the lower level. At the entry level, it's just $7 a month. Nice and easy. Right, let's go and put in some. Let's call them curvy wands. It's actually the stiff part of a gremlin's ear. But we'll call it a curvy wand. So you see where that line finishes? We're just going to go back on that line a little bit. We're going to do a curve up and then a curve back down again. Okay, so it looked like this. So just come back there, curve up, pointing up, turn around, come back down. As you're getting close to the pencil line, join back in on that pencil line. Have a little go at drawing that. Thank you, Tracy. Tracy says the Academy is so much fun. I'm glad it comes. I'm glad you're still enjoying it. That's awesome. Have we got that in? Everyone got that in? Don't forget double line everything you do. Double lining is like a core strategy. It's a fundamental of the Corp Academy. The reason we double line is to make the line twice as wonky, not twice as thick. Wonky lines are our friends. If we start introducing wonky lines now, what it means is later on when you make a little mistake in your artwork and you need to cover it up by making a line a little bit fatter, you can do that, and that wonky line will just look like it belongs in there. So it's just a nice way of securing us, giving us a bit of security for later on in the drawing. Let's do something similar over on the other side. So remember, just bring it back in a little bit, and then curve up, curve down. As you come down, blend into the pencil line. So just about there. Look, curve up, come round, back down, blend it into that pencil line. Double line it. Double line it, go wonky. We'll talk about strong intersections later. If anybody's taking part as well, the best way of taking part and showing us updates of your photos is to get on the Discord, the Corp Dogs Discord. It's that is the only place I think we can actually drop in a photo into the chat. So yeah, if you want to share your artwork, do that. If not, just share it after the session. Use the hashtag. What hashtag should we use? We need a hashtag for Let's Draw. Can't be just hashtag Let's Draw, because that'll be all over the place. Louise, it is a lot of fun, mate. I enjoy doing it. I can't believe how lucky I am to teach people how to draw weird stuff every day. It's fantastic. So Geoff's asking, who's even heard of Discord? I don't know what Discord is. And I think Louise answered the question perfectly. Heard of it, doesn't know how to use it, or doesn't understand how it works. That is a little bit of an issue. Right, should we carry on? Let's carry on with our character. We're going to move down a little bit now. We're going to put some fat sausages in. Everybody ready to stick a fat sausage in? Let's go down here. Look, we're going to come. Hi, Steve. Yeah, I know we can't have a lot. Yeah, that is a long hashtag. Let's draw with Joff and Corp. Joff and Corp on a Wednesday. Nice. We're going to be pretty unique with that hashtag. Nobody else is going to have used that. And has anybody else noticed how Joff always puts his name first on the Joff and Corp show? Just saying. Right, let's go. Fat sausages, okay. What we're going to do with these fat sausages is come from this line that we just flicked off just here. Bring that back up. Get about halfway down your potato shape, and then that fat sausage is going to curve out and curve back in again. Don't go too close to the edge of the paper, because you will need to put some little fingers on. So like this, look, go down, fat sausage out, curve round, bring that fat sausage shape. Look at that fatness of the sausage just coming back into the body. Stop when you get to the pencil line. That's why the pencil line's there, okay? Hey, Crypto Stew. Hope you're doing well, mate. Ozzy's just dropped in on Discord as well. Hi, Ozzy. Let's double line that fat sausage. Stop in when you get to the pencil line. That's pretty much the only reason we put pencil lines in. Just gives us a bit of an indication of where we stop and start our lines. I've not asked you all this already. Hopefully you'll be doing this kind of naturally. But if you see a like button on whatever platform you're streaming on, if you see a like button or a heart button or something like that, just mash it. Is that what the kids say? Just mash it. Serial winner Crypto Stew's already looking at the odds, I think, of winning some artwork. But yeah, just hearts and like buttons. Just go and tap those a few times for us. That helps the algorithm. Thank you on Abstract, whoever's doing that. Silent Thax is putting a tip as well, and so is Joff. Joff is tipping himself. Awesome. Right, shall we go and do the same? Not the same, do something similar on the other side, okay? Let me zoom out so you can see both sides on this. So we're just going to come down there, we're going to go out, we're going to curve round, fat sausage, back in, stop when you get to the pencil line. Double line it, nice and wonky, nice and fat. And stop when you get to there. One of my arms is definitely bigger than the other. That's pretty normal, don't you worry about that. Ben's in. Hi, Ben. Hope you're doing well. Ben is I think you're probably the first person watching on Facebook. We get a fair amount of viewers on this session. It usually ends up at about 60, 70 people. And Facebook contributes about 2 people. So thanks, Ben. Appreciate you joining in. I love that it's like ASMR. I'm surprised that my voice could be anything like ASMR. But yeah, thank you, Ben. Ben, share it around, tag some friends. Yeah, get some more people in. I'd really appreciate that. Bloom Therapist says, if I said that was cringe, mash it. Yeah, it was meant to be cringe. I know it is cringy. Oh, Tash is off. Kids have woken up, I should imagine. Right, where are we with this? We've done the arms. We're going to go on to the legs now. Okay, let's go and do the fat belly. So remember the way we did the head? We did that little double-ended flick off just there. We're going to do that in the belly as well. So just down here, start about there, look, with a thin line, get fatter in the middle. Over the other side, get thin again. Wonk it up so it's fat in the middle and thin either end. So double-ended flick off. Anybody that wants to support what we're doing a little bit more, you've got various ways of supporting it. One of those is definitely getting onto Abstract. Log in on Abstract as well. It's nice and easy to log in. You get a wallet, load a few quid onto your wallet, and then you can send some tips to your favourite streamers, i.e. me. Let's go and put the legs in now. Okay, so one thing to keep an eye on, right in the middle here, that's the undercarriage, okay? So like that finger width. So as we draw these legs, you kind of want, this leg is going to come in and just go into that side. This leg is going to come in and go into that side, okay? So you want a little gap in between the legs, okay? So watch this. We'll start up in the armpit. About halfway up the arm here. Halfway up the arm here, just nice. Down. We're coming down off the pencil line. We're going across and we're aiming for that little bit in the middle, you know, where our finger was. Aim for that and just bring it back up again. This is a great example of why I use the double wonky line. It's because look at that. See how the arm is just kind of coming into the body a little bit there? I don't want to see that. So as I double line it, go wonky on it, I can just go a little bit fatter in that bit and make it disappear. So now it brings this leg back to the front again. Joff's just dropped in the Discord the 2 trash pandas that you could be winning. Does anybody want to have a quick look at the trash panda? Let's see if we can just bring that into here's one of them. Look at that. I'm a sucker for a bit of pixel art. Nice work. How do I get the next one? The other one, look at this one. Look at the little Viking hat. It's brilliant. And what's that little scar across the top of the head? Got a bit of blood sticking out there. Nice. Awesome. So they're the 2 trash pandas that you could win later on. Start your art collection or add to your art collection. Let's go and put another leg in on the other side. Remember, we're starting in the armpit. We're coming down, we're going across, and then we're going up into the undercarriage. So start in the armpit. Down off the pencil line. Go across and then up. Make it wonky. Like that. We've got a nice shape coming out here. I'm really digging this shape. Hopefully yours is coming out just as good. Don't forget to, if you are on Discord, you can take a little photo, upload it into the chat, so we can have a little look. Towards the end of the session, I will share a few of the best pieces. Well, I won't. I'll share everybody's. So even if you've done something rubbish, I'll still share it. It won't be rubbish. Right, here we go. What are we up to next? We've got our body.
Just quickly, cool. We've got a great question in the chat on YouTube from Steve. Can you only flick the line on the finish, or can you begin a line with a flick and then push the line?
It's a little bit easier if you flick on a finish. So like this line that I mean, this line I did at the top, I started in the middle, flicked out, start in the middle, flicked out. Yeah. This line I did at the bottom, I did start with the flick off, if you know what I mean. And you're better off kind of thinking about that as like a soft landing. So as you're bringing your pen towards the paper, just really, really gently have a real soft landing. So you're not kind of putting your pen on the paper, then moving it. You're kind of moving along already and then slowly getting closer and closer to the paper. That's the best way you can get like a start a line with a flick off. Give it a go, Steve. Let me know how you get on. Not everybody loves a flick off. Some people hate a flick off. You might just do some little dots and dashes. That's a nice alternative to it. Some people like a fat end. You know, you just go for a fat end if you want to. Cheers, Joffa, though, picking up that question. Hi, Creating Athena. Welcome in. Who else is in? Yeah, if you're in and you're watching and you're digging it, then not digging it. That's cringy again, isn't it? If you're in and you're watching, just let us know where you're watching from. As in like what country you're watching from. Furthest away we've had so far is Northern Ireland, I think. No, somebody was in Chicago, California. So USA is definitely furthest away. Right, let's get back on to Stumpy, shall we? Because we're 24 minutes in and we've not really done enough drawing yet. Let's go put the eyes in. Ready for the eyes? Keep hold of your Sharpie. Let's zoom right in on here. What I thought we'd do is we're going to give our character angry eyes. We're going to do one eye that's like slightly closed, like pinched closed. We're also going to do some little cheekbones for the eyes to grow out of. So, yeah, we just start off with these nice basic circles. On this eye, let's just do a little basic eye, okay? Steve's from Quebec in Canada. Nice. God bless Canada. Let's go and put in an angry eyebrow. So for the angry eyebrow, we're going to start over here. We're going to start outside the pencil line, curve around, go all the way across. And once you get outside the pencil line again, just a little flick down, okay? So here we go. Let me do it. So starting outside the pencil line, curve around, all the way across. Just as you get outside the pencil line, a little flick down like that. You can see, look at that soft landing. Just got the taper in really nicely with my soft landing. My flick off, a little bit of a faded flick off really there, but that's because I'm using a Sharpie that's probably about a couple of years old. Let's go and double line it though. So if you've got a nice flick off, just leave it. If you can't flick off there, look, you can just dot and dash it. Gives you the same kind of effect. There you go. We've got a nice angry eyebrow in there. Let's go and do something similar on the other side. So just curve around all the way across. As soon as you get outside the pencil line, a little flick down. Again, I'm really chuffed with how I've flicked on. Should we call it a flick on line? A soft landing. This I'm going to put dot and dash it though because it's got a bit of a fat end to it. Silent Thax, the frozen tundra of Minnesota. Fabulous. Thank you for joining from so far away. Doodle Buster, that's looking great. Loving the squareness of that shape. Very neat. Awesome stuff. Okay, let's go and we're going to do the simple eye first, and we'll do the complicated eye afterwards. Even though I say complicated eye, it's going to be dead easy. We'll do it in a few seconds. Right, simple eye is 1, 2, 3, 4 lines, okay? And a little bit of colouring in. First line, let's take a little cheekbone in. So starting outside the pencil line, finishing outside the pencil line. Little double-ended flick off, little floater there. Just kind of make it straddle the pencil line. So it starts outside, goes across the eyeball, finishes outside. So that's line number 1. Lines number 2, let's finish off the eyeball. So round there, double line it, round there. Just follow that pencil line, double line it. Easy, yeah? We've got that eye in. Now, I did say we're going to do another line, which is going to be the pupil, and a little bit of colouring in, which again was going to be the pupil. But I always think you're better off doing the pupils right at the end of a picture. So, for example, if I make a mistake somewhere on this picture, what I might do is I might draw like a big fat like fly or something like that to cover over any mistakes that I've done. And what I'll do to make it look like it was always meant to be there is I'll have the eyes then pointing towards it and looking at it, so it doesn't become obvious that it was a mistake under there. So usually I leave the pupils till last. In this instance, I'm going to leave the pupil until I've done this eye, because on this eye we're going to have the eyelids kind of closed a little bit. So we just want to make sure that we know where the pupil is going to go. on here. So you ready to do this? And we'll do the top eyelid first. Look, top eyelid is going to look like this. It will start there. Just go past the pencil line, all the way back the other side, past the pencil line, curve round again. These two top lines need to be kind of pointing at each other. The extremities, the width, the wideness of that shape that you've just done, looks like a nice wide sausage that's broken at the top. It just needs to be a slightly wider than the pencil line. Don't forget to double line it. Make it wonky. All your lines should be wonky. I shouldn't need to keep going on about it, but I probably will. Tracy says, "Where are you, Joff?" And I think what she's getting at is, why have you abandoned everyone on YouTube? I'm sure that's not what she means. Joff is from Tanzania. Oh, okay. It's in the UK, just down the road from me. Everybody got that eyelid in? Let's go and do another one of those shapes. Just underneath, leave a little gap just underneath, turn it upside down, flip it upside down, okay? So it'll look like this. Let's start in there, flip around all the way across, like that. I've done mine really close together, and I really like that. It looks like he's really squinting. That'll make more sense when we put the rest of the lines in. You'll see what I mean. Hey, Christian. How you doing? Thanks for joining. Hope you're doing well. From Stockholm, Sweden. What are we doing? We're drawing a little Stumpy character today. Is it PC to call this Stumpy? I don't even know if that's a PC thing to say anymore. Don't know. Yes or no? Should I rename Stumpy to something a little bit more PC? Let's go and finish off the rest of this eye. So, we've got this little cheekbone coming down the bottom of this eye. Let's go and do the same kind of thing on the other side. Little cheekbone, double-ended flick off, starting and finishing outside the pencil line is the only important bit there. Double wonk it up. And we've got loads of lines going on there. So it's important to remember where these next lines go. Okay, so we're going to go over the pencil line. We're going to finish off the eyeball, but that includes the top eyelid, eyeball, and bottom eyelid. Okay, here we go. Top eyelid is that bit there. Eyeball is just that little tiny bit in there. Bottom eyelid is that bit there. This is why we put the pencil line in, so that line just looks like it's a very consistent line for the eyeball. Go and do the same on the other side. Top eyelid, little eyeball, bottom eyelid. That is a cool looking eye. And what I like about it is this one was nice and quick and easy to draw. This one took ages to draw. At this stage, we can go and throw a pupil in now. So just think about whereabouts you want to put your pupil on this bit. So you want to kind of see it so that it's in that little kind of gap in between the eyelids. All you're picking is whether it's looking left or right. I'm going to bring mine in. I'm going to put it just there. I'm going to add a little reflection. I'm going to colour the rest in black. While I'm doing that, I'm also thinking about where it's going to sit on the other eye as well. So it's going to sit about there. Reflection's going to be on the same side. So it's a copy and paste rather than a mirror version. And then put in the rest, the other pupil, like that. It definitely looks a little bit boss-eyed there. Oh well, that'll be all right. Jessica, no, you didn't miss this time. Well done, Jessica. Let me just zoom out so you can see what we're drawing. Which camera is it? Is it that one? Yeah, there we go. That's where we're at so far. Everybody keeping up? Let's move things a little bit faster, shall we? Yes, please, says everyone. Right, let's go and do the mouth. Steve says that eye makes me think about someone allergic to a bee sting and got stung. There you go, mate. Whenever you're drawing, don't draw what's in your head. Draw what happens on the paper and then what comes in. So at that stage, then I'll be thinking, right, how am I going to draw a bee in this? How am I going to put the pupils so they're looking at that bee? That kind of thing. Right, let's move down, put a mouth in. We'll keep it really simple with the mouth. We're going to do a line. It's going to start, it's going to go up, across, down. Okay? Like this. Up, across, down. Look at that for a great mouth. Double-ended flick off, so try and taper off the ends. Soft landing, wonky middle, flick off on the end there, or some dots and dashes. There's our mouth. You could just leave it like that. You could throw a few little teeth coming out the top, a few little teeth coming out the bottom. I'm going to put in a tooth just there, just mainly because I've got space. It just sits under that eye really nicely. That's it. What about a little floater? It's called a floater because it doesn't touch any other line. It just sits there on its own. It's a double-ended flick-off, also known as a floater. We are so close to being finished, it's unreal. There's our mouth. Put in as many teeth as you like, sharp teeth, wonky teeth. Let's go and put in a belly next. Oh no, we're going to do the belly with a thin pen. Let's go and do the fingers. So let me zoom out a little bit here. And we're going to throw in these little fingers. As we do this, okay, at the top, we're going to do a thumb. It's just going to be a curve. The top is a thumb. Down below, 3 little curves or 3 little bouncy lines for the fingers, okay? It's going to look like an open palm, like a jazz hands kind of look. So at the top, look, there's our bounce for a thumb. Down the bottom, we do 3. 1, 2, 3. And you see how they look like fingers, and it looks like an open palm. Inside that open palm, you could put some little pads if you wanted to. You could put some little creases in there. You could put some little claws on the end of those fingers if you want. Mess around with it. You know, I'm just here to kind of get you started on like the basics with a character. Your job is to just kind of take it to that next level, to muck around with it, try and destroy it, try and make it better, do whatever you want to do to it. Just kind of mix it up a little bit. But there you go, we've got a couple of hands. Thank you for the tips. We have got a look of do you want some kind of about this character today. That wasn't intentional, but it does look a little bit like that. Hi, Hero Black is in. Yeah. Ciao, Hero Black. Thank you for joining from Italy. What are we doing next? Let's put some toes in. That's it with the no toes and a little shadow down the bottom to make it look like our character's standing on something. So toes. Let's go and put in just a bouncy line across the bottom. 1, 2, 3. Double line it. Get back on it again. Look, nice and wonky. Do the same on the other side. 1, 2, 3. Double line it, and then little shadow, little drop shadow is going to be a flurkle. My favourite new shape is a flurkle. It's a flat circle. I think we came up with this last week, didn't we? Flat circle, just going around there, look, all the way around, tucking back in, maybe in there as well, maybe a little bit higher. And then that bit, we're going to colour that bit in black. Now, when I say colour it in black, what I mean is we're going to use the last bit of ink that we could really use elsewhere in the picture from the Sharpie, the only Sharpie that you've got that's working. And we're going to just waste it on this little bit at the bottom. We're 5 minutes away from finishing here, guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to say guys. What's wrong with me today? Just here for this shadow. I quite like the shadow being a bit faded out, actually, because it looks a little bit more like a shadow rather than standing in a hole. I like to break up the shadows by just putting some extra little spots around it. Something like that, just to break it up a little bit. That's nice. Okay, park your Sharpie. Park your Sharpie for a little bit. Go and grab your thin pen. Hopefully you've got a thin pen. If you haven't got a thin pen, use your Sharpie. We're going to start at the top again. We're going to work our way down. Anybody that's new in, hi everybody. It won't let me comment on Discord. Boys Nice say hi. Hi Zoe. Sorry it won't let you comment on Discord. I don't know why it won't do that. It's news to me. But if you were on Discord, so you'll be in with a chance of winning the winning an NFT. So don't panic about that. Right, we're going to start at the top again. We're going to work our way down. We're going to use a thinner pen now. We're just going to go and throw in some details. We're going to move super quick this time. So let's get up the top. First thing we're going to do with our thin pen, take a little line from the top here. Not right at the top, just kind of bring it down a little bit. And we're going to do a curve that's going to almost hit the top of the arm. So from there, almost hit. Wow, in fact, hit the top of the arm. Double line that. It's only a thin line, but we can still double line it. Let's do the same or something similar on the other side. That gives us our gremlin style ears. See how I've gone a bit fat on the line just there? I'm going to balance that out by just making a little bit fatter over this side as well. If ever, this is the beauty of wonky lines. Normally a fat bit of line like that might make you think, oh, I've kind of ruined this picture. But you can still get away with that. Let's go and put some veins in the ears. Now, these veins, we're not going to draw the vein. We're going to draw the shadow of the vein. It's going to be like a bubble writing capital Y. So maybe start about here, and let's go and put in a shape like that. Look at that vein. As this vein gets closer to the head, let's make that line a little bit thicker. Oh my God, what am I doing with that line? That's a shocker. There we go, nice and wonky. That's a big old vein. Let's do a smaller one at the top there. Let's go and do one on the other side, something similar. Again, wonky and fat at one end where it joins the ear, a little bit looser and thinner as it goes off the top there. That looks good. Maybe we can take a few holes out as well. Just put a few holes in the ears. I know pencils are for losers, but if you'd penciled that line in, first, you could have taken a little V shape out, like a little bite mark out of the ear as well. Okay, let's move down. Let's keep it nice and simple. In the eye, what we're going to do is, so if you've got a Sharpie, don't do this. If you've got a fine liner, do this. If you've got some colour pens, you can do this. We're going to go and make the eyelids look a little bit darker than the rest. All I'm doing is just putting some lines next to each other. Nice thin lines all the way across. And it just brings out that different tone in the eyelid. Just makes it look a little bit darker. And you can see how this thin pen doesn't interfere with the fat lines. That's the whole point of using this. Again, another fundamental of the Corp Academy of this thin pen, fat pen combo is that thin pen won't interfere with the smaller lines. You could even go around here, look. You could even just take a little shadow at the bottom of the eye, outline it, shade it in, look. Look at how it just makes that eye now look like it's popping out a little bit more. Farts has botched his eye. Uh-oh, mate. So one of the things you can do, and I see students do this all the time, is that when you botch your eye, just colour the whole eye in black. Maybe just leave a little tiny white ball in there, so it just looks like a hole in the eye. Right, what are we doing next? Let's shade out the tooth. Why not? You can either shade out the tooth, make it a little bit darker, or you can put in some little bits of graining in the teeth. Let's go and shade out the thumbs and fingers. Let's move faster. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. Shading out everything, just hashing out loads of little lines. What a difference it makes to this piece. Just having a mid-tone in there. So we've got all the white of the paper, you've got all the black of the pen. Just putting these little lines in there just brings this mid-tone out. And obviously the closer you do these lines together, the more it's going to look shaded out, and the darker it's going to look. Swip down a bit. Let's go and put some shading in those toes as well. You'll get quicker at this. This is good practice for line work. You'll get more accurate, but don't worry about having a scruffy piece. We're going to finish off this piece with a belly, so just a nice big oval, big flircle all the way across there. Double line it. Probably try and double line it a little bit neater than I've just double lined it. That is terrible double lining. Not terrible, that's great double lining. Double lining is all about introducing a wonky line. Introducing, proper artists will call it line weight. But I just call it a wonky line. But yeah, double lining it, look at that. That looks alright, doesn't it? Let's put a little belly button in. Right down the bottom there, a little curve like that, a little double-ended flick off there, a little hole for the belly button. That looks nice. Are we up for nipples? Anybody want to put nipples in? Let's go and do it. Nothing wrong with nipples. There we go. We've got a couple of little nipples in. Let's make that belly look a little bit furrier. So we're just going to do some little lines over it like that. Like it's a bit more patchworky. And then we're going to flick the V's everywhere. Hey Dusty, thank you for joining on Abstract. Hope you're doing well, mate. How's everybody getting on? We're getting Crypto Stews. Just seeing the nose. I've not put a nose on Stumpy. Stumpy generally doesn't have a nose, but Crypto Stews put a nose on. We're going to see that in a minute. Okay. Just wait for that. What else are we going to do? Yeah, flick the V's. So flicking the V's is just a really neat way of making your character look a bit furrier. So do that all over the place, or you can put some U-shapes. That's going to make your character look sweaty. Let's go and make him look sweaty. Look, let's put some little U-shapes all across the forehead. Look at how he looks like a little bit more intense. Maybe some little drips there. Flick the V's a few more times. Let's finish this piece off, shall we? We're going to just throw a few little bits around the outside. So maybe grab your Sharpie. I always like to do like just little ink splats around the outside. Nothing complicated. Little ink splats, like a big one, a small one, that kind of thing. Maybe throw on a little street art crown. That's a shocker of a crown. Let's just neaten that up a bit by wonking it. Yeah, oh, you didn't see that, did you? There you go, a little street art crown across the top. And then let's put in some flies. Let's put a fly on the belly. That kind of thing. Maybe this fly's coming out from the ear. Little dotted line to show where it's coming from. Right. Finish this off then with a signature. If you like what you've done, sign it. If you don't, put somebody else's name on it. If you're watching on Discord and you want to upload your photo, please go and do that now. And I'm going to start bringing some photos in. We'll do that for a few seconds. We'll have a little look at everyone's artwork. And then we're going to hand over to Joff. Joff is going to do the giveaway on the Wheel of Losers. So let me just drop this camera so you can see where we're at. I'm going to put a big old signature, nice and big, in pen on the front. Everyone can see that you did it. And then let's bring in, so Crypto Stew was the first person. I've got to bring in Crypto Stew's piece. I'm saying it's Crypto Stew, but some people might say it's been done by Corp. I love it, mate. That nose is just something else. And I like the fact that you've turned what should have been the arms into the ears. That's quite funny. Love it, mate. Well done. Credit that to me if you want. I'm gonna do another version of that, I think. But I am going to turn those arms into ears. This is what happens when you turn up a few minutes late. You missed the brief that said that the top bits, the stalks coming out the top, were the ears. Josh just dropped this in. This is Joff's drawing. Are you ready for this? What the hell is that? Any answers? It looks like some of Star Warsy. But there you go. That's clearly what Crypto Stew's drawn. Thank you, Joff, for clarifying how accurate Crypto Stew's artwork was. Moving down, let's have a look at Silenthax. Silenthax, you're working digitally. That looks digital. Oh, why is it so big? Oh, here we go. There we go. Look. There's Crypto Stew's piece then for everyone to have a look at. So not Crypto Stew, Silenthax. Beautiful stuff. Love those claws, mate. Awesome work. Who else have we got? Let's have a little look. Just a couple more. And then, yeah, oh, mate, Farts. You've done such a good job there. Strong finish from Farts. Look at that. That eye looks amazing. Veins in the ears look amazing. You did the little cuts in the ears as well. Perfect work. Really like that. Nice, right? Well done, everybody. Thank you very much for taking part. Oh no, we've got one more. We've got two more. Let's have a look at Mika's, and then we'll have a little look at Doodle Buster as well. Look at this one. Let's bring it a little bit bigger in. That's fantastic. The one eye looking up and the one eye looking down. I love a crazy-eyed character. The detail on the teeth, really nice as well. Nice wonky teeth coming out there. Little drips everywhere. Spider coming off the ear. Look at the little hole in the ear as well. Awesome stuff from Mika. Let's just take a little look at Doodle Buster. Is that whose this one is? Let me just check. Yeah, a little look at Doodle Buster. Yeah, so Tashu's gone, turned her, because we drew Stumpy, turned her Stumpy into used Midjourney to turn it into a real kind of like fluffy character. It just looked amazing. Doodle Buster, let's have a look at yours. That's looking nice. Just a little touch of yellow in the fly, just a little touch of colour. I'd maybe put a little bit of yellow on the teeth as well, maybe even a little bit in the eyes, just so that you're bringing that yellow in a few more places. But that's nice work, mate. I love the shape of that one. Let's have a quick look at Tracy's in as well. I think this is our last one. Let's make Tracy a little bit smaller so we can see the whole thing. Maybe even a little bit smaller. Look at those little floppy ears. Nice work on the ear details there. All messed up. Wrinkly like a cabbage leaf. I like that. And very, very square. This is what I love about this character. That first pencil line that you do, if it's circular, square, triangular, sausage shape, wonky, whatever, it just changed the whole look and feel of the character when we're finished. Right, that's it. We've seen everybody's artwork. Thank you guys that have been sharing. Always appreciate you being so open with your artwork. Don't forget to post it online. Use the hashtag Let's Draw with Josh and Corp on Wednesdays. I will genuinely be looking for that on X and Instagram later on. So yeah, use that hashtag. But yeah, that's it for the doodle, for the drawing part of this show. What we're going to do now is, Joff, are you still there, Joff? Have you fallen asleep yet?
No, I'm still good. Yeah.
Joff's good. Joff's still here. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to whip over to your Wheel of Losers, mate, and it'll be over to you. So let's see if Joff's voice goes robot-y. Here we go. Wheel of Losers, over to you, Joff.
How's it going? Right, let's shuffle these guys and girls and everything. Let's go.
Quick question, Joff. Had you pick people?
Sorry, say that again.
How were these people been chosen? They were from where?
So we had Dusty and Simon Thax from Abstract, and Simon Thax was also in Discord, but I didn't put him in twice. So I don't know if that was an intentional trying to sneak an extra entry in. But all the other entrants are from Discord.
Excellent. So there you go. Discord and Abstract, guys. Be on Discord and Abstract if you want to be in the Wheel of Losers. You only have to put your face in there. You can still watch on YouTube. But yeah.
Oh, we've got Francis just appeared. I think we should add Francis.
Are you going to put Francis in? That's a late entry.
Yeah. Look at that. That's literally seconds.
51 minutes after we started, Francis turns up. How are you, Francis? Thank you for joining. Hi. Crypto Stew's in there. So Crypto Stew's a serial winner, isn't he? Let's see what happens here.
He is. Yeah, I did suggest to him that we ruin his odds, but I think for for this one we'll try and do it fairly. So let's go.
Love that he said for this one we'll do it fairly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't normally. Who's it going to be? Nearly stopped. Nearly stopped at Francis, but we got Artsy Natty. Who is that? Is that Natalie? Natalie, is that you? I don't know where you're watching from, but yeah, congratulations, Artsy Natty. Which Trash Panda was that? Was that one of the Trash Pandas?
Yes. Yeah.
We haven't decided which one. Artsy Natty, well done.
Right. Well, let's spin again.
Second Trash Panda goes to...
Look at that. What?
Had to happen.
Had to be, didn't it?
Crypto Stew, thank you for turning up, Crypto Stew, and ruining everyone else's odds of winning any artwork. I think Crypto Stew's got about 5 or 6 pieces of artwork now from us, which is exactly what we want to do. The whole point of the Corp Dogs is 50% teaching you to draw, 50% growing your art collection. So congratulations, Crypto Stu. I love the fact that you're getting
it. Yeah, congrats.
Gallery.
Is that your first abstract NFT, Stu?
First abstract NFT, Stu? Let us know. Crypto Stu says he has 50% of the art collection. You are 50. I think about 50% of the art we've given away has gone to Crypto Stu. And why not? You've got to be in it to win it, mate. And you're always in it, so you deserve it. Farts know the what's that Wednesday draw with Joff and Corp? There's going to be so many variations of this hashtag. It's Let's Draw. The Doodle on Discord is now called Let's Draw. So let's do Let's Draw with Joff and Corp on Wednesdays. There you go. Thanks very much, everybody, for turning up. I hope you did yourself a nice little drawing. And congratulations to Crypto Stu and Natalie for, I think it was Natalie anyway, for winning your Trash Pandas. Joff will be in touch, or keep in touch with Joff, and we'll get them to you as soon as possible. We'll be back again next week for more doodling, more drawing, more giveaways. And so, from Joff and I, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next week.
Catch you later.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, welcome into another episode of Let's Draw. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you very much for tuning in so early and being here right from the start. I thought I'd put on a couple of videos for you to keep you amused. So hope you enjoyed those whilst you were tuning in. Welcome in. I can see a few familiar faces everywhere. We're broadcasting on YouTube. Facebook went belly up, so we're not broadcasting on Facebook and probably won't do anymore. But we're on YouTube, we're on Abstract. We're in the Discord as well. We've got a handful of people in the Discord. Midas has just dropped in. Hi, Midas. Hope you're doing well, mate. Thank you very much for joining. Where else? On X. We're on X as well. So we're broadcasting in a few different places. Wherever you're watching from, if you could do me a huge favour and share the feed. Let people know what we're doing. Tag your friends. Anybody that you think would enjoy what we're going to do today, tag them and let them know. That'd be awesome. Thank you very much. So bad news, I'm afraid. Really, really sad news. It's down to me to let you know that something's happened to Joff. Thankfully, he's just skiving for the day. He's not dead or anything like that. He's just skiving off for the day. He's not going to be joining us. So we're not going to do an NFT giveaway. But to be fair, Crypto Stu's nowhere to be seen. So he usually wins everything. Made a big assumption there. Crypto Stu usually wins everything, so we're not going to be we're not giving away any NFTs today. It's all going to be about the drawing lesson. So, and we'll get started on with that in a minute. Just to recap, what we do in the drawing lesson is I'll show you how to draw something step by step. You just copy along. It's going to take us like 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. It's going to be really easy, really basic. You'll just need a couple of materials, a pencil, a Sharpie, maybe a fine liner if you want to go and really show off, and some stolen paper. Welcome in everybody. Hope you're doing well. If you are new, just go into the chat wherever you're watching from. Go into the chat. Trying to keep my eye on all the different chats going on at the moment. Go into the chat. Let me know who you are, where you're watching from. It's always cool to see what global audience we have. How many have we got? Only 20 people watching so far, so it's pretty quiet at the moment. But it's all good. That probably doesn't. What doesn't help is that I think I scheduled this session for tomorrow. So when I was just about to go live, and it said I'm going live tomorrow at 8 o'clock, and I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm definitely going live today at 8 o'clock. So yeah, apologies. Anybody who's watching the replay tomorrow night, apologies that you're watching the replay. Wednesdays 8 p.m. UK time every week we're doing this, and right, let's talk in. Let's get on with it, shall we? Just a reminder that this session, Let's Draw, is brought to you by Corp Dogs. Corp Dogs is my NFT project, which you can see up the top there, which we hope to release soon on Abstract. If you want to support these kind of events, then just follow what we're doing on Corp Dogs. Hopefully pick up some digital artwork of your own and get access to the Corp Academy and extra events and things like that. Who I just saw somebody else. Hi, Mooply, Julish, Tash. Oh, Mooply's Kirsty. Hi, Kirsty. Hope you're doing well, mate. That's really cool. I think Kirsty. I think if that's the same Kirsty, Kirsty's the person that runs the 8 o'clock club. Anybody who's into adult drawing, 8 o'clock club's just had a bit of a revamp. Website's looking really good. I'll just have a look under Corp Academy, corpacademy.com 80C, and you'll find the new 8 o'clock club. Loads of not safe for work content in there, if that's your thing. So should we get drawing? Should we make a start on this today? I'm not entirely sure what we're going to be drawing. I mean, I know what we're going to draw, but I'm not entirely sure what it is. These are the materials you're going to need today. Oh, it's a different Kirsty. Right, these are the materials you're going to need today. You will need a pencil, Sharpie. I've just got a couple of Sharpies and a fine liner. So that's kind of what you need. Just any kind of black pen combo, you'll be absolutely fine with it. And A4 sheet of paper, we're going to use it portrait orientation. That means upright. And here we go. Are you ready to get started? So go and grab your pencil first. Pencil first, everybody. Hi, James. Thank you for joining from Pittsburgh. Good to have you in. Hope you're joining in with the drawing session today. Grab your pencil first. First thing we're going to do is we're going to stick in a big sausage, okay? This big sausage, you don't want it too wide, because if it's too wide, we're not going to be able to work the horns in afterwards, or the antlers in afterwards. And I've got a really neat way of showing you how to draw antlers, okay? So nothing too wide. How high can you go? And maybe square it off a little bit at the top. Let's go for something like this. Let's go for about there. Square it off a little bit at the top. Down there. What do you reckon? Something like that will do nicely. Hey, Steve. Thanks for joining, mate. Hope you're doing well. We're just going to put in a few little guidelines with a pencil first. Then we'll get out the black Sharpie and make this thing come alive. There you go. So there's the first bit. Let's cut our eye drawing time in half by only drawing one eye. So just in there. Let's go and put some sort of circle. Doesn't have to be particularly neat. Doesn't have to be particularly circular. Just go and draw some sort of circle. That will give us a bit of a guide for where the eyeball will go. Coming out the side next, we're going to draw some lines that are going to help us with these antlers, okay? Big old L shapes coming out the side. Nice and big. From about here, look. Big old L shapes like that. There's one. Let's go and do one on the other side. But as you're doing these, you want to add some extra L shapes coming off from these as well. So here we go. Let's put some extra L shapes. Let's put one in there. Let's put one in there. Don't think about it too much. Doesn't have to be particularly neat. But go and throw in those. It's 3 L shapes on either side. Stick that one in. Hi, Natalie. Thank you for joining, mate. Have we got that in? What else do we need for pencil lines? I think that's it. I think that's it. Pencils are for losers, so we don't use pencils too much. Let's go and grab a Sharpie. I always like using like a thin pen, fat pen combination when I'm drawing. So we're going to go and grab a Sharpie, and then we'll use a thin pen later to maybe put in some little details if we feel it needs the details. Okay. Right, let's jump in a little bit closer, shall we? Where's my zoom camera? There it is. That's better. Let's go and do this bit first. We're going to start off with a nose. So just straddling the bottom of the eyeball, we're going to throw in a nose. This nose is going to be nice and simple. It's a snout of a character. So we're going to draw a black circle, a little reflection in it. I call this a flircle. It's like a circle, but it's a little bit flatter. So you're going to draw that black circle, a little reflection in it, colour the rest in black. See how it's straddling that pencil line. That's really important. Yeah, anybody that's joining on Discord as well, don't forget you can throw in your photos of your work in progress, so feel free to do that. Mika's the queen of pencils. Yeah, I mean, I ain't got no issue with a pencil. I just say it for effect. That's all. It gets me into trouble every now and then, but I can take it. I think all I'm getting at when I say pencils are for losers, all I'm really getting at is don't overuse the pencil. Let's go and work with the pen. A pen gets you moving forward faster because your brain's a bit more focused, a bit more concentrating, because your brain will know that actually you can't undo this line. You can't just rub it out. So I think it gets you moving a little bit faster. It gets you learning faster anyway. Yeah, I know you're kidding, don't worry. All right, let's throw in the snout of our nose. So we're just going to take a little line either side of the top of that nose and just flick it over to one side, just outside the eyeball. Flick it on the other side, just outside the eyeball. There we go. Just a little flick. Little flick. You want to try and flick the pen off to get these nice tapered thin ends. If you're struggling to get a thin tapered end, then just dot and dash it like this. It gives you the same kind of effect. As long as you do it in several other places, it's going to look absolutely fine. Right, that's stage 1 done. Stage 1 done. Let's go and do stage 2, which is the eyeball. We're going to go and put the eyeball in. We'll put in we'll start at the top, work our way down. Will we start at the top? No, let's start at the bottom. Let's put the eyelid in first. So here we go. There's our circular eyeball. And what we'll do first is we're going to put a bottom eyelid in. So it's going to be a line that kind of starts on the inside, just nips outside, goes all the way across, and then curls back inside again like this. Starting about there, just nips outside, all the way across to the other side, just nips outside, curls back down. And those two lines want to be pointing at each other. Maybe flick off, dot and dash those lines, that kind of thing. Also, go over that line again. So those of you that are familiar with the Corp Academy, where I teach people to draw, will know that I double line everything I do, not to make it twice as thick, but to make it twice as wonky. Wonky lines are our friends, and they will help you loads to cover over any kind of mistakes that you might potentially make in the future. Okay, so we've got that in. Let's finish off the bottom part of the eyelid. We're just going to bring those two lines, go over those pencil lines that we so preciously put in. Go over those pencil lines from that eyelid, that flappy bit of skin on the eyelid, into the snout. So from there, look, in there, from there, in there. We're going to double line this as well, but with the double lining, we're going to be a little bit more strategic with it. Okay. When I say strategic, I mean a strong intersection. So an intersection is where two lines join each other like that. In a T-junction, that's an intersection. You see where those two lines join each other? That's an intersection. You always make those bits of the line just a little bit thicker. Only a little tiny bit thicker. It's where the shadows live. Shadows live in intersections. So we make the line bigger to make it look like there's a bit of a shadow in there, okay? So it's just worth remembering for future. Anytime you do that, throw in some little intersections. Right, let's go around the top of the rest of the eyeball. Should we take a little curve out somewhere? Nah, let's just go around the top of the eyeball. So from there, look, all the way around. Again, double line it. Again, throw in those intersections. So just down here, looks a little bit thicker. Sometimes it's only like marginally. It's only like 0.5 millimeter. It's really, really thin. It's definitely worth doing it. When it comes to pupils, I like to give all my students the option to put in whatever kind of pupils they want. They can go really simple, like a Simpsons pupil, just a little circle, maybe upgrade it a bit to like the Solar Opposites pupil, where it's a bit more of a scribble in a circle still. Or you can go like really elaborate, put loads of reflections in and all kinds of stuff like that. Totally up to you. And also which direction it goes in. So go and throw a pupil in. I'm going to throw in this kind of a pupil. Let's go like that. Nice big pupil. Big reflection over there. And I'll throw in a couple more reflections as well. Let's put some nice big reflections in there. It's going to make our character look cuter with those reflections in. Colour the rest of that pupil in black. Apologies for the radio silence. But I'm concentrating on colouring it really neatly, so I don't want to. I don't want to go outside the lines. Oh, what a geek! There we go. Cheers, whoever that was that gives us thumbs up. Yeah, I do that as well. You know, that helps the algorithm. Just put some thumbs up. The algorithm will spot that kind of stuff. Anytime you see a little thumb or a little like button, things like that, just go and mash it. Press it as many times as you can. It will help. And we're here every Wednesday as well. So just brace yourself for this. This time, every single Wednesday, I'm going to see how long we can keep this run going for, and just drawing with a Sharpie pen. Nice and easy. Let's go and put in some more stuff on this eye then. The next bit we're going to do on the eye is a little eyebrow kind of bit. We're going to start. So remember we did that big sausage shape for the character, yeah? Did that big sausage shape. This eyebrow line is going to start inside the sausage shape. It's going to finish inside the sausage shape. But it's going to take a little detour on the outside. So let's start about there. Look, it's going to take a little detour on the outside, go all the way across. Maybe a little flick off down there as well. Double line it, double wonky. Dot and dash it if you're struggling to flick it off, but just coming outside and back inside the eye, something like that. I think that looks okay. Maybe flick off a couple more little lines under there. 1, 2. Look at those little perfect little tapered off lines. Thanks, Wendy. Why am I getting a virtual hug from Wendy? That's nice. That's what it says. Whenever you put a little emoji on YouTube, I never see the emoji. It just comes up as a description of that emoji, which yours says virtual hug. So thank you, mate. I don't know if that is that for me or for the character. Too much information. Let's move on. That's stage 2 done. We've done the eye. Let's go and do the ears next. We didn't pencil in the ears. We didn't pencil in the ears. We don't need to pencil in the ears. We're going to draw an ear. It's going to be like a capital C shape, just resting on the corner there. Don't get too close to your antlers over here. A capital C shape. But as we're drawing this capital C shape, we're going to do it in a series of hooks. Okay? So try this then. From about here, look, capital C shape, all the way around, but in a series of hooks. Hook, hook, hook. Bring it in. Have a little go at that. Those hooks are coming on the inside. Double line all of this. Make it wonky. Beautiful. Yeah, nice and easy, that one. Let's go and do the inner ear and then we'll move over to the other side.